It's 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to a brand new hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866 We Be Big. We thank you so much for being with us. We have a lot to discuss today. So without further ado, let's bring them in. Over to my left, it is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. It's the Good Time Gang. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Good to go.
Yeah. Good to go. Good to go.
For sure.
We have got a lot to hit today. Yesterday, we recorded RBU, the first RBU of 2023, and it was concerning unclaimed baggage. And it's kind of funny because the state of Alabama is where unclaimed baggage is, the only one in the country, the only location, Scottsboro, Alabama.
There it is.
About a 50,000 square foot store, and it's actually one of the state's top tourist destinations. And a lot of folks might not know that, but we talked to Jennifer with Unclaimed Baggage, VP of Retail and Community Relations. She's actually been watching and listening to the show. She's one of the originals. She said she's been with us for a long time. So we caught up with her and talked to her about unclaimed baggage. It was a great conversation and kind of an interesting podcast. So that will be this weekend. Saturday morning is when that will publish. So check it out. You can also follow at Rick and Bubba on social media. We always send out links to that, but you can also go to wherever you listen to podcasts and search Rick and Bubba University. Make sure you subscribe and get notifications and enjoy Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Today, in about 3 hours, if you're listening now, we'll welcome in all the golden ticket seat holders for the first golden ticket seat experience on 2023, and so we look forward to all of you coming in today. If you are one of those, drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you. Well, yesterday it was a bizarre day. We got lots of news to cover. Sadly, 7 people are dead in Alabama and Georgia after tornadoes, severe storms came through the southeast. 6 were killed in Alabama, 1 in Georgia. And it's just sad news, and a lot of people in different markets of the Rick and Bubba Show. And so we'll speak about that, and our thoughts and prayers are with those that are affected and the communities that were affected. It was one of those days, it was kind of weird, and I know, guys, we were talking about it off air. Different parts of the country, you've got your different weather situation. Out west, you experience different things, but down in the southeast, you got tornadoes and severe weather that could pop up. Of course, you got your hurricanes and all that, but the tornadoes are an interesting little thing
common.
Because you can kind of be warned, and then all of a sudden something could just pop up, and you just got to be prepared. And yesterday seemed like one of those days. It just seemed like it was one of those days where severe weather coverage locally, they started at around 8 a.m. and went all the way to dinner time.
Yeah.
I
was out in it too.
Yeah, it was tough.
It was done time I left. The sun was out.
Yeah. And they talked about that. They said
to
it's going to be bizarre. It's going to be a line that comes through, and once that line comes through, it's going to be sunny.
Yeah.
And it was.
Cooler.
And yeah, exactly. And Helmsy, I was out in it a little bit too, as it was approaching. And hey, wow.
I was trying.
raining.
I had an hour that I thought a gap. Hey, you can get to this place and then get to this place before it hits.
Right.
I missed that mark. And so I sat in my car, which is never good, and I was downtown. No flooding goes on down there. And trying to find a park close to where you're getting. If you don't have an umbrella, you might as well just sit it out.
Right.
And so I actually pulled up into a lot that I found. It was kind of vacant, and it was kind of away from where I needed to go, but I knew I wouldn't get out of the car at that point. Pulled out my laptop and started knocking out some things, trying to be efficient with my time, and I saw people fighting it, like making the decision to get out in it. And I mean, it's that you've got thunder and lightning, but you've also got that sideways rain.
Yeah.
And I mean, I saw umbrellas flip upside down.
They ain't doing you much
and
good.
I thought, why even have it? And then I saw this one poor girl. I guess she was a student at UAB, and I thought, so you made the decision to walk, and now you're regretting it. You are soaking wet. It was
like they just dumped a bucket over.
Yeah.
And then it finally calmed down, and I thought, okay, go right around until someone leaves. Like, you're not doing anything. So just you finish what you need to do on your laptop, right around, and hopefully somebody and I didn't more pull out, and somebody right in front of where I needed to be, zip, and I just jumped in there. I'm getting really good. It's been a long time since I've parallel parked.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I'm never in that situation in the burbs. You're never in that situation.
No.
You go downtown. That's what you better know how to do it. And I have the first few times. I think it was like 7-point turn, and then the next time was like 5-point turn. I'd have failed the driver's test if I would have had to take
a truck too.
And that truck, and plus I've got that hitch that hangs out even further.
Stick through the front of somebody's car.
Yeah, and so now I'm getting good at it again.
The more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah. It was a tough situation yesterday. Friends of ours and very good friends of mine, Tommy Lenore and David Moore, are teachers at Morgan Academy in Selma, and that's Selma, Alabama, and WALX 100.9 FM is one of our affiliates based in Selma. And yesterday, James Spann, who we talked to a lot, that is in the Montgomery WLWI market, and so TV coverage, if something's coming through Selma, normally the TV coverage, Montgomery TV stations are going to pick up that coverage. But I guess the Weather Service asked Spann and them to kind of pay a little bit more attention to it, so they zoomed in down there, and the first thing he saw when he saw that and he saw the debris field is on air, he went, "Oh, Lord," because you could tell. I think debris went up as high as 16,000 feet and just totally devastated that area.
That drone footage is pretty disturbing.
It was, and so I just sent, because he asked, if you know anybody in Selma, call or text them. I don't care what they're doing, and make sure they are aware of what's going on, because a lot of people might be in their lives and not understand what's happening. But you got a tornado that's on the ground, and its bullseye is Selma. And so I reached out to Tommy and David, and they said, we're aware. And I was communicating with David this morning and talked to Tommy last night, and them giving the play-by-play of how it happened, standing outside the school as teachers,
scary,
looking off into the distance, and they see this black cloud, and all of a sudden that black cloud turned brown from the debris, and they knew they needed to go inside and make sure the kids were good and in a safe place with books on their head and all that. He said, but as it was happening, it was like, wow, so this is real. This is really happening. And it lasted about a minute. And
I bet it was a long minute.
And you could hear, he said, the sound, the sound that everybody talks about.
Yep.
He said, I can't really explain it. You almost have to live through one.
It was a roaring sound.
The roaring was so loud, and you could hear the rumbling coming. You know, have you ever been to Talladega and heard the cars come around right to the tri-oval, and all of a sudden you hear the ground start rumbling as they get closer? That's what it was like. And they opened the door about a minute later, and it missed them by around 200 yards from the school, still damaged the school, but the devastation is unbelievable in Selma, Alabama. So I know that was one community dear to us that was affected, and many others. 6 lives lost in the state of Alabama, 1 in Georgia. But just hearing them talk about it and go, here I am, a grown man, and I've lived through a lot of different situations, but I've never been that close to one.
Oh, I know. And it does. People talk about it sounds like a train. It actually sounds like a train. It really does.
I hope I don't ever have to describe it for anybody.
Yeah, and that's something they said too. I hope I never experience anything like that again. But anyway, wow, a lot of communities in the Rick and Bubba area have been affected. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Property crimes like burglaries and package thefts spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code code BUBBA. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get
It is 22 minutes, almost 23 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We're off and rolling, and we thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have a lot to hit this hour, but on the lighter side, I have some audio I'd love to play for you guys just to see if y'all could tell me
we
what
try
it
to
is.
guess it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Y'all like that?
I do.
Huh?
Yep.
All right. So here's what we got. Take a listen to this.
It sounds like some physical conflict or
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop.
all right, it sounds like somebody doing some type of reps.
There's a
And they're trying to do a
Reps,
I don't know what
maybe
they're doing,
are
like
they
lifting,
lift. Okay. All right.
power cleans,
You got them doing power cleans.
or
Okay.
thrust.
Could
That
be.
sounded more
Could
like
be.
a thruster.
Yeah,
be.
because thrust hurts your feelings,
Could
don't
be
it?
some kind of contest. I don't know.
I
It's
don't.
not
I'm,
the sound I thought it would be when you asked this, so I'm not real.
you guys.
yeah,
I think you have the right mindset. I think you have the right mindset but y'all would never get it. You know, does that make sense? It's like, yes, it is a competition. It is, or not a challenge maybe, but
I went up with it.
here's what you got. You got a man has set a Guinness World Record for biting aluminum cans in half.
Wait a minute. So he has to make that
the
noise. He has
world?
to make that noise to bite a can.
Well, it's probably hurting, Greg. He's
Yeah,
biting a can. It's probably
You
cutting
got
his lips.
Any video of this?
Yes, I do.
Is he cutting his face up or lips up?
Well,
when he's
first
doing
of
it?
all, why?
Well, that's a great. Let's start there.
Who said, I'll tell you what, I can bite this many cans?
He bit 36 cans in 1 minute. 36 cans. 36
not
cans.
cut him?
I gotta
How's that
say this.
aluminum's not cut
Walking
his
over.
face? He looks just like you think he would.
So what he's doing is,
I bet he is a hit at a party.
I'm telling you,
Huh?
look at that bald head too.
Would you
so-
like to have him at a grill out?
So what we got is he grabs the top part that you put in your mouth and you drink, and he bites the middle, which squishes the middle flat, and then rips it like while his
ends that
teeth
with,
are holding on.
And he has to make that noise to do
Yeah, 36 cans in 1 minute.
He's-
I
he-
really wish that was you, Greg.
He's just like you think he looks. He's slightly overweight. Well,
Yeah.
he's actually pretty good overweight,
Yeah.
and he's completely bald.
Looks like he could be
And
in
he
the
can
strongest
play-
man alive
Yes.
contest.
He plays rough.
Yeah.
I immediately, when I saw the video, I thought of two things. I thought, gosh, his mom ought to be real proud of him. And because I'm sitting, what if you're sitting there one night and you're watching TV and you're flipping channels, and all of a sudden
there's
you
your
come
son.
across, here's your son, or the other thing, your kids, and you're flipping the channel and that's your dad.
Ooh, what if it was? Well, depending on how old you are. At some point, it'd be cool, and then it would get
Well,
embarrassing.
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
4,
Full.
3, 2, 1, stop. In your attempt today, 36.
That's a new record.
36.
Thank
In
you,
1 minute.
36 cans, aluminum cans, he bit in half in 1 minute.
Well, how about that?
When I heard that noise, I said, well, the boys have got to hear that.
How about? I like it.
Huh.
I guess that's necessary when you're trying to set a record.
Yeah.
Do you think he files his teeth down to a certain?
How's he not cut his face up?
That's what
Well,
I was fully
And
expecting
you're
to
right,
see
his
blood.
teeth have got to be jacked up.
There looked like there was a little bit in the cans, but it wasn't a lot because he was able to squish the middle
Yeah.
to get in his mouth and then rip it.
Yeah, they were empty of them.
Mm-hmm. It's like his mouth, his teeth held the can while his arm or his left hand ripped it from the mouth. So there you go.
I'd like to see you
36
try that.
cans. Yeah. What is the weirdest thing y'all have ever tried? Have y'all ever done anything similar? Or like, I know, Greg, back to your power company days, you had tons of challenges. I
Yeah,
bet you
food
can't do
challenge.
that. I bet you can't do. But a lot of it was food, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Eating,
think.
weird things like goldfish. You ever eaten a goldfish?
No, I've heard about people doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I witnessed that once at a college
You
ministry.
talking about when they
in
just when they pull
Tuscaloosa.
it back out?
When they actually swallow the
I'm
thing
talking about-
whole.
I'm
yeah,
talking
but
about
then,
live
they,
goldfish.
they pull it back out.
Well,
They
they
put a
didn't do
string
that.
on 'em.
Oh, they didn't.
Oh, really? No, I
didn't
haven't
see
seen
this.
that.
This was digested.
I've seen one wiggling
thought he
and
was
then he
gonna get
just drops
sick.
it in.
I'm not doing that.
Pulled it out of the tank and went. Oh, it
Ugh.
was nasty.
Yeah.
Wow. How about that?
I'm not into all the challenges.
I'm not either. It
I like
grosses
a
me
little
out.
challenge every now and then.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
No.
I might try it.
Yeah.
I don't
I
usually
just-
put myself in those situations too often.
Yeah. No. But boy, I've seen some crazy stuff though.
Sure.
I just hadn't done it.
Yeah. There's a few things I'm thinking about right now. Just
We
can't mention.
can't mention it all.
Boy, college. Wow.
Talking about some contest.
Goodness gracious.
Well,
there was
that's
that-
why my college ended so soon.
Right, yeah. Just how about this? Challenge you to study a little bit, but
Oh, yeah.
little less of that and more studying. All right, so there you go. 36 cans, 1 minute, world record, by the way.
How many you think you could do?
And that was in the Guinness World Record studio. I don't know if you saw the booth and everything. I mean, they have a setup. where
GWR.
where they do like different, I guess, challenges, and he stood there and did it.
He found him one he's good at.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll be proud.
I did something at the house last night, and I don't know if you're supposed to do this or not. And I got to ask y'all. I think I broke, and I didn't break a law, but I'll just say this. We had to, it wasn't like that. And it wasn't like I was putting anybody in danger other than myself, okay? But I thought it was a good idea, and it actually worked. And I felt like the man of the house.
Really?
Yeah. Felt like Amanda even asked me, she goes, how did you even think to do that? And I didn't really know what to tell her. It's just kind of the way my mind works. Because you know why? I'm the man of the house. and men of the house, they take care of things.
Oh, boy.
No matter what it takes.
Well, I can't wait to hear this. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, I that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us right after the main for the main show right after top of the hour. Golden ticket seats, if you're headed this way today, they're back open for the first time in 2023. We welcome all of you in. Drive safely getting here. RBU yesterday discussed unclaimed baggage. That will hit Saturday morning on all podcast formats and as well as Blaze TV, Pluto TV, our YouTube, Facebook. Make sure that you are following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We always send out links to that. Subscribe and like and enjoy the conversation we have with Jennifer from Unclaimed Baggage coming up this weekend. All right, we've discussed a number of different things. Our hearts and prayers are with a lot of those of you in our different Rick and Bubba markets. 7 dead in Alabama and Georgia after tornadoes, severe storms ravaged the southeast yesterday. A ton of Rick and Bubba markets, and I know a lot of you are hurting right now, and some of you know others that are involved and have been devastated by what happened. And so we'll discuss more of that, too, during the main show with Rick and Bubba. All right, so yesterday as we went to break, yesterday, Helmsy, you said that, or actually you said that yesterday you did something that you were going to talk to us about, trying to fix something at the house.
And I realize that what I'm about to say is going to stir up the people out there that actually knows how to fix things. Okay?
Oh.
Because I don't think I have completely resolved it. I think I've put a Band-Aid on it. We got a story about the Band-Aid
Yeah,
here
we
a little
do.
bit too.
We do.
So I have not done surgery. I've simply patched up what's going on in order for us to just continue to live for a minute.
Okay.
So last week, Amanda said, don't know what's going on with our dryer over the last month, but I don't feel like it's drying clothes the way it used to, and it is getting worse.
Oh, no.
And I said, okay. So I haven't, I mean, honestly, I hate pulling those vents off and all that.
First place
it's just,
to look, see
you know,
if it's stopped up.
Yeah,
So-
it's normally the case.
So got in, and I knew it would be, okay? But this dryer's relatively new, so I thought, I don't know. When I say new, it's 2 years or less.
Yeah.
So
They don't make them like they used to.
I
No,
knew
they
I
don't.
knew that's the way it was going to be. So I went ahead and got the shop vac, brought it upstairs, and pulled everything out and pulled the dryer up.
Couldn't believe it.
Took the vent off, and the stoppage was ridiculous. It was blocked 6 inches in on each side.
Wow.
Yikes.
I mean, nastiness.
Yeah.
And it was a little damp and wet.
A little damp?
And I thought, well, that's not good. So I got all that cleaned out. Shop vac, cleaned it out, went through the whole vent that connects to the dryer to the wall.
The dryer thanked you because now it can breathe.
Yes, it can breathe for now until it happens again. And this is where I get to the next. So the vent from the actual dryer to the wall, pull it up. I look down, I can see down, and this pipe runs, it goes down about, 8 inches, and then takes out to the outside.
An L turn kind of?
There you go. You got your L shape. Well, I see water in there.
What?
And I thought, well, that's not good. I mean, I'm talking like 6-8 inches of water. And I'm thinking, okay, we got a leak
in
here.
the vent pipe kind of?
Yeah,
okay.
inside the vent pipe.
Oh, my God. So
And I
that's
thought,
why it was stacking up.
That's why it was stacking. So I thought, okay, where's this water coming from? And I remembered about, 3 or 4 months ago, it may have been 6, 8, we had an overflow in the from the washer that water went everywhere.
Yeah.
And I guess unless there's a leak, and I can't find a leak anywhere else in the house, the water rushed into that vent because it sits over to the side, and there was water that went over there and got in it. But I didn't think nothing of it. I just thought, whatever.
Right.
Big mess. We cleaned it up, moved on. But it stays so moist in there, it's not had an opportunity to dry. And it's just been stacked in there. That's what I'm assuming is going on. Again, unless there's a leak of some kind that we'll get to the bottom of eventually.
Yikes.
So I shop vac, take the filter off the shop vac, and I start getting the water out. And every once in a while I'd pull the water up, and
a lot of water.
I know. Well, here's another
This
thing.
has turned into a very serious big
Yeah.
job.
So here's another thing. So then I went outside after I noticed the water. I went outside, got the ladder, went up on the vent itself, pulled the front off, and I noticed that the flaps, they were down, and so they were not. Nothing had been blowing out. So I pulled it, and when I pulled it, a little bit of water ran out of it, and I thought, well, this is getting interesting by the minute. And there was just a slow drip there. So I don't know which way it's leaning.
Rain.
And so
that's what happened.
No.
The wind blew the flap open, and when it's been raining and rain got
Well,
in there?
rain, it's not rain because it's covered. It's completely covered, and nothing up there's wet. It came from the inside of the house, which I'm thinking it had to be when the washer deal overflowed and ran in there.
Maybe it ran into that.
Again, that's what I think happened. But again, it may be a leak somewhere that I'm not aware of.
Yikes.
We're going to find out. But this is where it gets to the fun part. So I realize, okay, I got to clear this pipe out.
Sure do.
And I can only shop vac so much. And I could tell when I would pull the shop vac up, a little bit of water would recede back down so I could get it. And then a little bit. Well, then it got to where it stopped and it was dry. And I thought, okay. Well, then I got to thinking, no way this pipe is cleared out.
No.
So there's got to be more water from here to the outside. So here's where it gets fun. I looked at Amanda and I said, I got an idea. And she said, what? And I said, why don't I go get the backpack commercial blower?
And put it in the hole, yeah.
Put this thing in the hole and blow the water, see if I can blow whatever water's left in there outside. And she said, and she goes, well, how are you? I said, well, you're going to go outside, you or Caroline, and stand there, and y'all tell me when the water, first of all, if the water comes out, it may not. I may have got it all. Or if some comes out, then come tell me it's not coming out anymore.
Well, you want to see that vent open on the outside.
Correct. And I just took the vent completely off so that the air. So now all you got's the pipe exposed, the round vent pipe.
So you got your backpack blower in the house.
In the house, and
the house now smells like gas.
Well, that's carbon. Yeah, is it carbon monoxide? We had.
I don't know.
Window.
So I cranked it, and plus I'm in this little room. That's not good because there's no airflow at all.
They have companies that specialize.
Well, yeah, but they're expensive to use. And plus, I wanted to try it out. So I said, hey, take all the clothes that are clean that are hanging up in here. Let's put them in another room because we don't want them smelling like a backpack blower. Yeah,
right.
And then we'll just give it a shot. And I did. And buddy, the water was flowing out of there.
Okay, so it.
And then like for 30, 45 seconds, water came out and then it stopped. And I said, okay, let's kind of let it settle a minute. Of course, the house by this time smelled like the backpack blower. And felt like I'd been mowing yards all day. And so I said, let's let it settle, then do it again and see if anything else comes out. Because you know how it'll shift. Have I done it enough times?
You'd like to
whatever?
see some wet lint come out, too.
Well, that did. That
Okay,
did come
all
out.
right,
A lot. When I first hit it, she said just a ton of stuff come out.
Okay, that's good. So you blew it open then?
Yes, blew that open, but there's still a little water. So I said, all right, go back down there and let's see. So I said, I had my phone. I said, text me when it's stopped coming out and the water. And so I hit it again.
So you got the blower in that hole.
The blower again, and I'm going, and then look, it's loud in there because I'm in a tight space.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm starting to my stomach's getting queasy because I'm breathing in all that stuff.
Of course you are.
And then I got the text, hey, no more water. And so at that point, I took the blower back down and went outside and took some deep breaths because I thought I was going to throw up.
Open all the doors and windows.
We did. We opened up a couple doors and windows, and then I looked down there. There was no water. It was not even wet. And so I took a box fan overnight. I don't even know if this helped, but I felt like I needed to. I asked her. I said, "Look, do you need to dry anything tonight? If not, I'll put all this together at some point tomorrow, and we'll give it a whirl. Either way, if there's a leak and there's going to be more water in it, or this fixes it, our dryer is going to be very happy for a while,
right?
Because it didn't have anywhere to breathe, and now it will. Mm-hmm. And so I took a box fan and turned it on and stuck it on top of that vent, so that air could just flow through there overnight. And I left that vent, the flaps, the white vent that's on top, just left it off.
Now there's a squirrel in it.
Well, Amanda goes, is something going to get in? I said, well, if they do, they'll have to knock the fan off because it's sitting on top.
Yeah.
And I said, crazier things
you're
will probably
resilient
happen.
as far as fixing it to that point. You just got to figure out how did water get in there.
That's the thing. Yeah. And what I'm hoping is this, because that pipe is exposed if anything gets on that ground. It's not raised up like it needs to be. And so what I think happened is when we had all that water come out from the top right there, it just receded into it, and it sat there, and there was no airflow for it to dry up.
Minus the water, if you had no water, that's a huge fire hazard because people don't clean out their pipe that that comes from the dryer. And at our old house, our dryer set on the outside, inside the outside wall, so it didn't have anywhere to go. You could take off the connection and see the outside.
Yeah.
So, but in this house, it's in the center part of the house. The laundry room is, and so all the lint pipe or whatever. Yeah. It has a way to travel. Yeah. And Terry and I were talking about, we need to get a company or somebody to come out and blow that out because you get lint caught up in there, and it gets real hot. Of course, you had water, so I guess it was fine, but it gets real hot and it can be a fire hazard.
Well, of course, when it was all over and she goes, "What made you think to do that?" Yeah, and I said, Daddy's creative.
Yeah, Daddy's street
Daddy
smart.
just gets it done. I mean, you wanted it fixed. Trying to solve an issue. Yeah, and for the moment, I've solved it.
Right,
and we'll be able to dry so many clothes so much quicker this weekend. You won't know. You won't be able to keep your hands off of me. You'll be so happy about it.
Oh, if the dryer could talk, it'd be like, thank you.
Yeah.
I can breathe. Well done, buddy. But the fact you had a backpack blower in the laundry room is hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. And, of course, there probably is a leak, and I might have to deal with that at some point.
Yeah, we got to figure that one out. Yeah. But right now, hey, she's clean.
We're good.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Attention. This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, we personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now, you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. Helmsy, a couple of emailers have come through, and they're very proud of you for thinking on your feet and at least resolving the situation. And then now you can go from there through your investigations of how things happened and were the way they were. But, hey, well done, at least for yesterday. It's a way to be super dad.
Yeah.
And now you can walk around a little bit taller.
Yeah.
You know, that chest out a little bit.
But all I can think about is right now, as I have done that, there's water leaking in there somewhere. That's all I can think about. But we'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Again, if I have to, here's the way I see it. If there is a leak, it's obviously not
right.
It's not causing any other problems in the house. I don't see any spots in the ceilings. Don't see anything, anything like that.
Right.
This is upstairs, and then downstairs, half of it's finished and half of it's not. So, we're not. There's not water damage that, to my knowledge, messing anything else up.
Yeah,
So
I think it was probably from that event that you talk about.
That's what I think too.
This weekend, it's wild card playoff weekend for the NFL.
Hey, now.
You got games Saturday, Sunday, and Monday night. Saturday, you've got a matchup at.
I don't know. It's probably since they added so many teams. I don't never remember them playing a Monday night playoff.
Yeah,
I didn't either. Okay, thank you for bringing that up.
It's actually Dallas at Tampa Bay, which is crazy because you got Dallas, and I'm going off memory here. I think Dallas is 12-5, and Tampa Bay's like 8-9, and Tampa Bay has a home field advantage because they won theirs.
But I guess when they added a few spots a few years ago, then because I just don't ever. Once the season was over, Monday Night Football was gone.
Right. Yeah. So you got games starting at 3:30 p.m. Central on Saturday, Seattle and San Fran, and then you got the night game on NBC. That's on Fox. On NBC, it's Los Angeles Chargers and Jacksonville at Jacksonville. Because and that's another team. I mean, look at the records, and Jacksonville's hosting. And then Sunday at you got 3 games Sunday. Miami at Buffalo at 12 on CBS. Then you got the Giants at the Vikings at 3:30 on Fox, and then the Ravens at the Bengals at 7:15 p.m. on NBC. And then, as I said, Monday night you got Dallas and Tampa Bay. So just wanted to mention that wild card playoff weekend. If some of you were upset that college football is over and you're like, oh, no. Well, you can look to the NFL, or some just might like college and say, I ain't watching the NFL.
Yeah.
Whatever the case, you got a full weekend dead ahead. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
We're talking about some things. We'll talk about the guys. Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis and Priscilla's only child, dead at 54 from some type of heart event. And we'll discuss that. That's sad. We'll discuss more here right after top of the hour. But this one here jumped at me. Helmsy, you said you put a Band-Aid on things yesterday. Yeah. This is a big story today. Meet the American who invented the Band-Aid.
How about
he
that?
invented. Now, you know what? That one's going to stick, I believe. This is the genius.
I see what you did there.
I believe he actually came up with a pretty good product.
They call it the Band-Aid one of the most brilliant inventions in human history.
Yeah.
We use Band-Aid analogies a lot, and then we actually use them too. A little adhesive tape, some cotton, and boom. There's the Band-Aid.
Life-changing.
And we always go back to things that we use in everyday life, and we're always talking about and joking. Hey, I want to think about the person that first said, "Hey, why don't we try this?"
Yeah.
And his name.
Hey, look at this coat hanger I made.
Yeah. His name Earl Dixon.
Yeah.
Earl Dixon. He was a cotton buyer and devoted husband. It says here.
He used to cut his hands a lot.
Right. No, actually, his wife did.
She was just making that up.
She used to burn and cut her hands while she was cooking. And he worked at Johnson & Johnson. That was a company back in the 20s. He was an employee there.
Yeah.
And he started, messing around with it because he was trying to take care of her.
That's crazy, man.
Sound like Amanda in the kitchen cutting, and she'll cut and burn her hand in a minute.
So they married, 1917, and were newlyweds in 1920, and introduced the innovation of Band-Aid in 1921.
How about that?
Wow.
How about the tagline for the Band-Aid? There's other companies that do Band-Aid. Johnson & Johnson has their product Band-Aid.
Curad.
But the tagline is, I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid stuck on me.
Yeah.
You don't remember that commercial?
And then in Australia, they use stays on until you want it off.
Do you remember the little song, I'm stuck on Band-Aid?
Yeah, Band-Aid stuck on me.
Yeah.
Yep, I do. All right, so are y'all a rip the Band-Aid person?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
are y'all just like inch at a time?
Rip.
Yeah. And do you go with
Rip City.
Band-Aid product or a Curad? Or is it just whatever's there?
whatever's there, really.
I mean, there are better. There's some that are so much better than the others.
Yeah. And for those of you that aren't hairy people, you really can't chime in here because us hairy folks, except for on our head, we have different experiences with Band-Aids because we have to pull that hair.
Yeah.
Just pulling it off skin is no big deal. But when you got it on your arm and it's full of hair, it's you got to rip it. Got to rip it. I would always like try to distract my boys because they were like, "No, Daddy, don't rip it, Daddy, don't rip it." Yeah. And then I'll be like, "Hey, well, I won't, but hey, what's that? Would you get Mom?" And they would turn their head and I go, "Zip," and they'd look down and go, "Oh, that wasn't that bad."
Not bad.
Now I want you to think about this.
Way worse when you do it slow.
Oh yeah.
Earl Dixon created this because of his wife. We just talked about
his
that.
clumsy wife.
But don't you listen to this. After World War II,
wow,
100 billion Band-Aids worldwide have been sold. 100 billion.
You said
after
billion.
World War, II, after the Second World War.
When did Johnson & Johnson show up? From the beginning?
Yeah, oh yeah, he was an employee there.
Okay.
And I guess had, time on his hands while he was there and thought, why don't we do this, and this?
And he probably made a deal where he didn't get nothing hardly. He thought it was at the time.
You're right.
His wife's name was Josephine, in case y'all were wondering.
Yeah, Josephine
Dixon.
Yep. The Band-Aid.
So the prototype allowed Josephine to dress her wounds without assistance.
Yeah.
And Dixon passed the idea on to his employer. Probably wished he wouldn't have done that, which went on to mass produce and market the product as Band-Aid.
Is there anything that y'all come up with?
He ended up being the vice president before he retired in 1957.
Yeah. So, anything that y'all have ever come up with, that you're like, man, I probably should have patented that.
In my mind, I always tell you about
snake light.
That was just in my mind. I didn't build a prototype.
You know, when you brought this up a minute ago, I thought, I'm going to hear about the snake light today.
Yeah.
I hate it. I missed out on that.
And Greg's not sick. He just has like laryngitis or something.
I don't know where my voice.
He
I told him what I think
he
it is.
He feels fine, everybody.
In the commercial break, I told him what I think it
is. Yeah. You get some of that wild turkey and clear that up a little bit.
And some honey.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There are different times. Currently, the toughest one to rise is young Broderick. Is the Tasmo. He'll sleep through an alarm and all of that. You always have to go by and give a quick look to be sure that he got, because I got in the mode. I get in the mode with them when they get about 15, 16, to where I no longer. You're gonna have to learn how to get up and get somewhere.
That's right.
Set your own clock, and we're leaving at this time, and you need to be dressed in here. And if you don't, there'll be consequences to pay for that.
At what time did that? I mean, at what time in their life did that start?
Around 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't need to be doing that now at 12.
Well,
no,
I'm not doing it. Is what I'm saying. Is I need.
No, I mean, you pick your own. But for me, when they're getting closer to, hey, within 3 years they're going to be out of here.
Yeah.
I mean,
we've got one of those little intercom systems, and I never had that growing up. So, you can get on there and broadcast through the house. So when I start singing the hits, they usually get up.
Yeah. That's
about the third one I go into that I start hearing screams enough.
What are your
we give up?
Yeah.
Oh, it could be anything. It's just what's on my mind, or I could make up a song about what we're going to be doing.
Well, they gave me for the last 4 years that I've been out of the last 5. I am on the Nicaragua trip. I am the get everybody up guy.
Right.
And that's I get up, get my shower, look over the word, say a little prayer, and then also I look down, and it was always 6:30.
Yep.
And then I start waking up 35 teenagers. And
a pot and pan will do it.
By the way, I get it done. I usually start out, Greg, with the Great Bill Dance theme. When the sun came up this morning, I took the time to watch it rise. And I sing that up in the window. And then what I do is I will not leave till somebody sings it back.
Okay.
Yeah. And you hear this one go, "When the sun came up this morning." I said, I ain't leaving this window. Somebody sings back.
That was flat. I got to hear a little more.
And then I'll call for who's my leader in there. Who's my leader? Like that. And I said, boy, somebody's head's really buried in that pillow. I thought you was my leader. You got to get up and get this thing moving in here. And so I sing that to every little place.
Well,
But,
these are some brutal ways to wake up.
well, I will tell you this: the only reason why I wasn't tased is my mom just didn't have one.
Yeah.
I mean, because if she had one, she'd use
That
it.
would have been a good tool. They would have used it. They don't- no problem with that.
They got you up.
Or if you have a dog in the house that that they keep from you, but you release the dog onto the kids, and they run and jump into bed and start licking them right in the mouth and in the face. That'll get them up.
My kids they refer to it as the speech, because now everybody's officially in the it's on you mode. You know, right here's where this is the door we all go out, and they here if you don't, then I start. One day. Say, nobody's going to be around. You're going to have to get up and get to work. I hope your wife and kids don't have to depend on this for them not to have the lights cut off like that. And they go, here it comes. I start giving the future. See, there's going to be a day where you're going to have to get up and get somewhere. You know what I mean? And get a check. And I'm going to be, I can't, are you going, am I moving in with you and your family? You know what I mean? And so that I start all that, and they refer to that.
I'm moving in.
They refer to that as the speech. Let's go to Chip. Chip, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Good, man.
Green Acres.
Uh-oh.
Up early.
Hello.
Yeah, I gotta love the landline too.
I love it.
Yeah, it sounds great.
My mother used to get me out of bed in the morning. She tried lots of things, but she eventually decided to start keeping marbles in the freezer.
Ooh.
And then when it was time to get up, she'd put them in my bed, and they always roll towards you.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't know where she was going with them marbles.
Yeah, I started to say. We wasn't exactly sure
I didn't
how
know what
she
marbles she was putting in the freezer.
We
didn't know how she was going to deliver them.
I hope it's not the shooter.
Stop it.
All right, a little dated there. A lot of y'all know about marbles. By the way,
big one.
How about marbles came out in Nicaragua? The kids still play marbles in Nicaragua, by the way.
Huh.
They keep them in a plastic bottle. Let's go to what's this? What was that name? You think? Lemon?
Lehman.
Yeah,
man.
Don't hear it much.
Lehman wears his war wound like a crown. All right, go ahead.
Sing it like you wrote it, son.
Yeah.
Hey, now my mom was, bless her heart, rest her soul. She was just as patient and kind, loving. But when she was to go get me up in the morning, she would wet a rag and put it in the freezer while she went in there trying to battle me. If her patience ran out or whatever, she'd go grab that rag and she'd start brushing my face. Well, I slept like a dead rock.
Yeah.
When her patience ran out, up comes the covers, in comes the rag, and just it lands wherever it does, and then that'll wake the dead, brother.
A lot of freezer stuff.
Yeah. Cold will do it.
They will.
Apparently tasing.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, these mamas of old, they would use it if they had it.
They would.
Let me ask you this: did the man get up and go to Easter Sunday?
Yeah.
If he did, leave her alone. If they didn't act the way they act, they wouldn't have got tased.
Yeah, let's not complain about her trying to do something about some bad apples. Okay?
You know what I'd say to sons? I'd say one day somebody else gonna have the taser. He's gonna have a blue uniform on. So let's get it done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Getting ready for another day together. That we start this hour with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. If you found yourself on this is the Rick and Bubba Show. We've been at this 29 years. We've got a whole team here that we show up every day. And if the Lord allows, we do another show. And we've been doing that for a while on a lot of days. And we're back today. We have something called the Kickoff Hour, kind of warming things up with the rest of the team, or at least members of the team. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsley, they handle that. Eddie Van Adler handles all the ways to see the show on our ever-happening Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, where you can see things live, or you can catch a bunch of stuff archived, all right there. And if you'll go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel, there's no cost to that. But what that does is it gets you alerts anytime anything's happening. Hey, the live show started. Hey, the Bible study started. Hey, we just posted something. So go ahead and subscribe to that so you can enjoy that service. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, and Adler, that's Team Rick and Bubba. My name is Rick Burgess, and right here's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba, how are you?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. We hope you made it through the storms okay. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
To your heart. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, you know, it's one of those days where you know that you have a job to do, and there's fun to be had, and there's interesting topics. But, you know, once again, you look around and you see the other end of the spectrum, you know, people who have lost their life due to severe storms that rode through different parts of our listening and viewing audience. You see that Lisa Marie Presley is dead. And the tragic things in her life, and you know, so you're sitting here going, I'm trying to balance all this, but it all matters, and we'll do our best to see if we can't make this journey that we're all on a little easier on you. I mean, that's about all I can say.
Yeah, and we had devastating storms yesterday that came through the southeast. I know many of you were affected by that. Still may be in the dark today. A lot of people without power. And we had 7 people killed total, Rick. 6 in Alabama, 1 in Georgia.
Yep.
Lots and lots of damage. Selma took a pretty bad hit, that whole area down through there. And that's where most of the deaths were reported in the stories I saw. And we're seeing some of that footage. It's just really unbelievable what nature can do when these things roll through. Several storm systems, though, came through, and they're still trying to pick the pieces up today and figure out what's going on, and we'll have more information on that as the day goes on, but just a really rough day yesterday.
Well, yeah, and I've heard it be described so many times by so many people, and I've experienced it myself. Anytime you see creation behave the way it behaves, positively sometimes and negatively, like yesterday, there is a sense inside all human beings that we are really, really small.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We are really, really small.
And
our footprint in the universe is tiny, isn't it?
Yeah, we are really, really small, and sometimes I know we think so much of ourselves and so little of God, and I think in my own life I've learned to think much of Him and so little of myself, and He can give you a lot of opportunities to understand that trying to make heaven here is a mistake, and look for those glimpses of hope. You know, it was interesting because because I thought about that small feeling, and I hope that this can comfort some people today that are standing in rubble, or, I'm going to do a funeral today, even though this is a person that lived a long life. But anytime you're looking at this moment, it really spoke to me in a way it never really had this last Wednesday. We're in the very first chapter of the Revelation, and there's this moment where John gets to see Jesus in his glorified state, and he's trying to describe him because he's been told to write it all down. And he said, at one point, I was so terrified that I just collapsed like I was dead.
Right.
And it said, but when he did, and this is the part we can't miss, this is the other side of of this wonderful God that gives us hope. And the first thing that the glorified Jesus does is put his right hand, on John's shoulder and says, "Fear not. I'm the beginning, I'm the end. Remember that I came and I died and I rose again. What you're seeing for you, redeemed one, is something to celebrate. All this you see that makes you so afraid that you fall like you're dead, and you see this all throughout Scripture, I redeemed you. So if you are redeemed, all this you see is here to defend you. You belong to me. This is your protection you're seeing. Yes, it's judgment on the world, and it's judgment on the unredeemed, but you're not one of those. You're redeemed, so fear not. Remember what I did." So look at this in a different way, and now stand back up and keep riding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
get it together.
Right. And I thought, man, that's just what a gracious God we serve, even on our worst day, because of that problem he solved. That his wrath is not going to come down, the final wrath, on those that are redeemed. The Scriptures clearly tell us that. Now, if you're unredeemed, now this is all also to say, hey, come on, and you don't know whether you have tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. On the physical, earthly side of it, it's always amazing to me because we know what a tornado is, and we have the ability to see it now in ways we've never been able to see it, predict it. But you stand there on a clear, sunny day when the breeze is barely moving the trees. And then you see the moments after the destruction like we had yesterday. And it's just, to me, it's just kind of hard to come to grips with how nature can get that violent that quick, and then go right back to being peaceful again.
Yeah.
It's wild, isn't it?
So when you see that, back to what I was talking about, think about the one who spoke it all into existence.
Oh, I know. I know.
Me. It's I guess that's why the Scriptures say if you want to have any wisdom at all, it's got to start with fearing God.
Yeah. Are the folks at our affiliate there in good shape?
They just responded, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll get an update. We have an affiliate right there in Selma, and even though that's local to us because of the history of Selma, probably anywhere in the country you've heard of it before. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Around our country, if you remember back, Sutherland Springs Church, just outside of San Antonio, Texas, back in November 5th, the mass shooting with this small church there that was in kind of an unassuming place in Texas, and of course we've been following the updates on that story, and we remember it kind of had the whole nation looking at what was happening there. There's been some incredible stories, and no surprise there, that's come out of this. And our friend that's been a friend of the show for many, many years, Scott Gorosky, who his office is just around the corner from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport studios here. And Scott, you have come to give us an update because you have been, your company has been out there with these wonderful people, kind of trying to rebuild a facility for them after the mass shooting. So welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good to be back.
Haven't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah.
Well, we started working over there at my place a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Got busy.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, my radio career went downhill.
I know. Used to back when y'all had no work. You had all
we're
the time.
here all the time. Yeah, hanging out.
Couldn't run him off.
Look outside. Oh, there's Scott again. So you have shared some of the stories with me, just having lunches and talking. So kind of talk about how you got involved and some of the things you've experienced. Then we'll get to maybe how people can help today.
So the North American Missions Board is an arm of the Southern Baptist Convention, and they got involved, as you would imagine, very early in the process back in November. So in December, late December, around Christmas, I got a call from the North American Mission Board, who we do work with. And they said, hey, we would like to build a new facility for First Baptist Church, Sutherland Springs, and we'd like for you guys to manage that process. And I was excited because, it's a world, really. So the world's heard the story and knows the story. And so I went out in early January for the first time, and was really just shocked at what I couldn't believe, first of all, how small the town is. There's 500 people in the town.
Wow.
Okay. And this is literally in the middle of Texas, in the middle of nowhere. And I was also shocked by the spirit of the people. Even in January, just 2 months after this happened, you could already see that God was moving in a very powerful way through the leadership there, through the church there. And so we got involved and started planning a new facility. So currently the facility that was attacked is being used as a memorial. And we've developed plans that create facilities that leave that old facility intact, so the church can make decisions about that later down the line. So North American Mission Board got us involved. We've been out there I've probably been on site 4 or 5 times since then, meeting. And then just last week, we were able to have a press conference in San Antonio and release drawings of what we're going to do and start really aggressively trying to find donations and services, really. And that's our part of it. The North American Mission Board's covering the cost of this. But at the same time, we want to raise funds, and we really want people to be involved, that want to be involved throughout the country that do what we do, that do construction. So we're trying to find any subcontractors, vendors, material providers, national firms that want to get involved, put their products out there to get involved. But that whatever we're under, if we're under at the end of the job, the North American Mission Board is going to pick the tab up. So the cost of the church is zero, which has really been a blessing to them.
Oh, yeah. So you were telling, what size of church are we talking about?
Well, it's really hard to imagine. Yes, there were 51 people in attendance that morning. 46 were either killed or wounded. So only 5 people were not affected physically by it. Of those 26, 10 of those were children, 16 years and younger. One family lost 9 people out of their family.
Wow.
A gentleman I met out there lost his wife, who was pregnant, and 2 daughters. There were a set of 5-year-old twins. One of them did not survive. The other one survived 5 shots.
Wow.
And it's a scale like I've never seen before. You hear about it and you read about it, but when you go out there and start seeing the faces of the people that were impacted by it and see the facility, you can walk in the facility.
"22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." We're back. Thank you for being with us today. So here is the update. As far as and there were people affected in Alabama and Georgia when it got really bad. Selma, Alabama, historic Selma, Alabama. So a lot of you out there have heard of Selma, whether you're part of our world or not. They took a big hit yesterday in the tornadoes that were produced through this line of storms, and our affiliate there. You've talked to them, Speedy, and they're okay.
They are okay. They said they're actually on the air this morning, and that the radio station family and then each one of their families, everybody is okay. But as you can imagine, the tornado just absolutely devastated, and the whole historic Selma is never going to look the same. It absolutely ripped through there, and then also Autauga County within our WLWI market as well. They've reached out, WLWI has, and said they are on the air but have heavy hearts because of the 6 that died in the market there as well. But to both of those affiliates and others in that area, I know it's going to be a tough day. The one thing that I took yesterday is it's amazing. Rural America is so resilient in what they do. We have good friends, Tommy, Lenore, and David Moore, who actually teach at Morgan Academy in Selma. And the school has been damaged, and they've told me about what it looked like and everything. But anyway, they're finally leaving town. And he said the tornado is probably, I would say, maybe 3 to 4 hours from coming through. And it was tough to leave town because of all the people coming from different cities around that area in both Autauga County and in Selma, coming to those locations that had flatbed trucks with loaders on it, equipment, dump trucks coming, past just a line of Demopolis police officers that were headed to Selma to help, and everybody coming into that area to lend a helping hand to some subdivisions and areas, Greg, and you even mentioned it back when you worked at the power company. You pull up and you almost have to start like it's new construction because there's nothing there.
Well, it's one of the things, and I don't want to get. I just remember this. In the past, it's almost as if the mainstream everything and the government, they don't really make a fuss over this or shed much light on this kind of action because it proves that they're really not needed. Right. But because when you're in the rural parts of America, people take care of their own business and they take care of their own. And
they're pretty good with chainsaws.
Yeah, and for all the things, you may look down your nose and have your little jokes and all that, but you talk about people that have hearts of gold that are sacrificial and help their neighbors. That culture, there's nothing like it.
Yeah,
and so it's a beautiful thing to see. You wish it wasn't necessary. But the other thing about it is they also go about and do their business, and they're not trying to do a commercial about look what all we did,
right?
Or want to be put on TV. Look all the great things we're doing. They just go do it, and so anyway, it's a wonderful thing to watch that take place. And what you just described, Speedy, does not. I know, Bubba, you too. It doesn't surprise me at all. I've seen it over and over and over again.
Yeah, and this thing. The tornado, and Span even said it himself yesterday, who we have on all the time. Doing this type of forecasting is extremely hard because these tornadoes, and this one would go to the ground and then it would come up, and then it would go to the ground and it would come up. Yeah. And the same tornado that ripped through Selma that we just described and then cut back down in Autauga County where there were 6 deaths, it's amazing because then that stayed on the ground. Bubba, you even said your family was affected by it. It stayed on the ground all the way towards Alex City, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
That
cut
same
through
one
there, and 280 was shut down for a little while because of debris on the road. But it cut quite a path through there across 63.
Yeah.
Excuse me, and we actually have some friends that they had their house damaged badly. I don't know how much. I haven't seen it, but to your point, Rick, there's they already had a plan yesterday.
Yeah. Ain't nobody waiting on finger.
They're meeting there today with pickup trucks and chainsaws and winches, and they're gonna get on it today. This morning at sunup.
There's a student of Tommy and David's that said that their dad drove their front loader from the farm, which was about 3 miles away. And we got into town before a lot of others, and Alabama Power was there because there was live lines down in Pike. I guess they have they're contractors, and they were taking care of the lines, and he was pushing things to side trees. They said trees you couldn't even put your arms around were picked up and thrown around like twigs, and But it's just that kind of resilience that you got a man that owns a farm that drove a front loader 3 miles from town just to get there to help. And that's the kind of people you're dealing with.
Right. And again, it's I promise you the churches already have bottled water ready to go. They're already going to find people shelter, clothing. These kind of men, like you described, like Mr. Lenore and many like him, they'll get on the ground and they'll be far more efficient than any government agency.
Most definitely.
And they'll get it done. And the private sector will also be more effective than the government.
When we had the tornado scare at our house year or two ago, and I don't know if you remember, when I came out of the house, we came out of our bunker, and thank goodness we were not damaged. We had a lot of debris in our yard from other places that had been hit, but the area right behind us down the hill called Grove Park had been hit pretty bad. There was a lot of pine tree damage, a lot of roofs that had been pulled off. And, Rick, I kid you not, I came out of the bunker. It had not been 2 minutes since all this happened. You could already hear chainsaws going.
I know. It's amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. So know that we're glad to hear that everybody at WALX and Selma, that they're fine. That, of course, they're doing their job as they should, our affiliate there. And, of course, WLWI covers area that was also devastating. Then we got other affiliates in other places, but I know they're doing their job, and they're going to help you too and take care of you. So you guys just hang in there, and I'm talking to those, not just those that are mourning the earthly death of your loved ones or friends, but those that you're alive and you're fine. You just don't have anywhere to live right now.
Yeah,
and
you're in a big handle,
and that number's a lot bigger.
Yes.
So
and even a smaller number that's without power and may be for days. Who knows?
Yeah. So y'all hang in there, and we know you will. You're resilient. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show headed your way. Also, Bubba, today, first time in 2023, the Elite Eight will be in here. We'll be right back.
Here we go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's there, and it's really amazing. They have the chair set up where the victims were, but then they have messages being played continually in a loop over the sound system from those individuals that over the years has given testimony or even spoke in the church. And so it's a really powerful memorial. But if you just want to talk about evil now, it's a level that I'd never seen or heard of, honestly.
Now, let me clarify that, because I want everybody to get the vision of that. You told me this before. So when you go to the memorial site now, they have the chairs set up where these people were sitting that were killed. And then through the sound system, most all of them had given some sort of testimony, taught, spoke at some point. And then you have them telling their testimony or whatever was laid on their heart, playing as you look at their names there where they were killed.
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah. And, when I first heard the story, I thought, well, if we all say, what would you do? When you hear about a shooting like that, the first thought is, well, I'll just get out. Well, you have to, when you go out there and see the facility, you understand how that couldn't have happened. It's if you grew up in the country or a small town and have been to a church where when you literally open the front doors of the church, you're in the church. There is no lobby.
Right.
Okay. And this crazed man, who, by the way, was in full body armor, okay, fully armored. So even if someone there, they had 3 people in that church that typically carry, and all 3 were out that Sunday. One was on his way to church. One was the pastor who was actually out of town,
right,
who lost his daughter. His daughter was one of the victims. And, this guy shot through the doors from the outside, then shot through the glass from the outside. So the assumption would be, if you're inside, that, man, there's people around us. And then he went inside. So there really wasn't a great escape to the tragedy. They were just kind of stuck. And thankfully, a neighbor across the street really saved the rest, I think. I think they've told us that his actions saved the other victims.
We come back, we'll talk a little bit about exactly what you can do to help to donate these items you were talking about. If you want to get involved, if you're a contractor, we'll tell you exactly how to do that when we come back. And I wanted to ask you also about some of the things that have been going on since the shooting, about people coming and how the church has grown through this from just 51 people, and even people coming from all over the country and even around the world. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show." Da, 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 da. All right, so as we are working our way back, Bubba and I just had a blast yesterday on the first edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out tomorrow, wherever you get podcasts. Jennifer Kreitner, Vice President of Retail and Community Relations for Unclaimed Baggage. You ever heard of Unclaimed Baggage? If you haven't, and I know a lot of you have, what a fascinating story Unclaimed Baggage is. The name tells you everything. Did you know that now she claims, and you'll hear this, that 99.5% of all lost luggage eventually within 90 days gets back to the person it belongs to, but there's a 0.5% that's never claimed and they never find the people. So what happens to all that luggage? We'll tell you in Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. And one of the things that she talked about was how many times when they unpack luggage that was never claimed, there's earbuds in there. Because earbuds have become part of our life. And we've been talking about buyraycon.com/Bubba about earbuds and how they really are crucial. I mean, we're almost to the point where somebody says, "What kind of earbuds do you have?" not do you have any? Yeah. And but we also acknowledge that these premium audio brands, and that would include buyraycon.com/Bubba, can be quite expensive. But Raycons are about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Now, when I say that, always remember when you're talking about products, it's got to be apples and apples. If you find some throwaway earbuds, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the premium audio brands that we're all familiar with, that Raycon, that's the league they play in, and they're about half the price. So, and we're going to get you an additional 15% by using our URL, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Everybody loves them. The customized gel tips so that they fit comfortably. I've had earbuds before I got Raycons, and they made it hurt in there. They didn't fit right. And then you have some that won't stay in. They fall out all the time. These won't. Also, I can select the different sound options based on what I'm listening to. Music, am I listening to Rick and Bubba's archives? Am I listening to a podcast? So you would go to a different setting. Noise isolation, I'd like to have some privacy, or I need awareness mode. I need to know what's going on around me. All that is available to you. So go get yours now. 50,000 five-star reviews on these great earbuds. Get yours now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, also, I mean, yesterday was just Lisa Marie Presley's dead.
Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah,
That's,
54 years old. Cardiac arrest.
You know, Elvis's family's had a lot of tragedy.
They did. They did.
You know, in speculation, we were talking yesterday. She seems kind of young for that, although she's been a chronic drug user and been in rehab, I think, 5 different times. And, you know, we're always wondering, hey, did you get the vaccine? Did that play into it?
That's,
You know, that's one of the questions we ask.
Well, it's
now.
one you ask now. Every time something like happens with somebody's heart, you go, what's their vaccine status?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's fair, but I'm saying we're now saying that.
Well, that's just what we do. Yeah. But I thought it was interesting. There's a story out today that it's in the Daily Mail asking the question, is there a genetic defect in Elvis's family? The King's grandparents were cousins, this story says, and may have passed on a gene responsible for Elvis dying at 42, his mother at 46, 3 uncles all died in their 40s, and now Lisa Marie at 54.
Yeah.
So there's something running in the family there. But I know the lifestyle of Elvis and Lisa Marie obviously did not help their situation any.
No.
But I don't know if the ones before that had issues too.
Yeah. Well, not near to this level, but, you know, Greg and I both are genetically disposed to heart disease. So, you know, our cardiologists, because we live in a time, thankfully, where we have the kind of medical care that we have, you know, says, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get out ahead of it. So we all need to be checking your hearts. But I remember him sitting down and talking to me, which is true. And he said, look, there's some things genetically that you can't get around. However, you can minimize its damage by lifestyle.
Right.
You can minimize its damage with some of the drugs that are now available concerning cholesterol and things of that nature.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I remember my cardiologist actually saying, look, you've gone this long. Here's where your calcium score is now. I really believe with this and this, if we'll do this, I think we can minimize the odds of you having a cardiac event in your life, even though members of your family did.
Right.
And
good defib doesn't hurt either.
Right, it doesn't. But in this case, it's as you correctly and clearly pointed out, when it comes to Elvis and his daughter, their cases are harder to assess because of all the horrible things they did to their bodies.
Right.
You know, Elvis's situation, how he lived as long as he did is more amazing.
Yeah,
it's more amazing. It really is. I mean, the state he was in when he was still performing, you know, you've seen how he looked in his last performance. I mean, he's basically dead out there performing.
When you saw that in the movie, I forgot how bad he looked.
Oh, I remember one day we played him singing Unchained Melody on the show, and he's down at that piano, and for some reason nobody set Elvis up a microphone.
Yeah.
So one of the guys has to hold it for him. Did no one set? Did Elvis just do that? Nobody thought it was. Did the stage guy go? He didn't say he was going to go over and sing Unchained Melody. Is that what happened? Why is somebody having to hold the mic for him?
Yeah.
That drives me nuts in that footage, by the way. But
it isn't like you took your concert on the road,
right?
I mean, it was there every night.
You know, they make booms that'll set up at the piano quite nicely.
Right. Yeah.
We you know, just look what Billy Joel does. He didn't have an issue with it.
He doesn't
look right here. Why are we having to hold the mic for Elvis? Does anybody understand why? Can we hear it, Adler? Okay. Yeah. But look. I mean, he's in terrible health. I mean, he's dead in what, weeks after this? Yeah.
God speed to
the human mic stand.
Why does a Jordanaire have to hold a mic right
I don't
here?
know.
But
you know,
anyway,
the Daily Mail has a story out today about how she appeared in the Golden Globes, at the Golden Globes, and she was like unsteady, slurring her words. Don't know if that had anything to do with this, but
it's not
and
good.
then I think she she was at Graceland and then spoke to some folks too, and she just seemed really depressed and kind of had become a recluse.
You know,
I don't know.
With her passing, of course, the stories are coming out about, you know, Elvis, what he left her, and what, you know, they said that she blew through $100 million.
Hello.
But she still owned Graceland.
Yeah, and left.
That helps.
She went. I think Elvis only left. God, if I remember the story, right, I need to find it to give you the exact numbers. Maybe 14 or 15 million, which at that time though was a lot of money.
Oh yeah, you got to remember when it was.
And that because of Priscilla, her management of all of it and turning Graceland into a tourist attraction, when Lisa Marie actually became of age and all of it was passed along to her, was worth $100 million. And then she blew through that, went $16 million in debt, I think, and but had climbed back out. You know.
So here she is. Some
Isn't that wild?
TikTok video. This is
at Graceland just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been a while. I missed you.
Yeah, she's struggling.
I keep saying you're the only people that can bring me out of my house. I'm not kidding.
But again,
wow.
If you're at Graceland and you're Lisa Marie Presley, can't you get a better microphone than that? I mean, we just won't hire good audio people anymore?
And she got too close to it, too.
Huh?
Yeah.
It seems to be a trend. Elvis with the guy holding the mic. What are we doing, people?
Yeah, I don't.
You know, there's good German-made microphones that you can really sound good on.
Right. Yeah. And the whole. Well, I'm just gonna be quiet.
It looked like those type of mics too are designed to be a little bit further away, and she got right up in it. And was
well,
like,
you would think that if I'm at Graceland with the mob, and today's the day that Elvis's only daughter is going to come out and speak to us, we wouldn't give her the thing that they use at the Rotary Club.
No.
That the hotel will provide for you.
Rick, it looked like the mic stand that they have at where you order fast food, where they say we have a bus.
Right, yeah.
You know?
That's a great point.
I mean, come on.
We have a bus.
So, Lisa.
We have a bus. We have a bus.
We have a bus. I used to do that all the time and freak everybody out at fast food places. I'd grab the mic, put it over on my side, and say, we have a bus.
Yeah.
Lisa Marie Presley, at only 54 years old, has passed. Cardiac arrest. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And as you know, I mean, they've allowed God to use them through this, and the power of this church and this pastor is really unbelievable. I mean, he has not shied away 1 second from giving God his glory in all this. And that's been really, you expect it, you hope to see that, but to visualize it is just to be around the guy all the time. I mean, this is the pastor, understand, is the one person who lost a child there who's going to church there every day. Right. That's his workplace.
Right.
Okay, now that's different than everybody else. That separates him in my mind from everybody else. He and his wife are at that church 6 days a week, if not 7. So that's a tough place. And there are continual markers there. They're mine. This is a fresh thing. We're what, five months, post this, so it's still fresh. But the strength of the church and the people I've met, I got an opportunity that one of the men was paralyzed, which struck a chord with me because of my family.
Sure.
And I got a chance to talk to him. He's 20. He's in his mid-20s, I think. And he helps with the worship team. And you realize this guy's life's changed forever. Okay, I mean, this isn't this doesn't get better with time.
Right.
And It's those things that will continue to last and last and last and last. And the church has said they want to be a light to the community. So we've constructed a light tower that'll be part of this, a bell tower. They've got a bell from the early 1900s that was given to them. There's lots of symbolic things we're doing to the facilities that you can see on the website that are really special.
So go to the show notes right now, or you can go directly to it if you want to, restoresutherlandsprings.com, and see how you can help and see what's already being done. Scott, thanks for coming by today, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I know that you would never delight in someone's demise.
No.
And
I try not to, Rick.
I'm not trying to put you in this situation, but Dennis Crow, 51, has never been bitten in 5 years of hunting rattlesnakes. And he is okay, but he nearly went in over a heart attack after putting a 6-foot rattler in his snake bucket while hunting near Oklahoma's Wichita Mountains. He said that he got so fired up about the size of this snake that he didn't get bit by the snake, but then had a heart attack. Now, I know all you can think about is that there's a live rattler.
Look, we don't have to show that footage, Adler.
I know all you can think
you
about.
You might as well be staring right at Satan himself.
Right,
Lucifer right there.
There he is.
Okay?
There, oh, my gosh. Look at him just going everywhere.
Look at him run.
Look
Little
at that.
devils.
There he goes. Hey, Greg, I'm a rattlesnake hunter.
Yeah.
But what does he eat them? Does he kill them? Tell me he does. He doesn't take them to some rodeo, does he?
Yeah, it's some festival here, Rick. What was it? I saw it here. It's the Apache Rattlesnake Festival.
Oh, my gosh.
That's nice.
Now, Rick, here's the thing. I think he was having trouble already. He said he was 3/4 the way up the hill and a mile from his pickup at the time he first started having trouble breathing. So he would. Oh, I know. Can you believe how big that thing
Look at
is?
the size of that
They
thing.
said 6 foot. The way the picture is on that, it looks like it's 10 foot.
Look
Look
at least
how long
holding it
it
towards
is.
the camera.
Look
You know
at
how you
that.
do when it makes it like that guy.
Yeah,
over there,
Greg, that's a lot of rattler, Greg.
Oh, it's a big one. Don't get
You don't want to see a rattlesnake as long as you.
And how fat it is.
Look how long
That
those
thing's
tongs are.
gargantuan.
I don't like it when they're fat.
That's your big boy right there.
When they're fat,
Good night. They're all around their feet, and they're just walking
Bubba,
around.
did you hear how
he didn't see the snake. It didn't rattle, but it actually struck at him. He's got on snake boots, which I highly
bit him in the
recommend
boot.
anytime you go out of the house. And it hung its fangs in his boot.
It hung its
and
fangs.
he had to get it off
night.
with his catcher stick there. Which, by the way, I would want something a little better than that. That looks like that thing you pick up cans with on the side of the road, but it's extra long.
When they had the snake show at the school, and that's all the guy had, and they'd go nuts, and he's keeping them on the table.
Now, I tell you what I do like. You remember Marlon Perkins on Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom?
Yep.
They had a thing called a capture stick. And it basically was a long
love
pipe
that show.
with a rope through it, and it was tied on a loop on both ends. So, like, you could get it over whatever you're trying to get's head and pull it tight against the stick. And in this case, you can pull it and pop the head right off of that evil beast.
Nobody will know what I'm talking about.
Rick, that has to be just a little glimpse into what hell looks like. You know,
and how about this? The fact that he's not killing them, God tried to kill him.
Well,
he gave him a wake-up call.
I don't mind him. He ought to be killing all of them he finds. That's the point. We need to
That's
rid
what-
the
that's
earth
what I'm
of
saying.
this
Belly
beast.
on that mug.
Huh?
That's what. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Updating you on a couple of other items. Today, the real Greg Burgess in Birmingham, Alabama. If you're listening to us on 104.7 WZZK, you get to see Greg and Speedy this weekend. Greg today at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. We're all Hendrick drivers.
That's right.
And Greg will be there. He's got lunch for you.
First one of the new year.
Yeah, and they've been doing some cool construction there and opening that place up, and it looks great. And there's some deals to be had. So Greg will be there today in Birmingham. Tomorrow, Speedy also in Birmingham. He'll be hanging out with the Brookies. He'll be over there at the Publix, their Greenwise Market there, and you'll be there gripping and grinning. What time are you there tomorrow?
10:30 to 12:30.
10:30 to 12:30 local time, so you can see Speedy there tomorrow. So if Birmingham
All
folks,
right.
are you going to be in Birmingham? You got a couple chances to see a couple of team members of Team Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
So go out
We're
and check.
everywhere.
And also updating you on the Man Church Conference coming to Oxford, Alabama at the end of February. Got the latest numbers. And this thing is trying to figure these seats out. 10 seats. There's 10 seats.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you still want to go and you're like, well, I missed it, it's sold out. It is. Here's the deal. And you know this, Bubba, from the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere 20-year tour. There's practically sold out, and then there's officially sold out.
Yeah.
It is true that the conference is practically sold out. However, it is also true it's not officially sold out, which means there are 10 seats in there.
Yeah.
And I went and checked to kind of practice for you, because some of you say, well, if I got to just buy one ticket and sit somewhere and who's with me sitting somewhere else, there may be some of that. But I know there's pairs, because I went to order a pair to see if you could even get a pair, and you can.
Yeah.
So there are some that are still right by each other. Now, you're not going to be able to get seats together larger than 2 probably, but there's 10 of them. If you want to get them, just go to rickandbubba.com under events, or go to themanchurch.com and click on that Man Church Conference logo. It'll take you right to the Oxford Performing Arts Center. And matter of fact, it'll be set up saying, here's the seats that are available, and you can grab them before they're gone. So, Bubba, some other things we'll update. This thing with Biden, and I think I heard Speedy talking in the break. He may be coming around to one of the things I brought up. It is possible that the Democrats themselves are trying to do Biden in. Now, of course, you're going to find out here that Joey Behar says if anybody's planted these things, it's not the Democrats, it's the Republicans. No, that's where you're wrong. Joey, that's where you're wrong. The best thing that could happen for the Republicans to have a shot in the next presidential election is for Biden to run again.
Sure.
Right.
There ain't no Republicans want him to crack. What do we want? Kamala Harris? We don't want that. Are we concerned that the free world is being run by a person that is obviously in some stage of Alzheimer's? Yeah, that's concerning. But we're not as concerned about that as we are Kamala Harris taking the steering wheel.
Good night.
So we're not going to try to mess this up, because this might get a shot at us to get that executive office back on the next presidential election, because we kind of like the running against this team. It could be the Democrats that say, look, we're stuck with this guy if we don't find some way to get rid of him.
Get him out.
So I'm not saying which one's true, because I don't know. But here's some audio and video. We now have found more, as Bubba told us yesterday, confidential documents. So that's 2 different private places we found.
Surprised.
And this one is something to do with it being locked in his Corvette in his garage.
No, in the garage.
In the garage
by the
next
Corvette.
to
By the Corvette. Okay.
Yeah, and he tries to insinuate because it's locked in the garage by the Corvette, they were secure.
All right, here we go. Here's Ducey asking.
Mr. President,
Okay.
classified material next to your Corvette. What were you thinking?
Let me, I'm going to get a chance to speak on all this, God willing, soon. But as I said earlier this week, people, and by the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage, okay? So it's not like you're sitting out in the street. But anyway.
You're missing the point.
Yes, as well as my Corvette. But as I said earlier this week, people know I take classified documents and classified material seriously. I also said we're cooperating fully and completely with the Justice Department's review. As part of that process, my lawyers reviewed other places where documents from my time as vice president were stored, and they finished the review last night. They discovered a small number of documents of classified markings in storage areas and file cabinets in my home and my personal library. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn. This was done in the case of the Biden Penn Center. The Department of Justice was immediately, as was done, the Department of Justice was immediately notified, and the lawyers arranged for the Department of Justice to take possession of the document. So we're going to see all this unfold. I'm confident.
Rick, I think I've heard this excuse before.
Yeah. Because some
people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that
A lot of words.
our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future.
You're talking about just talking and
I forget how good that is, and I still cannot find Iraq.
No, I didn't know about
How about
that.
this? I tell you who's the most.
you all right?
I'll tell you who's the most angry person right now. Most angry person right now is the guy or woman who took the time to write down what he was supposed to read.
Right.
My gosh, he can't even read it.
I'm telling
You know what I mean? Because he looks down and he starts to read it. But back to my other point where I'm starting to lean. You think the Republicans want him out?
Oh no,
that's who I'd want to run
They
against.
don't want him out.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's a-
look,
Here's the shot of his Corvette in a nice, secure area.
Bob, I thought he always rode the train. What's he doing riding around in the Corvette? I thought he was a working man for the working people.
And we also have a story in y'all's pile there of going back to a Jay Leno interview that Biden had, that Hunter Biden actually, I guess, renovated his Corvette or something like that, that's supposed to be secure in his garage. So, I don't know.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, during Jay Leno's garage, Joe Biden said that Hunter Biden was the one that restored it. Is that what happened? That's I don't think that's true. I'm sorry, I just don't think that's true.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think.
Well, he didn't have much time with all the painting he was doing.
Yeah, I don't think
the cocaine binges.
Right.
You got to have time for that. It takes a few days to get over those.
I don't think Hunter Biden has shown us that he's the type of person that could stick to that task of refurbishing a classic Corvette. Yeah.
And President Biden, the fact that the garage is locked or not has nothing to do.
No.
The fact you're in your garage.
You're right.
It's your garage.
But he takes
Not whether it's locked.
He takes it serious, though, Greg.
I mean, can you imagine?
That's not the question.
Hey, he takes all this very serious.
Yeah, he does. Well, you can say that, but let me ask you this. If now Trump, they found stuff at Mar-a-Lago when they
wish I had a
raided
different
it.
name.
Mar-a-Lago. Can't say it.
Close. That's close.
But if they had found it in a garage locked next to a car.
Come on. They would melt. 24/7 wall-to-wall coverage.
And Ivanka had been working on the car.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so I know that they've done a masterful job in brainwashing us into believing that the only way to grow our money for retirement is to risk it in the stock market. That really isn't true. Certainly could be a choice, but it isn't true that that's the only way. You know, you can reach your financial goals and dreams without taking any unnecessary risk. So let's ask ourselves a very difficult question. And this is no fun, but we got to do it in order to help ourselves. Do we really control our retirement money? I'm sorry. If you're out there and you got a 401k or an IRA or some sort of similar retirement plan, the government controls it. You and I really don't. They decide how much you can borrow, when you must pay it back, what you're going to owe in taxes and penalties for taking money out too soon, or how about this? They'll also charge you if you wait too long. Even though it is, hello, look at me, your money. And thanks to the skyrocketing national debt and a Congress that continues to spend like a drunken sailor, who knows how much you're going to have to pay, and I'm going to have to pay, and we're going to have to pay in taxes during a retirement. And some of us, if the Lord wills and we take care of ourselves, you could be using your retirement plan for 30 more years. So let me introduce you to something. Now that I've established why they're needed and why you should be interested, bank on yourself. It's a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. Now, this retirement plan alternative, listen to this, has never, I'm going to say it again, never had a losing year in over 160 years. Guaranteed, predictable growth and retirement income that does not rely on luck, It doesn't rely on skill. It doesn't rely on guesswork. Your plan doesn't go backward when the market tumbles. Both your principal and growth are locked in. Tax-free retirement income, you're in control, built-in inflation protection, and most importantly, peace of mind. So, get a free report, okay? At least look into it. Get a free report, I did say free, with the details by going to bankonyourself.com/RBS, Rick and Bubba Show. But use those letters. Bankonyourself.com/ the letter R, the letter B, the letter S. At least look into banking on yourself.
Look,
I mean, absolutely.
Kill snakes, don't have a conversation with them. That's what I say.
That's a good. You ought to be a bumper sticker.
Yeah, sure.
So right there, he had no idea he was supposed to fall over.
Right.
He's holding up
20
snake,
minutes later. But
grinning
again,
like-
I don't know if it was.
That means he fell down with snakes all around him.
I don't know if it
That's
was,
true.
Rick, if it was from
Good point.
the excitement of this, because it was about 20 minutes after he
They're
he got
calling
to
it the
saying
cardiac critter, Bubba.
But he said he was already having trouble breathing going up the hill.
Of course he was.
So, I mean, he's, you know, he's the
He
age
said-
that if you haven't been a, great athlete like a lot of us, you're going to have a lot of buildup.
He said this isn't the biggest one he's ever caught. He just didn't have a photo with him last time. He's
Rick,
caught one bigger.
Rick, it's a monster.
He's caught one bigger.
It is a monster, okay?
All right, really, he is. I know. Like Greg's saying, the snake is closer to the lens.
Yeah, because he looks like he's 10 feet
Yeah.
long. And that,
Right, but
That's a
look,
foul
but
right
he's
there.
still holding it up.
No,
and
that's a
it's-
big son of
Rick,
a gun.
you remember?
That's a big salty.
Rick, you forgot I almost stepped on
Here we go.
There he goes. It's
a
almost
4-foot
stepped on.
one this past summer. I mean, in August. That's bad enough to me. I mean, I don't want to almost step on a copperhead or something. you
That
know?
did him in because, I mean,
I told you
had
about
him-
my friend stepped on the water moss and felt that
You
movement
told me.
under his foot and
Yeah,
then
that's
saw
a
it
bad
a white mouth flying past it, missed his
Yeah.
leg that punch.
Well, that's why you have snake boots on. That good man, I love my snake boots. I just
Especially
feel,
when you're wearing shorts.
I feel all warm and cozy in them,
And you look fantastic in them.
Yeah,
You do.
yeah.
Bubba,
No,
don't you double up snake boot and chaps?
In certain times, it depends on the situation.
I've come to the conclusion, listening to your conversations, I used to think you didn't turkey hunt because of our job, but that still leaves you weekends open. You don't turkey hunt because of snakes.
I don't get out there after it gets warm. I have no need to. I don't hate turkeys that bad.
Right. Yeah.
Early in the year, but we didn't have that this year. It got real warm real quick.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. The gang's all here. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. Did you know about 50,000 square feet of a location in Scottsboro, Alabama called Unclaimed Baggage? And did you know about unclaimedbaggage.com? Did you know anything about
Yeah,
this?
it's online now. And
Yeah.
that was news to me, Rick. You hadn't done your ordering yet?
No, I meant to do that right after the show yesterday.
It was so easy.
By the way, this is Bubba.
It was so easy
Right,
to
yeah.
order online.
Yeah.
I did it while we were doing the podcast.
Zip it. Oompa loompa.
Because, and you'll find out, catch the podcast this weekend. First of all, the history of this is fascinating. I love an entrepreneur. Do you love an entrepreneur? I know we demonize them and ostracize them now, but don't you love
I'm thankful for 'em.
Hey, where would we be without entrepreneurs?
I'm telling you.
I mean, like I say nowadays, if you try to be an entrepreneur, the government tries to drive you into the ground. But, I mean, where would we be without them? Can I tell you something that was funny? I thought this hilarious deal. And I know we missed one clip, Adler. Do y'all want to hear the View saying it's the Republicans?
Yes.
Yes. You may just stop what I'm
Yes.
saying and do that first.
Yes, do that first.
All right, because we're
'Cause
finishing.
I thought that's where we were going.
Yeah, we're finishing the Trump segment. So of course,
Or Biden segment.
what did I say?
Trump segment.
Well, to
Well,
the
yeah,
View,
it's both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the View will
right.
make it a Trump segment.
Sure.
But the View, of course, it's and Joey Behar told us straightforward the other day. And we always listen to Joey because she's so level-headed, and so fair. She said that the reason why we're acting different about Biden having classified documents in private places and for people just out there dangerously is because when Trump did it, we knew that this was a liar and a thief, and Biden's not.
Right.
So we give him a benefit of the doubt.
Isn't that amazing? The law.
I don't know that a statement could be more delusional than that. But
see, the law doesn't look at it that way. The law
They really
has
don't.
to just look at the facts and take the personalities out of it or how you feel about it. And look, both of them may be guilty. I don't know, or neither one.
If they're both guilty, they should both be punished.
Be charged and be punished.
Unless they were allowed to do what they did. If they weren't allowed to do what they did, punish them both or don't punish either one of them.
Whatever.
We can't punish one and let the other float.
Let the facts carry out how it's executed.
Adler, do you have anything before this video? I saw you pulling that mic down. You like you meant business.
No, I was just going to say Joy Behar's going to kick this thing off talking about Trump, saying just as we're this close to getting Trump, somehow these documents appear.
Okay, here we go.
You know what I think? I've never seen a luckier person than Donald Trump. Just as we're this close to getting him.
But you know how
these documents appear.
But here's the thing: Biden is wrong to have done this. He was in office for 40 years.
Let's find out what this is first. Now, again, one of the things that gets me crazy is before we know, it's already been spun a specific way. I don't want to see that. I want to see. Someone explain to me, A, how it's possible that after all this time, nobody knew this? Because to me, if you're missing classified information, I don't mean to laugh, but in my house, if stuff is missing, I know it's missing.
Does it feel like Oppo research to you? Does it feel like the Republicans are behind it? It's not.
It did originally, but I'm sorry, but not now. Because one of the things he's saying is that some of the locations where the docs may have been shipped in the transition may have gotten taken and put, but still.
Okay. First of all, don't forget when Whoopi starts to talk to you about all she knows about the Biden, she thought his wife was a medical doctor.
Yeah.
All right, so
she's saying benefit of the doubt. Is that what we're hearing?
I don't think she had the same speech when they found documents from Trump.
No.
Can I? You know what? Too, Joey Behar. Look, I liked President Trump, voted for him, met him, went to the White House, had pictures made with him. But I think Joey Behar thinks about Donald Trump more every day than I do.
I think she thinks about more than his wife does.
She is upset. It's this Trump derangement thing where everything has to be about him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Joy, it's just amazing. I mean, everything, every day you get on there is something about Trump.
Well, and the thing that's always missed in
we have days we don't even talk about Trump.
Right. Yeah, I'm getting less and less interested in like you said. All I can say when people say, "What was your experience with him?" I would say it was good. He was fair to us. He treated us well. He always
did what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, he always gave us an interview and he gave us access and treated us well. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna put him on the lineup for the Man Church Conference. You know what I mean? I mean,
it doesn't
like
mean we agree with every single detail.
No.
I mean, nobody agrees with anybody 100%.
Right.
Especially in the public eye. I mean, there's always going to be well, you could have handled that a little different.
I have this weird concept, and I know, and we all have prejudice that we can't help it, when it comes to, connections and how well we know somebody and all this, and that's fine. That's human nature. But I think, honestly, and we caught flack from of people who are Trump supporters that we should never say anything negative about him. We just don't play that way. If Donald Trump or anybody does something that violates a principle that we hold, we'll call it. Or we think violates laws that are in place, we'll call it. If we say that's not how a person in office should act, we'll call it. If that's not how a person in their life should act according to our principles, we'll say it. No matter what letter is by their name or no matter what benefit might come our way, we're not going to turn a blind eye to something that is obvious. Now, we're also not going to come in with pitchforks and torches and have a mob mentality. And I found, really, of all the things they said, what might have been the most outrageous is for someone on The View and anybody in the mainstream media to say we don't need to jump to conclusions. Yeah, we need to make sure this person has. It's almost, it sounded like you for a minute. I thought Whoopi was you. Like they were saying, look, there's a way we go about this. Due process. Suddenly, Whoopi loves due process. So because it's her guy.
Right.
But I think
she couldn't get her torch lit to get out there.
Right. And the thing that Joey Behar is saying, I think, and Sonny Hostin, who, of course, made us all cry because of her son's bout with a hamstring injury. When Damar Hamlin, we thought he was going to die. Probably don't want to bring up hamstrings at that point. Look, they hurt and they're not a lot of fun. Not quite in that category, but anyway, the fact that they're starting to go down the road that the Republicans did it. Now, Whoopi, to her credit, says, not sure about that. The way it's happening, but it also, here's a weird concept too. Let's say, and Bubba's been saying this, we've been trying to say this thing of how we found out. Now, wait a minute. What did we find, though? Is our classified documents based on the Trump raid, I guess, if presidents and vice presidents having classified documents in unsecure places in private residences, if that's bad, say you're trying to get back to, I wonder how they found this out. I think we want to concentrate on why has he got these and why are they where they are? It's almost like you find out that somebody's stealing from the company and then they go, yeah, but how do we find that out? Well, let's concentrate on the fact they are stealing from the company.
Right.
And then we'll get to how we found out and if it was legal, whatever. But
well, Rick, I think better.
It's CYA. This is home team. They can't believe it happened. But any of you out there that are Biden supporters that think the Republicans don't want Biden to run again, I'd rethink that.
It's just comical. It really is.
It is.
Here's a question, and I don't know the answer to this, and maybe some of you guys, because I know we have a lot of people who've served in the military and high-ranking officials that listen to the show. I don't even know what the rules are for handling some of these documents. Do people normally carry them home to review them and then carry them back to the office, or do you look at them only in the office and put them back? Well, I don't know. What's the procedure with this? What is the correct way? I guess what I'm saying for handling classified documents, if you are have the level of security you're supposed to be looking at them.
Well, our greater point, because I don't know that either, but our greater point is apparently people who claim to know that really got upset about Trump having them. Well, you got to get really upset about Biden having them. That's it.
The only difference, and I know Joy likes to point out that Trump's a liar and a thief and Biden isn't, there is a big difference in this. The vice president has no authority
that is true.
To declassify. The president does. So that is a huge difference in this. Huge difference.
It is. Now, that's not being talked about because that makes it unfun.
Right.
But if we'll just leave it at if you're upset with Trump, you got to be upset with Biden. We'll just leave it there.
I think you gotta follow the law, follow due process, no matter whose name is out in front of it.
15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is where we have listeners take on listeners. Bubba, you be standing by. I know you always. Really? Well, no, you've never been.
I love music.
You do love music.
I do.
There's no doubt about that. So what we do here, it's just like the old game show, Name That Tune.
Mm-hmm.
Name That Grass, the same thing.
Sometimes you're made fun of around here, and then sometimes it sticks. When you know we have ideas, some of them crash and burn, and some really take off.
Yeah, most crash and burn.
They do, which really is good because you're made fun of, which y'all
good show
enjoy.
material.
Yeah,
good show material.
I like to play a new game. Can you guess what Greg is saying? And I don't know the theme song or what. But
I'm having a little problem with my voice today.
Yeah, right. And so it's going to be a short-term game.
And my voice.
Oh, this is based off the way his voice is.
Yeah. Can you guess what Greg is saying? And I don't know if it's
back a little bit now.
He just said he lost something.
What happened?
And I don't know if it's going to...
Our guest this hour,
Louis
Armstrong.
right.
I don't know.
Greg, sing It's a Wonderful World.
I'm just going to sit there and be silent.
866 We Be Big. Whatever Greg says, can you guess? I don't know. But you sound terrible.
Have you fun.
Rick, he went...
If I keep it right here, I think I'm on.
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
If I keep it right here, I think I'm okay.
Here got high.
If I think... what'd you say
find
again? Rick, he went out with his buddy Kate yesterday fishing.
You can't. Are you too old?
I didn't hear
It's a lot. What?
I didn't hear the story.
Oh, we need to do that story. We haven't talked about it.
He came in. What
happened?
He came in with the garbage can in the back of his truck and mad about his phone. Two things, and he couldn't talk.
And he can't
with
talk.
red
I
eyes.
got to tell you what happened, but I can't.
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
So you and for everybody not in the loop on this, you went fishing yesterday with childhood and high school friend, and sometimes appearing on the show, Gerald K.
Mona Lisa, men have named you.
And I got wet getting the boat in, and I had my phone in my pocket, and I forgot.
Is that what got your voice so messed up?
No, I was the pollen probably out there.
How wet did you get?
I got pretty wet. Not too wet. I had these long shorts on.
Pretty wet, not too wet. Which one is
I
it?
didn't like get dunked. I just stepped. You know me. I got to get it done. I stepped out there and yanked the boat off the trailer.
Was that water cold?
Man, it wasn't that bad.
Little nip.
But so your phone was in your cargo pocket, right?
Yeah.
And then under you thought the water was more shallow.
No, I just thought
What
was that?
I thought I left my phone in the truck. I wasn't paying attention.
866 We Be Big. What'd he say?
I don't care if we play a game or not.
And then my trash can in my truck down there is because the lid's gone on it.
Yeah, I saw a trash can in the back of your truck. What's that about?
Well, if you call them yourself,
like
it's going to be
can.
It's going to be like 10 days. But I go by it on my way home. I'm gonna
You
zip
what?
it. I go by the place on my way home. Yeah, I'm gonna stop and swap it out.
You're going to do what now?
I'm gonna stop and stop here. I shot the sheriff.
So what, Greg?
Never mind.
So you got wet getting the boat in the water, and then you got on the boat and went. I guess it was cool after that, wasn't it?
No, it was perfect.
And then your garbage can fell out of the boat?
No, it had nothing to do with the boat. That was when I got
your
home.
phone.
Okay.
When
That
they
was your
dumped
phone.
it, the whole lid went
Greg,
in
you
the
have
big
no
truck
phone, no voice, and a trash can in the back of your truck.
with no lid on it.
That you drove an hour and a half with here in the back of your truck.
That
on
sounds
the
like
way
it might catch a
home-
little wind.
I thought it. Well, I got it facing the right way.
Yeah.
I tested it.
And
you tie it down?
what are you going to do with this trash can?
I'm gonna get me another one
From
the place.
the getting place?
Yeah, they get sold out every month on Advance or whoever it is.
Yeah. I've noticed my waste management name will change in a second.
But it's right on my way home. So
What's
I
that?
just pull. I've done it before. I just pull up in there and go, I need a can. And she go get you one.
Yeah, it takes you a long time to get a new can if you don't do
I
it that
know.
way.
You going in with that voice today?
I am.
Somebody said
Better write it down.
Somebody said Trump was going to negotiate on a better deal.
Rick, he was mad about his phone. He tried the rice thing, everything.
I had to call and get another one sent. And I got to be home in time to meet UPS because God forbid they leave it. They say you got to sign for
Greg,
it.
we just had a guy on from Brown. He could have took care of
But
it.
why have you got to sign for it? If I put it out there, if Mr. Buddy gets it, that's on me.
Well,
they don't want that
The
to happen.
person sending it to you decides if you sign for it.
I know, but
They want to be sure their customer gets their phone.
I wish you would have jumped over in the iPhone world and not went back to that.
buddy, it was an insurance claim.
Don't buddy
you,
me.
You got to get the same thing. I didn't have my upgrade.
But what we're saying is that we think you probably could have got it as maybe even just a little more.
No, it'd been a lot more.
You don't know that though. You
Hey,
didn't
when your
ask.
plan's not up, the phone they hammer you.
Helms, let's start a GoFundMe
Fighting it.
page to get to bring
I don't want
Greg
an iPhone. What if I
into
don't
the
want an
iPhone
iPhone?
world.
GoFundMe.
What if I don't want an iPhone?
It doesn't matter. We're going to fund it anyway.
I've seen you looking at ours. You want one.
You do.
I know how this one works, and I'm fine with it.
Let me tell you
It
something.
works fine.
"21 minutes past the hour." We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. So check rickandbubba.com. Upcoming events, couple of chances in Birmingham, Alabama this weekend to see Speedy and the real Greg Burgess. So one today with Greg and one tomorrow with Speedy. Go to rickandbubba.com. Under upcoming events, you can always see where members of the old team are going to be out or whether we're all out together. You can see it. And keep up with that at rickandbubba.com. So much information there. So I was telling you, and then we realized we need to do that final
Can I
clip.
give you a quick update on something right quick?
Of course you can. Of course.
I'd asked in the break, last segment about what is the procedure for handling these.
Right, okay.
I got an email here. He says, my wife was an Air Force intelligence officer. The type of document being reported can't be taken out of an SCIF, which is a special secured office, let alone be taken home. If she had done anything close to what either one of these guys have done, she would be demoted or kicked out of the Air Force.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, so it is very serious, but it needs to be serious for no matter who does it, not just some people that we prefer it to be serious for. Right.
Another one, I've got another one here, says classified documents never, in all caps, are to leave the work location.
And there we go. Okay. All right. So we were talking about entrepreneurs because we got our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, first one of 2023. For those of you that have been listening to archives, it's like when you find out on some streaming service, we got new episodes. Mm-hmm. So there's a new episode. Mm-hmm. So catch it, and it deals with unclaimed baggage and the history and how that happened and all the things they do, it was really fascinating. So I thought about the entrepreneurial spirit of the man who started it. Who saw a need and saw how it could be used and took his pickup truck, went and picked up a lot of unclaimed baggage and started this whole thing.
Yeah, it's an incredible story.
It really is incredible. So I've been trying to, I like certain types of shows, and this 1923 is a series. And and it goes back to 1923.
Yeah.
So it was so funny, Bubba. There was a moment. Now, keep in mind, these are about ranchers and all that. But now it's in the 20s. So, the roaring 20s, you're seeing, little elements of a civilized world starting to kind of rise up.
Right.
While you still have people who are living off the land, providing for themselves and all that. So these provide for themselves people, ranchers, are in town. Let's go to town. You remember that great statement we would hear? See, a lot of people that didn't grow up where we did, they've never heard the term, let's go to town.
Oh, listen, I used to hear that all the time with my grandparents, my aunt and
We're
uncles.
going to town.
Going to town.
Right.
Because they lived out in the country somewhere.
So in this one episode, I just thought whoever wrote this, I thought they're in trouble. But I've actually seen an interview with the guy who's writing all these. But anyway, so they're there, and the guy's standing out on the street, and he's with the company that is trying to get them interested in this new thing called electricity. Well, he's also wanting them to get interested in an electric clothes washer and an electric a refrigerator that can work. So they're out there looking at it. Well, they just think it's absurd. And they're like, what are you talking about? He says, you can wash all your clothes in this. And all of a sudden, one guy in the back says, one of the ranchers, he said, now let me get this straight. He said, can I buy it? And they said, no, but you can rent them. And he said, so you provide the electricity, right? And he said, yeah. And then we lease the product that needs electricity from you? He said, that's right. He said, well, my goodness. He said, if we do that, instead of us working for ourselves, we're going to be working for you.
Mm-hmm. Vertical monopoly.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now, whatever we go and work, we benefit from. What you want us to do is work for you.
Yeah.
And I thought, boy, wasn't that a profound statement? Right. And but there's one of those things we go, the convenience of whatever it is worth it. You could probably sell me on that if I'd been out there with the washboard scrubbing clothes.
Yeah.
But he made a good point. He said this was the beginning, and I don't know how accurate that was actually the way it was done in 1923. But I see the point that's being made. This was the beginning of, instead of you going out and working and your work benefits your family and anybody you want to help, we get ourselves into this mode of we have all these things that we really haven't worked for and really can't afford, and now we just work for all these people we owe payments to.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember, and I'm not proud of this now that I look back, because I was just Dave Ramsey will probably come get me, but and you've heard me tell this story before when I was dealing with someone who wanted to be a potential client with us, and they had come up with this idea of helping people who now have children But with people having to work so much more, and you could come to them almost like a daycare, but it also since people don't really do neighborhoods anymore, have play dates and get your kids and come here, and we have all this stuff you can play on and all this kind of stuff. And it was good. A lot of that stuff really has done well. I mean, it wasn't quite what we had Ellis's birthday party at, but it was kind of the dawn of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so he said, and she said, I'm really not doing that well. And I said, really? I said, what's the problem? She said, well, I didn't think it was all that expensive after I saw the houses people living out here. I really thought we were in a very reasonable price range, but everybody keeps telling me they won't pay. And I said, how's it set up? She said, well, you have to pay for it. I said, fully? And she said, fully. But look at these houses out here. I said, well, these people can't afford these houses. I said, that's where you're mistaken. They don't have any expendable income. Now, you tell them that their kids can come here for $40 a month, then you'll have business. And they reworked that plan and did great. You know why? What's my payment?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, she thought, don't y'all have a couple $100 for the they don't. This house is an illusion. These cars are an illusion. All they are doing is working to pay the people they owe the payments to. They don't own any of it. And so once she set up a payment plan, hey baby, everybody was in.
Here we go.
And so that was funny to watch them having a little fun.
Yeah.
With that scenario with the ranchers saying, we'll go from working for ourselves to working for you.
What year was that they had electricity come through?
They were claiming that they had it in 1923. They were starting to experiment with it.
Probably about right.
Now, not everybody had it.
Right.
That's why it was such a guy on the street saying, look at this stuff, and let me talk to you about electricity.
I know it.
Another thing I took from 1923 is the first time they went to town, and they just boxing in the middle of town.
I know, yeah, that was one thing. They showed two people boxing. Really, in town, everything was going on.
Yes,
that, yeah. And prohibition was going on. Of course, you know where you went. You walk on the front. It said soda shop.
Yeah,
and then you go in there, and these sodas are very interesting.
They're a lot like the some you used to see at the ball games.
Right. What was it that somebody said too? Yeah, and the place where the prostitutions are is called the dance hall too.
Oh yeah. And the ranchers aren't big on your sheep coming over and grazing on their
they're
land.
not.
Sheep, they mess it up.
That grass is. You get out to wire cutters, people get real mad.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think it had to come to this.
Yeah, right.
Do you ever just watch these kind of shows and goes, could we not have worked this out in a different way? Now it's out of hand. Bottom of the hour. Your phone calls next. All 10 lines. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ask him about his contacts.
It does, except underwater.
Yeah, I can't find one working water yet.
Ask him about his contacts.
They got one they claim will. Do what?
I know, I saw that one.
What about
I may get it. What are you talking about?
About what's on your phone that you're going to lose and you don't care about?
Yeah, because they kept sending me that cloud mess, and I never paid it no attention. So
Cloud mess.
Well, you showed them right now.
So you didn't back up your phone to the cloud, so now you got to start over.
What? Contacts, that's it. I don't have anything.
But now
else.
you got to type them all in again.
Nah.
He ain't got
as
before,
people
Bubba.
call me, I'll add them.
Bubba, he ain't got before.
What about your pictures?
I didn't have no pictures in here that mattered.
What was that?
I had a couple of deer pictures I'd like to have back.
There we go. If you just sign up for the cloud, it'll do it automatically.
I know,
you don't
but
even have to worry
I don't
with
like that. That feels like you're trying to get me or something.
Trying to get
it.
you.
You know what?
That's like,
You know who he is? He's Pawpaw with his money under his mattress.
Yeah.
Ever since I watched Snowden, get it. Y'all go ahead and turn your stuff in.
So act like you're going into the garbage can place now and ask for the new can.
I'm gonna say, hey, I know she's just one lady at this desk.
Okay.
She may know me. I've been in there so much.
Uh-huh.
I've had a lot of can problem. I'm gonna go and say, hey, look, the lid's off. That's back here. I need to get me another one.
So do you take it in with you, or do you leave it in the truck? And
No, I take it in. It's
you have to
outside.
wheel that
No,
thing in?
No, yeah. You don't go in the building. There's a whole gate full of them. They're everywhere.
She's gonna say, "Excuse me, sir."
No, she's going. You back again? You really having a tough
I can't
time.
understand what you're saying. What did you say, sir?
Why is the lid?
Are you allergic to plastic?
No, this is the other one.
Just attack me.
The other one, the can busted. This one, the lid fell off.
You got the lid with you too?
I know it went in the back of the big truck when they dumped it.
Did the storm get it?
No, they dumped it. It went
fell
in
off.
Yeah.
I originally broke it,
rough
pulling
one.
it out of the back of the truck and letting it land on the ground.
So you broke it when you got a new one already, right?
Yeah.
Did you break it since you got it home?
Yeah, but one side was still holding until yesterday.
Did you come off back of that truck a little high?
Wham!
I've noticed Greg has a problem hauling stuff.
He does. He'll break something.
I heard the replay, the best of the sofa.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
Good stuff.
You know what it is?
Precious.
You know what it is? He just about when he's got it finished, he cuts one little corner right there.
Seriously, it's a miracle that can didn't fly out on I-20 this morning.
Yeah, when I saw it, I thought, how did you get that all the way here?
Did you tie it down or anything?
Nah. If you lay it on its side and turn the open end back, you good.
How about this? Y'all catch,
The wind will actually push it, keep it down.
did y'all catch any fish?
No, the fish weren't biting. A few little ones.
Greg,
I
what
think
he thought he
Greg
could
talked
have?
so much yesterday to Gerald. That's why
That's what it
he's
is. Yeah.
He thought he could have a good afternoon with his buddy fishing. That's what he thought, but he realized he couldn't.
We
have
did
that.
it.
Well, what's
Except for
happened?
my phone.
See, his nephew and my 16-year-old. Anytime he goes to do something with a group, his voice is gone, and he says, "I think there's something wrong with my voice." I said, "No, anybody who shouts and hollers, for 3 and 4 hours will have a voice that's weak." And him and Case got to cutting up yesterday.
You may be right.
Probably hollering at people up on the bank.
That's true.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls, phone calls, phone calls. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we'd love for you to join us right now. Phone calls are coming in. The real Greg Burgess is covering that for us. And you can, I think a lot of you, based on reaching out, let me know how it's going. You hear my enthusiasm when I talk about fieldofgreens.com. Is there a better feeling for you to find out about a new product and then you try it and you're like, oh, whoa. Because let's be honest. I mean, let's just be honest. A lot of times we see products being promoted and we know what the deal is, and you think there's no way that product will ever live up to that. And I know that if I go in with too high of expectations, I'll be disappointed. Mm-hmm. It won't quite deliver. And in this case, it does. It has made a difference on my life. It has given me energy. It has given me clarity. I am feeling better and ready to go do my job every day and to do the other things that we have responsible to, or just having fun or feel called to. And there's a reason why it's not all that complicated. If something needs a certain kind of fuel, What do you say a lot? You ever had this happen? I've had it happen down at the farm. Man, this thing ain't running right. And what will somebody say? Hey, she's probably got some bad gas in it. Right?
Yeah.
You ever had that? You pump in some and had a little water in it or something like that.
Yeah.
Hey, it ain't got the right fuel. And I don't think everybody who says that talks like Gary, but in my case it does. But our body is designed, and it says, I need this fuel. And if you can get that done in your everyday nutrition plan, good. You probably feel the same way. But if you can't, this supplements and says, here's the fruits and vegetables your body needs. Here's some probiotics, here's some prebiotics. This will help your digestive system, which also needs to be healthy. And I'm telling you, I'm in love with this product. And I can definitely tell a difference before I started using it and now that I'm using it. And if you would like to find out more, go to fieldofgreens.com. We'll give you a promo code Bubba, and we'll get you 15% off your first order. And then you try it and see if you don't have the same experience. And thanks to the emails that are already letting us know that. All right, to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let's go to Oz in Georgia. Oz, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How about it, Oz?
Praying for you, Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
Everything's going great down here. Just got through some storms. But I just wanted to tell you from what my experience is that whenever they're on the road, they have to set up a special tent with white noise to even view these documents and talk about them. I'm not saying all those documents are that way, but some of them were. But the only way he could get those, Basement Joe could get those papers out would be like Hillary's buddy. You just stick the papers down in his britches and haul buggy.
Yeah, so you're saying these are treated with a high degree of security, so much so that sometimes even when they're discussed, they create white noise where no one could be eavesdropping. Mike in Tennessee. Mike, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, Biggins. Hey, I listen 5 hours a day, every day.
Thank you.
Son has a podcast of his own, but I listen to Rick and Bubba before I listen to his. I just wanted to say that.
Who has a podcast? We didn't hear who.
Say it again.
My son has a podcast.
Oh, your son.
Friday morning,
Yeah. Okay, got you. All right.
and I'm like, I'm going to listen to Rick and Bubba's 5 hours, and then I'll listen to yours.
There you go.
Anyway, let's talk about Biden for a second. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I don't play one on the radio here, and I believe that the Biden team is just corrupt. The whole family is just corrupt as the day is long. But let's say I was a conspiracy theorist. What if Biden went rogue against Podesta and Soros and all the people behind him, and they're trying to cut his legs out from under him now because they see that they can control Kamala Harris better, and not to mention the fact that he's probably not electable anymore. What if they're cutting his legs out from under him? What if they're the ones doing all this stuff behind the scenes because he went rogue against them, and now they can't control him anymore?
Well, I'm gonna break that down. I think you took what I would say one step too many, and that is I think that you could just back up one step. He's not even coherent enough to go against anybody. What's happened is what is plausible is that the party. And you said it in your comments, they don't think he's electable again. So they've got to come up with some way that they don't just say he's not electable, that he has to be removed. Now, that's plausible.
Yeah.
I don't know about all this, I went against those that are pulling the strings. I'm not sure you're –
Okay.
I don't think he's coherent enough to even do that.
Can I remind you of something, though? This supposedly he had access to these when he was the vice president. He was vice president with Obama for 8 years.
Right.
Then he was totally out of politics for 4 years. So these documents have been laying around in there because he's already been president 2 years. So we know at the very best 6 years, more than likely, let's say if it was a middle, that would be 4 more. They've been lying around for a decade in his garage, in his office at UPenn or whatever that thing was, that think tank. A decade they've been laying around. And now we're just discovering them. Hey, I'll tell you this: the timing is bizarre. Now I don't know, like you said, I don't think the Republicans have motivation to run him out of there. If anything, it's the Democrats.
Yeah, no doubt. That's plausible.
But you got to admit, okay, so let's say this too: I work for Joe Biden. I'm on his payroll. I'm an attorney. I go in and he says, clean this room out for me. I find classified documents. Do I call the police, so to speak, the DOJ? Or do I gather them up, put them in a folder, and, Mr. President, I think you left something behind. You need to be careful with this.
Well, now,
who, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they weren't left where they are yesterday or a couple weeks ago.
No, and that was one thing that
It is
John
weird.
Pierre
It is
was
very
was
weird.
bragging about was his lawyers went straight to the archives and said, "Hey,
course
this is
they
what
didn't.
we found." No,
Well,
But-
and
but-
they kept it under wraps
well-
with an election about to happen that it
Right.
would have been a key component.
and they knew
of
about the
election.
garage stuff
Right.
a month or so ago and claimed they're being transparent, but didn't bring that up until it was leaked. So let me ask you this though: do you find it odd that his lawyers who found them said, "You don't want to know, don't ask what's on them. We're not going to tell you." You know, like why would they do that? I mean, what are the classified
Well, let me
documents
ask you this:
about?
the people who found them,
Yeah,
if
his
they don't
lawyers.
have security clearances, we've got a break of protocol there, right?
Yeah. And I know some of you.
And I'll say this about the Trump raid: did the FBI agents who raided that have clearance to look at the documents they were picking up and tagging as evidence?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just you're just talking about a slippery slope you go down on this. But look, I really personally my feeling is that if classified documents are supposed to be held in classified areas and not taken out, then we got a problem. Why are all these documents floating around everybody's house?
Right.
Garage?
Yeah.
I mean, what the heck? What is going on? Who is letting these documents out of secured areas?
And for some of you that still, and I know there may be 6 of you, that could still have the ability to critically think. Okay, I can hear you saying, rightfully so, well, if y'all think they think he's not a plausible candidate, why did they protect him at the midterms? We didn't. We were protecting the midterms. In all fairness, back when they put him up for candidate, they hated Trump so bad. And I think, in all fairness, I don't think they realized the state of his cognitive skills where they had gotten, because it's gotten worse since he was debating. But
Rick, I know some Democrats behind the scenes. We like to get together and mix it up every now and then. They are absolutely horrified every time he goes to the microphone.
Well, yeah,
and they don't want him as a candidate.
Trucker in Alabama. Trucker, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, this is Jeff. Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, Bubba. They were talking about the on Tucker Carlson, the COVID test and the effect on athletes, and they had like 20 so deaths in the European Athletic Association, but since the COVID test and the shot, the virus, they've had over 1,500 deaths from heart attacks. So,
y'all, something is going on.
You've got that news.
Something is going on. I had an email today that had a link, Rick, I think you got it too, to 13 news stories. Yeah. Okay, individual news stories about young athletes
I did see that.
having cardiac arrest or strokes. It's just totally out of it, just doesn't make any sense.
And I like how that emailer handled it, and I want us to do this more and more. It wasn't as somebody said. Every single individual, here's the link to the story about their death.
Right.
You know, and it
was an independent story on every single one of them.
Yeah, and that was very comprehensive, which was good. We'll be back. And concerning, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're getting some more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Golden ticket seats, first ones in 2023, are joining us at a little after the top of the hour. So look forward to saying hello to those of you that may be pulling up in the parking lot as we speak. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you've heard me on the air talking about Camtastic a lot, young Broderick's girlfriend, and we just love her to death. And one of the things that she was telling me, and every time we travel, like if she joins us, we have to position her in a certain seat in the automobile because she gets motion sickness. And I was
terrible feeling.
I was talking to her, and I said, well, have you heard about Relief Band? And she said, yes. She said, as a matter of fact, I actually got me one, and she's like, we always talk about all the time, if it works, I don't really need to know how. And she said it really, really has helped me. And some products are just worth not going after cheap alternatives. And she talked about that. She said there's a lot of things out there for those of us with motion sickness, and they just don't work. But when you are getting nausea, is there a worse feeling on the planet than when, hey, I'm nauseous right now? And you want that to end. And so a lot of times you'll just go out and try anything, but let me help you with Relief Band. A Relief Band is the #1 FDA-cleared anti-nausea wristband that has been clinically, and this is all caps, clinically proven to quickly relieve and effectively prevent nausea and vomiting associated with motion sickness, anxiety, migraines. And for those of you out there that maybe you started moderating and you got away from you got a hangover, morning sickness, if you're with child, sometimes, Bubba, and we've seen this firsthand, chemotherapy. Yep. All the nausea that goes with that. So you can use your Relief Band, and you also can check it out, find out everything you want to know, and say goodbye to the nausea pills and that make you groggy and exhausted. And get the Relief Band, which is legitimately a band you wear on your wrist to give you the relief from nausea. So if you want the band that actually works at relieving nausea, you need to go right now and get a 20% off plus free shipping and the no questions asked 30-day money-back guarantee. If it doesn't help you, you get your money back. So head to Relief Band. That's reliefband.com and use our promo code BUBBA. Real simple. 20% off your Relief Band, and you'll get free shipping. Again, reliefband.com, promo code BUBBA, 20% off plus free shipping. This may be the answer that you're looking for. Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I am dandy. I hope everybody else is doing good. We have, at least in our part of the country, what appears to be winter's last stand today.
Well, yeah, we go back. I felt so bad for my wife yesterday, and she is just so pleased because undoubtedly while we were gone out of the country, it warmed up a little bit, and it got a little spring-like. And, I mean, our home, flowers are blooming. The azaleas, which, we have a little bit of a bone of contention between my wife and I because azaleas look beautiful for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
They're nice, though, when they're out there.
There's a 5-minute moment where they're really beautiful, and then they just go ugly for the rest of the year. I mean, is it worth?
And we seem to be okay with that.
Yeah. Now, that moment they give you is a beauty.
It is.
I mean, but it just doesn't last.
Well, we went through this last week. We were planting some things at the house, and I was totally, Amanda said, I want to get a couple of azaleas to go over there. Why? We need something that's going to last, that's going to look a little better for a little longer.
You're right.
And I don't know what that is, but
I
love azaleas. To me is Masters Week, but it only lasts.
No, it doesn't last long.
I mean, it's not the same.
You talk about a flower that gives you a glorious run, but it's a short one. Mm-hmm. And when it goes bad, it goes ugly.
It may be the shortest run of beauty.
Oh, yeah. But right now, they're blazing. I mean, they're going. Everything at our house is blooming. Mm-hmm. And I told her, I said, you realize we got a freeze coming. She's like, what?
Oh, I know.
And I said, oh, yeah. And I mean, they just pollen everywhere. Greg couldn't talk yesterday, but
I don't know what happened.
Then all of a sudden we get a freeze.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got that going on.
Maybe to kill some snakes or something.
Yeah.
That's the positive part because they're out roaming around already.
We'll
yeah. They can't even let you have Easter. You know.
I know. I've seen about 10 on the way.
Yeah, you can't have Easter. You can't have nothing really.
Right out in front of your car.
Did you think you could have something? Did you?
Well, that was my mistake. It was on me.
We'll unpack the bizarre YouTube shooter.
Wow. Have you seen some of her videos?
I haven't. So I didn't know anything had happened, and I get up today and get ready for work, and then I started seeing updates. This is typical me. I'm seeing updates on a story I don't know anything about. So I'm like, all right, people are
very
updating.
strange.
I missed a step. I don't know what happened. Who is this YouTube shooter?
Well, it's a very strange story,
Yeah,
Rick.
it
We'll
is.
try to kind of unpack it, and it does.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The No Name Studio, big boy statue, got it just like he likes it. looking on things that you need to know. Real Greg Burgess today in Birmingham, Alabama, 11 to 1, Henry Hoover Auto Mall. He's got breakfast for you. Got lunch for you. Go hang out with the Real Greg Burgess today. Catch some good deals too. And then tomorrow, Speedy in Birmingham too. Publix Greenwise Market, 10:30 to 12:30 local time in Mountain Brook. Always get the T in Mountain Brook. He'll be there tomorrow, all in the land of 104.7 WZZK. Also, I'll let you know that the Man Church Conference has 10 tickets left. That's in February at the end, the 24th and 25th. In Oxford, Alabama, near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near Perfect. And 10 tickets remain for it to be an official sellout. So there are some, if you have said, I meant to go and I got away from me, you can still go grab those, but you need to grab them soon. And we're going to have an incredible weekend together and much needed, as we say at themanchurch.com. Reach and disciple men, change everything. All right, so Bubba, we talked about entrepreneurs. Would you like to meet the American who invented Band-Aids?
You know, I saw that story, and you don't ever think about things we use every day, like who invented it?
Who invented the Band-Aid is a biggie. Always have Band-Aids around.
Oh yeah,
always have them around. So the genius in simplicity, which makes the Band-Aid one of the most brilliant inventions in human history, a little adhesive tape and some cotton.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Boom.
He was a cotton buyer and devoted husband, Earl Dixon. Unfortunately, he's got 2 marks against him, and he has to be eradicated from all history. He used and dealt with cotton, and some of that cotton was likely in a field. So, it could be that we can't celebrate the Band-Aid, but the Band-Aid's a biggie, and it's still around. This is one of those things that you see, and there's been, but correct me if I'm wrong. Some things are so simple but yet so perfect, they don't really require any future upgrades.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty much in the form that it was in when he put it all together.
And did you see why he invented
No,
it? We talk about necessity being the mother of invention.
Absolutely, yeah.
He says he quickly realized that his new bride seemed to have a constant habit of nicking her fingers while working in the kitchen, and he thought big bandages he was using to help her treat them were too large and clumsy.
How about that?
So he found the inspiration for Band-Aid in his own kitchen.
Yeah. How about that?
Is that not funny?
It is. And so he so Johnson & Johnson apparently already had adhesive tape and gauze, and he combined them to make the first adhesive bandage.
Right.
Because he threw the cotton to it.
Yeah,
too.
he was an
That
employee for them, and
Yeah,
then
right.
Worked his way up, I think, to be VP there or something. But it's really kind of crazy because, to your point, Rick, I guess maybe the advancements would be waterproofing now and some other things that help a little bit. They have a blister version and all that. But the
Some of the aloe vera already.
but the concept,
antibiotics
the concept has stayed the same.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really incredible.
Yeah.
So this is the thing about a Band-Aid. And Speedy, you mentioned it earlier, and I've mentioned it many times. When you are blessed to have a good hairy coating on your body, the Band-Aid, Rick, is a monster.
It is.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
To the point that even when I had my stay in the hospital back fourth quarter last year, surgery, removal of liver, part of it, all
goodness,
that.
Bubba.
The worst part is when they pull the things holding the IV Band-Aids or some kind of wrap or tape off of your hairy arm. That hurts worse than anything.
Okay, let me ask you
I
this.
dread that worse than anything.
Because you were asking me in the break yesterday, are there certain things that you just despise, that you just hate,
Right.
that just bring a rage out of you?
Right.
And one of those is being pinched. I cannot stand to be pinched. I hate to be pinched. Does this ripping of the bandage bring on that same feeling?
Rick,
no,
let me
like
tell you.
you kind of want to pop whoever did it?
It brings on a response that I feel bad the way I've acted sometimes
There you
about
go.
it, but
That's
it's
what I'm asking.
uncontrollable.
That's what I'm
It will
asking.
be that way again. I can't take hair being pulled, chest hair, arm hair, all that. I mean, there are people that like to joke and do that sometimes, and
Yes.
unfortunately, hit somebody one time a little harder than I should. Did that, but it was a reflex.
You couldn't help it.
Yeah.
And to the point now when I go and I know I've got to go to the doctor and I know an IV is going to be involved, I will shave my whole arm. I just shave my whole arm. Go, no, I'm not dealing with that one today.
Right.
And it comes off so much easier if we don't have the hair on.
Yeah.
I mean, I did both last time, because I didn't know which arm they were going to go for. I said, well, I'm not taking a chance.
I was talking earlier about the kids and how because it's a big deal if one of your kids has a cut and they've got a Band-Aid on, it's ripping it off. They're like, no, Daddy, don't do it.
Oh yeah.
And don't you want to?
I would always distract them. Like, now what's that over there?
Oh, I hate that quick rip too.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, you
I
got
hate
to.
that.
You
I hate
the
slow. I hate the quick. But every time you say Band-Aid, don't you want to sing the Band-Aid song?
Yeah.
You talking about good marketing?
Band-Aid.
I'm stuck on Band-Aid because the Band-Aid stuck on me.
Hey, ho. Can I tell you this? When you know you've got a product too, we even now use it as an analogy of let's get to the point. When you're dreading something, well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off.
Or Rick, what about, even
by the way, I prefer a rip Band-Aid
even
off.
in
Let's
business
go.
or engineering, you say, look, just put a Band-Aid on it.
Right.
Let's just get to tomorrow.
Right,
you know?
That's,
oh, gosh, that scene there.
Right, you don't want to see that, dude. This is one of the great moments of, me having heritage, from Indians. We're a smooth people.
Right.
And so I don't have a lot of body hair.
I'm a forest person.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. A snow-covered forest now.
But Bubba, back to your point with like nurses.
If we flew a drone over Bubba's body, we could see his skin.
You could weave an Indian blanket.
I've been there, and a nurse goes to grab it, and she's like, "Okay, what do you prefer?" Sometimes some of them ask you, "Are you a ripper? Do you want me to rip, or do I go gentle?"
Right.
You know what I do?
And some of them get behind it with some scissors and cut the hair. They really try.
Mm-hmm.
I have to hold my mouth because I don't know what I'm going to say.
Oh.
It's that bad.
Well,
it's totally out of control.
It's funny how body hair is laid out on different humans, and it is true. I can't remember the first comedian that said it. How cruel it is when you get older, where you want hair leaves and where you don't want it grows.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
And now
why'd you look at my head when you said that?
I'm at the Brian Regan thing now, where every now and then I'll just have an eyebrow that's sticking out into the universe like an antenna. But or
it looks like somebody fertilized the hair in your ear.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And but Speedy, his arms, you told
me I look like an orangutan.
It does because it's red.
It's mostly blonde.
Yeah. I meant that
here.
If you had a different hair color, I'd have used another animal.
Yeah.
But it's just that
I'm glad I have long sleeves on.
It's red hair. There's a lot of hair on Speedy's arms.
Adler would be zooming in right now.
Sorry, buddy. Just for the show.
But think about your eyebrow hair. Back to your point, Rick, the one that sticks straight out. Did it grow overnight, or did I just miss it while it was growing?
I know.
They must grow fast.
It's happening to me too.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you have a 3-incher on your forehead.
You'll trim them too, and it's a week later, and you got one out there, trying to pick up signals from
it's
space.
like a spider web overnight. What happened here?
It is weird. Does it grow slowly and we just don't catch it?
I think it gets twisted down in there and hides.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Ask a question today that we'll have to try to seek an answer to.
Right. Well, it also ties into a conversation I was telling the guys in the break as we get ready to start this hour. I literally we've had, anytime people go out and start talking shop, what do you do for a living? I do this, I do that. And of course, we're always sitting there feeling like good ones,
Yeah.
You're sitting there talking to, here's an orthopedic surgeon talking to, a NASA, space, putting together rockets and all that. And then you're just sitting over waiting on it to come around to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a DJ.
Yeah. I spin a wheel of meat. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Aren't you saying? So anyway, and
I've quit announcing myself as a DJ, Rick. I tell them I'm a situational entertainer.
Well, that's true. But
an SE.
I'm always asked, and I tell them there's three groups that are unreasonable and scary, and I say it is the animal rights movement, which we have today. I said, and I'm not talking about somebody who just likes animals. I'm talking about the fringe, crazed. Animals are more important, and I wish we all could be like animals, and I worship animals. The LGBT, LMNOG movement, not people who are struggling or just have a different point of view than me. I'm talking about the activists that are out there. Their attacks are vicious, and
And I said, then, of course, number 3, Auburn and Alabama football fans.
Yeah. Right.
And those are the 3 most unreasonable, most crazed people that we deal with. I mean, you can't reason with them. Yeah, I mean, and everything you're saying is like you might as well just be saying it to a wall because, you're wrong, they're right, and there's no moving them. And so anyway, we'll unpack this very weird YouTube shooter.
We've got that. We've also got another challenge, which will also ask another question today, Rick, about our millennials and their take on life.
Yeah, we had a millennial conversation at the house night before last. Funny you said that. The YouTube shooter.
All right, let's try to work through this. She's 39 years old, Iranian descent. She lived in the San Diego area, and Rick apparently was a pretty prolific YouTuber who made money off of her YouTube account. And she was claiming that that YouTube was censoring her account, and they were hurting her and costing her followers or viewers or whatever they call it, and, of course, money at the end of the day. So she goes in to their headquarters in the Bay Area and shoots 3 people, 1 guy, 2 girls, and it apparently is over this what she calls dictatorial new policies. Now, she is an animal rights, left-wing, out there supporter, okay? So, by the measuring stick that our national media has been using, should we hold PETA responsible for this like they have held the NRA responsible for the other shooting?
I mean, if you want to be consistent, we probably wouldn't go down that road. But if you're a person who goes down those roads on the NRA, how do you say that this is not part of it either? And plus, we need to take a long look at these animal rights people. It looks like they're dangerous.
I mean, are we listing them as potential terrorists?
I'm gonna tell you, look, they're whack jobs. I've dealt with them. They're out there, buddy.
Well, sure they are. But we wouldn't go that route. But that's just how ridiculous some of this blaming the NRA is too.
No, it is. I mean, but you think about it though. If you come from a mindset, because she's obviously off and evil,
she killed herself, by the way.
Yeah, and she's they say if you look at her YouTube videos, you will see that the flags were waving.
Mm-hmm. Imagine her being an animal rights psycho mixed with Lady Gaga kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's really bizarre what I've seen.
Yeah, well, though, we've seen it because we've received the emails and been put on back when they used to have those boards. Remember, somebody put you on a board.
Oh, yeah.
And the animal rights people that are on the fringe, for some reason, they're obsessed with anybody who hunts. They want the hunter to be killed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, they don't just want you to stop hunting. They want you to be dead. Yeah. Which to me is a little bit of now we're beyond disagreement. But but anyway, and we've gotten those emails and we've seen those things. But here's the thing that Speedy brought up, and we keep seeing this trend that maybe I just don't understand. Maybe because I admit I'm not in law enforcement, so maybe I'm ignorant to what they can and cannot do. Mm-hmm. It never fails. One time you're told, well, there's nothing you can do about this, and then the next day you hear, well, there's some things they could have done they didn't do.
Yeah.
This person's dad alerted authorities that he thought his daughter was dangerous.
Yeah.
And he thought that he hadn't seen her in a few days, that she was plotting to go to the YouTube headquarters and kill them.
Correct.
And shoot. And they found her sleeping in her car near the YouTube headquarters, and they didn't do anything with her. Can somebody help me on that one? Law enforcement. I mean, this goes back to the Parkland shooting guy who every flag in the world was waving that this guy needed to be dealt with, including social media.
Right.
And we didn't deal with him. What am I missing on this? Can we not?
And to take it a step further, so they called Monday to say that she's been missing for 3 days, not answering her cell phone, and as you said, they feel like she might do something because she wants to go to the headquarters and
she hates you
all this kind of stuff. So then they call the family Tuesday at 2 a.m. The police do, and report that they found her sleeping in the car.
Why did we not bring her in?
Yeah.
And
say we'd like to talk to you about your dad says
your dad said watch out, you may be going
especially now in the times we're living in now.
Yeah.
Don't you think now you have to take every single hey, I think my kid's a whack job's real serious?
And if you know, and Helmsy brought up a good point off air, because we don't know this, and I think they should take every call serious. But are they getting so many?
I think that's what it is. I think that if you have to answer 100 of them a day.
Is this the alarms going off? And goodness gracious, the alarms going off at the Rick and Bubba studio again. And we get up there, every time we get up there, nothing's going on. Is that?
6 minutes past the hour, and we are so thankful that you are with us. A brand new hour has begun. Much to do going forward on the Rick and Bubba Show today. Don't forget another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a new episode, the first one of 2023, available wherever you get podcasts tomorrow. We'll talk to Jennifer Kreitner, and you'll hear the story of this really unique location, unclaimed baggage. You ever wonder what happens to all the baggage that no one ever claims, or they never can find the person? That answer comes this weekend. So grab that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day. And there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us, and especially our sojourners in here today.
There they are, Bubba. The Elite Eight. Yep, they are here. We also call them the Great Eight.
Yeah, the Elite Great.
It's the first group of 2023, proving in this group right here, proving some things change, but then some things remain the same. And that is that we see new faces, and then we see faces that have made a plan to be with us several times, clinging, knowing that our time is short. So we are thankful that you all are here
and bearing sausage balls.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So what we love,
named a chair after
yeah. And you know, you had us at here are some sausage balls. But let me say this, if you were ever hunting for Rick and Bubba, just throw some sausage balls out in the green field and set up where you can get a clear shot.
And here they come.
And here we come. But I will say this: what you see, what this means is you have people who have kind of that daredevil spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done this before. I'd like to see what this is like.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have those people that are devoted.
Yeah.
They have a devotion to something. I want more of it. And so we have a combination of both here today.
Yeah,
and we welcome you, first timers. Got any first timers? Yeah, I thought y'all. Yeah. So we've got almost half first timers and half veterans.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good mix.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, we'll unpack that a little bit later on. But welcome. And we warn people about this a lot. It's one thing to eat sausage. It's another thing to see how it's made. So you have made the decision to do the latter today. So you may leave here going, man, that was really, I'm really impressed. Or you may leave here going, good goodness.
What in the world?
They really don't exaggerate. They are throwing this thing together. So anyway, that's that. But we're glad you're here. We'll have a lot of fun today. And say hello to Big Boy. He's there to reassure you if you ever get scared.
Yeah. And his eyes aren't following you, even though it seems at times they are.
There he is. Isn't he something?
Nice hair.
Bubba, you know the great thing about having friends is you can always go to them as kind of a sounding board and say, "Help me out a little bit here, okay?"
Right.
And this place right here, you guys, the wisdom that y'all have, to me to have access to all this wisdom
and the brutal honesty that comes with it,
and the brutal honesty that comes with it. I just want to say thank you. Oh. Okay. So here's where I am. If you've been listening to this show for 29 years, you've watched us go through really not being married to married, not having children to having children, having little children to having different age children, all the way up to empty nesters, married children, getting older. I mean, we've gone through all these stages of life, okay, here right before your very eyes and ears. And as I said, sometimes that can be messy. Sometimes it can be a lot of fun. So I'm trying to adapt to this new stage of life that we're in now that really allows a lot of freedom, but also you realize you're not really sure how to maneuver some of it, because before your life was just so, and you're just
planned out every moment.
You would say things like, well, I can't do that. My kids have got this and we got that. And you didn't even worry about it, And so I've put myself in a little bit of a bind on something that we love, and that is deer hunting. We love to deer hunt. And I find myself in a weird position because when the kids were younger, we used them in a way that your kids would beg you to take them hunting.
Right.
And then you could do that and tell them to do that in front of their mother, and then that's just like
it was a pass for you.
It's indefensible.
Yeah, you were using them as cover, basically.
I don't want to go, but look how they're crying.
They want to go again.
And then you always have that kid that ruins it. Dad, why don't you tell us to say this in front of Mom? Hey, we asked you about this 2 days ago. So anyway, so now they're all gone, okay? And so I was kind of kicking around this week about my desire to deer hunt a little more, you know? And so Sherry, and it threw me a bit of a curve, she said, our freezer is full of deer meat because you have killed a doe. We're probably 3/4 of the way through that. You kill Big Six, and that meat is you're going to pick it up this week, which will fill the freezers again. Why exactly are you going?
Oh.
And I was like, well, you know, because I can. They allow you to kill more deer than that.
Yeah.
And
you're helping to manage the herd.
And the great outdoors. And then came the part that kind of got sad. Instead of me being begged by my children to be taken hunting, I'm begging my kids to take me hunting. Because I realize now I can still use them as adults, not as effective, still pretty effective. But I try to move that was a little bit and it's like a little bit. Now I'm the kid, and my adult children are telling me they're too busy. I'm the kid now.
Rick, wait a minute.
Can't we go, son? You know,
you're not going to play cats in the cradle.
And so it is. I'm living out cats in the cradle, and so Sherry said something about about a particular son, and said, well, you know, you and y'all need to get together and discuss some things. And nothing bad, all good stuff.
Father-son stuff.
Well, you know how it is. When you have young adult males, mama cannot get a plan with them at all. Yeah. You know, they're slow to return text. There's many times I've had to text them, and this will be my text. For the love of everything that is good and kind, respond to your mother. Okay? And so, and they know then Dad's going to be real mad if we don't respond. Yeah. That's the end of it. Yeah. And so, and Sherry's learned that. Will you get our sons to respond to me? Okay, what are we dealing with? I'll get my note out. Who's been texted? And I'll take the list, and then I'll drop the hammer.
You're killing me, son.
So I said, gosh, I don't know. I said, man, you know, it's so hard to run him down. And she said, I know, he's so busy. And I said, yeah, you know, it's stage of life. I tell you what, I could put together a hunting trip.
Nail him down.
And that way I can nail him down.
Right.
And talk to him about this. Oh, you know what? So, yeah, that would be good. That way he'd be with you and y'all could talk about. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Good idea, Sherry.
Fantastic idea. And so then I thought to myself, but I know how busy they are. Yeah. Because I've got to come back with the answers on this if I use it. I know how they are. He'll show up right as we need to go out. And then he'll tell me I got to go as soon as we come in. And then other than texting, when we're out in the woods, we're not together. Okay?
So you really won't get the time you need.
I won't get the answers.
Right, you got to have the answers.
But
you almost need to get an overnight stay at Camp House.
You thinking if she's listening? Is that what you're doing?
What do you think the odds are?
No, right now, I think they're good. Right, I think you're okay. I want to hear it. That's what I'm saying.
No, tell y'all this off there.
Well, I'm just saying I don't think
I will
timing
say
is
this.
good for you. That's all I'm saying.
I'll say this. It would be wouldn't be bad to go ahead and just still let that just kind of stay out there.
Yeah.
But try to get that information.
Yeah.
Beforehand. Thank you, Greg.
It's almost like,
I love y'all. I'm so glad I have y'all.
Hey, son, when you
80-year-old Greg just said that.
Thank you, 80-year-old Greg.
When you leave to come down here, call me. I want to run some stuff by you because I know once we get here, we're going to be going out, and I need that answer.
Now, he already has committed one error against me, and he's burned me on Saturday.
Come on.
So now it's going to turn into some after church thing, and I'm saying, well, let's ride together.
Oh,
okay. So
yeah.
So
ride together is a good concept.
Let's ride together.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want y'all to know that I once again have found myself serving the family, and that is getting information that my wife needs from one of our sons and setting up an environment that would accomplish that may also possibly be an afternoon hunt. I mean,
that's not bad. And let me ask you a question. Picking up Big Six, all right?
Need to do that.
Are you going to do that on another day so you can use that? Well, hey, I'm down here. I'm going to go ahead and hunt, I guess.
My plan was that Big Six would be picked up, but you're right. That's a mistake.
That's
a mistake.
Yeah, don't do that same day.
Yeah, I need to go pick up Big Six. That's a separate deal.
Yeah, do you use Gary much? Oh, no.
I think you can start utilizing the potential move.
There you go.
As well.
Got to get down there and check.
There's something that I need to address before we get this stage started.
Yeah.
Hey, now that I'm down here,
that's a lot. By the way.
Hey, now that I'm down here, season's not out yet.
You could always use the storm too. I need to survey everything.
While I'm here, I've also said
that's important.
Though I may not shoot anything, I still need to see how the herd's doing.
And you could use me like one of your sons and say that I'm calling you.
Yeah, I tried that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's going on
well,
here too?
I agree with that, but I would take one.
And I don't know the answer. I
would offer one other opinion. The story of the boy who cried wolf is he keeps talking wolf, and you go and there's not one.
Yeah.
What we're having now is people are crying trouble, and they are trouble.
Well,
you know what I mean. So then you go, but wait a minute. The alarm's been going off, and I've been going over a couple times, and somebody really was breaking in.
Yeah.
So I mean, don't we have to say now? Well, we had some other things that we discarded that ended up on people getting killed. So let's not disregard those anymore.
And I think Greg brought up a good point, too, as we were talking through this in a commercial break. I believe it was. I don't think it was on air. People are just lazy. They don't do their job. They don't follow up.
Right.
And that's part of it, too.
Yeah,
well, you got that with a mix of false alarm. That's a bad recipe.
I think Speedy may be on this, that they're just bombarded with so many, this could be a situation. Because let's face it, there's a lot of idiots out there.
Boy, there are. There are really a lot of people too many.
And there's only so many people that can work this, and they're trying to work through it, but I mean, if I've got 100 people I got to check on today, I may not get to but 50 of them. You know?
And let's say
I write the ones off that are not immediately look dangerous because I got to move on to the other.
It goes back to the school shootings when they said these officers who are already being hired to protect schools. The sad part is for every one officer, there's 5,000 students. So something has to be done to change that.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, but if the dad's calling in and for a couple of reasons, I hadn't found her. She's been missing. Won't answer her cell phone. Oh, by the way. She's probably should be considered dangerous, and she's probably going to head to the YouTube headquarters because she hates the company, and might hurt someone. Yeah, and then you find her sleeping in the car. Does that not give you? Because I don't know what the law is, but doesn't that give you sufficient cause to bring her in, and maybe
or at least search her to see if she's got a gun on her?
Well, we go back to the other thing too, and you saw it, Speedy. I didn't see it, but you saw it with the live coverage. Another thing law enforcement has to keep dealing with is they get so much information that's not correct.
Hey, look, there's a Carl Jr., which is basically a Hardee's that's right beside the YouTube headquarters. That I guess when you're at the drive-through or at that restaurant, you can see over into the courtyard area where a lot of this took place at the YouTube headquarters. And the eyewitnesses that said what they saw was either just made up or. This one guy says that they saw the shooter at the time, they didn't know it was a female, standing over a person, and they think they shot at least 15 times, he counted. I know that person's dead, standing over, shot her at least 15 times. Well, now that it's come out, 3 were shot, and that's sad, but no one killed, but she killed herself. It's just the inaccuracy of the story and the live witnesses was all over the place.
Trying to be sharp.
From a member and connection to the show that has law enforcement background, they say that in many cases, unless that person has made a specific threat, they cannot do anything about it. Family calling saying, hey, they may be off their rocker is not enough.
But didn't the guy say he said she may be a danger to the YouTube people because she's angry with them?
Well, he's saying that, but unless they can track a threat to her, that may be the letter of the law where they have to draw the line in some cases. Now, here on this side of that seems silly. But on the other side with a defense attorney and all that, that's what you're going to run into.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I guess I didn't understand what the dad claimed he told police. I certainly understand what that person said.
He obviously said he thought that she was a threat. But without her making a threat toward them that they could track to her, they may have had their hands tied.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now, past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we're fired up that you are with us today. So, I think what I just described to everybody is another episode of Somebody Help Daddy. But by the way, I got good email on that. People like Somebody Help Daddy. And they love the idea of the future where in the world is so-and-so. And have you and I both decided that our first installment will be the person we talked about?
You know, funny but dangerous. Funny but
no, I said it could be dangerous. I mean, there's you're right. Some of the updates, you know, like
what if some of them don't want to be found?
I know.
Because I already know some of the answers, and if I ask that question, it would really be dangerous.
I know.
You know.
I know. No, you're right. Like some of them will people have already requested that I would say no to. Because, as your point, I know what we would find.
Yeah.
So
I know the answer. Thus, I'm not going to ask the question.
Right. Which is the key, isn't it? All right. So this weekend, not for long, the NFL. We kick off wild card playoff action.
Now, Rick, the NFL has beautifully strung this out over 3 days.
Isn't that good?
So we get a lot of football this weekend. Saturday, you got Seattle and San Francisco, L.A. and Jacksonville. Then Sunday, you got Miami and Buffalo, New York and Minnesota, Baltimore and Cincinnati. And then Monday night, you have Dallas and Tampa Bay. So that's some good matchups.
Can I tell you what? So this is how little I know about the NFL these days. I mean, I know nothing.
Yeah.
I've not seen one game. I had no idea Jacksonville got in the playoff.
Yeah. They beat the Titans.
Everybody.
It came down to one game,
I didn't have any idea.
Winner take all, and they beat the Titans.
Yeah, fumble run back.
Yeah, they did.
Golly.
Defense put them in.
Couldn't believe that happened.
I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
How's the kid playing at Jacksonville? Is he getting better?
Trevor?
Yeah.
Trevor
Sunshine?
Yeah.
Sunshine. That's so true.
Bubba, do you have I know you think the Vikings aren't going to make it. Do you have them losing this weekend or winning?
That's a
this
great
weekend?
question.
Are they going to break your heart later on into it or what?
Oh, I think they win.
You just never know about them. They have this thing lately where they get way behind in the first half. I don't know why we're coming out of the locker room like that.
Yep.
And then having to have some kind of miracle, at the end, end of the game.
It's choking you up.
It is. Just thinking about it.
Yeah. So you got them winning or losing?
If I'm not mistaken, the Giants played them in Minneapolis during the season, right? Didn't they play that already?
Throw all that out.
No idea.
And the Vikings won.
Out, baby.
They won, but barely, if I remember that right. So let's see. Who would they play if they won? And I can tell you. I don't know. They're always potential to lay an egg. You never know. But I think they'll probably get by the first week. I'm going to say they'll win.
There we go. We got it. I saw where they said if it comes down
you
to...
shouldn't have been put in that position, by the way.
Is that bad?
Yes, you shouldn't have put him in that position. I mean, he's
well, I just know
like hand him a plate of Mojo and say, "Well, eat some of it."
Right. Well,
I don't subscribe to all that. I don't play Mojo.
Yeah, you do.
Well,
you don't believe in it, but
not
you
with
take
them.
chances.
Not with them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I was going to say, here's the thing. He's already said they're going to lose. I just wondered what weekend.
Right.
Rick, look, I'm not buying Super Bowl tickets. Okay,
right.
Let's be real.
You're saying it's not going to happen, but you think you may get maybe cruel one more week.
Yeah. Where is the Super Bowl this time? Do you remember?
Oh gosh,
anybody know? I
will get there.
We talked about it earlier. I can't remember.
I have no idea.
I don't know that we did.
I don't even know who's playing halftime. I probably never heard of them.
Yeah, no, we did talk about that, didn't we?
If we talked about it, Bubba, then it's sad we can't remember.
Yeah.
It is.
Let's say we didn't talk about it.
That's why I said. That's exactly why I said I don't think we talked about it.
Isn't it right? Who is it doing halftime?
So everybody's screaming.
We're not exactly the NFL channel, are we?
We're not. We're not. I thought we were just talking about Wild Card Weekend.
Amazing.
I did
we
see
all
what they
got
said.
laptops in front of us.
If it comes down,
I know.
If it comes down,
but you got a phone. Pretty powerful device there laying next to you.
By the way, all that is a mini one.
It is.
I can find it just as quick.
I did see where they said the AFC Championship neutral game site would be in Atlanta. I did say that. Hear that if it came down to that.
The Bengals and Buffalo face each other in that, right?
I thought it was
or whoever
Buffalo and KC. I don't know. Oh my gosh, we're just
Glendale, Arizona, February 12th, 2023.
Oh, so that means everybody will be slipping.
State
if it's in
Farm
Arizona.
Stadium.
That's good. Oh, he slipped again.
Yeah, it took me 6 seconds to Google it, in case y'all are wondering.
That's the same one. Used to be University of Phoenix.
Yeah, it's a cool stadium.
Yeah, been there.
Natural
where the
grass.
rolls in.
Yeah, natural grass, but it's inside. They roll it out to grow it and then mow it and bring it in. And people slip on it all the time.
Greg does that at his house.
He does.
People don't know.
All right, it's if the Bills and Kansas City Chiefs make the AFC title game, it'll be in Atlanta.
Okay.
So this
And that's because of the game,
right?
Canceled in week 17.
By the way, he's been totally discharged, right?
Yeah.
Last I heard, DeMar Hamlin has gone home.
Yeah.
No way he plays football again, right?
I don't know. We never heard.
I think he does.
Rick, we have not heard what happened to his heart or what they think happened or was it damaged and what I really thought we were going to hear more about that, which makes me think that there's a keep it on the down low.
Well, here's what we know. We know that HIPAA violations don't allow anyone else to tell us but them, his family, right?
Right. But they could release
But
it.
they could. Yeah, you're right. They could. So
unless they've been told not to.
Yeah. And I did see where Tua.
Why not? We saw. I mean,
keep it down home. Good.
Look, we don't need panic because you did this.
Keep it down home. Good.
We got people dropping like flies.
Well, there's
everywhere.
a couple of things. There's that, but then there's also the other end. Hey, everybody's trying to cancel this game anyway. The left. I know we have a funny story today, and I sent y'all that to Team Rick and Bubba. Forgot about that. That's something we can do. When the left gets caught in a dilemma, they don't know who to pull for.
Yeah,
in the playoff.
that is good.
Yeah,
when it's left on left.
I thought that was a
crime.
Babylon Bee at first, Rick.
I did too, but also shows you another thing you got to watch out for. But the NFL doesn't need any more football kills people.
Yeah,
and then you get on the other bunch. We don't need any of this kills people either.
Right.
So they're kind of caught in a tough space here, aren't they?
Yeah.
But,
speaking of playoffs,
you're right. Yeah. So
we got to check on Ryan because I see where Tua was not cleared.
Yeah, he's done.
So they're looking to their third string quarterback, Skylar Thompson from Kansas State.
So did he get hurt again?
Well,
he get hurt again.
Yeah.
Wow, he'll get hurt.
Concussion.
There's just concussion.
He gets hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to be real careful about coming back.
No question.
At any time.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of music, I certainly understand, and I realize that we're turning into kind of, and Bubba says for me to speak for myself, so I will, that I'm turning into kind of an old fogey. I get that.
Not me, pal.
I'm getting older, got a little gray in the beard. You know, I like to.
Thank you for laughing so hard, ma'am.
I like to call it wisdom, and hey, baby, it was earned. You know, and but anyway, I certainly understand that people like to be unique. The only problem is if you're doing the same thing all the other unique people are doing, you cease then to be unique. But I'm going to be unique by looking like everybody else.
Right.
But
the great saying, I want to be unique like everybody else.
Right. What I say to my kids, if you want to go unique, here's an idea. Have a sensible haircut, have no tattoos, no piercings, and be a devout follower of Jesus Christ. You do that, you will truly be unique. But I certainly understand that some people like a little edge on them. But I believe that if you're going to step out there and try to be a little edgy, and we've all been our little young times. You know, I wore a mullet once. Okay, we've all done it. But what I'm saying is don't do something that just violates all understanding of how could anyone ever look in the mirror and say, you know what, that looks fantastic. I'm out on the edge, and I am rocking something here. And I was watching The Voice last night, and this guy's incredibly talented.
Boy, is he.
And I looked forward to, and I liked the song choice because I liked a little, Rufus and Shaka Khan. I mean, we all did out of the funk era. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, Rick.
Tell me something good. Tell me. And so I thought, well, this guy's going to be really groove. I got to watch this. And he's up on the keys, and I kept noticing there was something on his head, and I kept leaning in. I'm looking at one of my sons. I said, "Has he got a hat on?" And is that? It looked like a little hat, like a
little organ grinder hat or something.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that, and I'm like, I don't think that's a hat. And I lean in, and it looks like that it's like either a weave or some sort of hair, but he circled it and curled it up like the emoji that stands for a pile of dung. I mean, that little like DQ.
Their chocolate dipped cone. It's got the swirl on it.
It looks.
Now,
like,
that's two extreme examples. I realize
it looks like somebody squatted and dropped one on his forehead, and it curled up.
Yeah.
And you think to yourself, all right, if I want to be edgy, picture this. Somebody said, now here's some hairstyles you could go with. You could go with dreads. A lot of people wearing dreads. I'm not sure how unique that is. Okay. You could go with bald. I don't think I want to be bald. A lot of people bald now. No offense, Speedy. You used to be edgy, but
thanks,
now,
buddy.
Just
I had
like
a red mullet at one time.
I think I'll grow a beard now. Beards, everybody's growing beards now. That's not unique anymore. And somebody said, now there's one thing you could do. You could look like somebody pooped on your forehead. And he says, you know what? That's what I'm going to go with. Look at this hair thing. His name's Terrence something.
Terrence Cunningham is his name.
But I want you to. Now he's talented as he can be, but I want you to look.
Does he always wear it this way?
Yeah. Every time I've seen him, I've only seen it a couple of times, but now he is. I mean, dropping the funk right now. Let's don't fault him for that. But it's curled up on his forehead.
I can think about. He almost.
How would you do that,
Rick? He almost looks like James Harden.
Yes,
and I would like to see this James Harden playing basketball with his haircut.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Are y'all
something glued to his head?
I mean, do you see what I'm looking at?
What are we doing here?
God, why would anybody
it takes
go
away
with
from
it?
how
What's
good
in
he
that?
is.
What's in the hole in the middle?
I guess anything you want.
That's what I'm saying. You can fill it with
his
water.
car keys, maybe. Maybe puts his keys in there. I don't
phone,
know.
keep his phone up.
Chocolate syrup.
I mean, guys,
he could put it like
you do realize this guy. This tells you once again, people usually don't hang around the kind of people we do. Because if one of us walked in with that, you're
Adler, take that shot again. See, it looks like something rolled up.
Yeah, is it a weave?
So is that is that some kind of long ponytail?
So if he
type
lets
thing?
that down, he just got.
All right, I'm going back.
I don't know.
Come out, Ad. I'm gonna see if there's.
But
other
like you say,
images.
though, it's placed in the middle of his forehead. You don't have hair right
What do we
there.
do? You could even put it on the back of it.
Okay.
And look, I don't like man buns, but you could live with it. At least you go, I understand what he's doing here.
Yeah.
What is it doing on his forehead?
Yeah, that is exactly what it is.
What
Rick.
is he doing on his forehead?
He's basically pulled his hair up into that little ball
And put it on his forehead?
Yeah.
Okay. But he's put it on his forehead.
Yeah,
that's a much better look.
Yeah,
now, you look like Sherman for the Seahawks, but still, you know what I mean. It's a better
Predator.
Yeah. That's a better look.
He's done a forehead bun.
But don't put it there. But don't put it on your forehead. It looks like somebody took a dump on your forehead.
Yeah, that would not be my call with a look to go with.
Tell me something good.
And all I can think about is his head.
We'll be back. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we thank you for being with us. And there comes the phone troll music. That means all 10 lines are now available. And you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And so if you move right now, bam, go. You'll get in. And then because of the phone troll format, which is a different kind of phone segment, because it won't allow you to exceed 30 seconds. This allows a lot of people to get on. And it also makes it impossible because we don't want to waste this time with meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, or baby predictions. None of that's allowed here. This is about, I got a comment to make. Hey, I got a comment on that, man. Or I want to bring up a question, or I'd like to ask you guys something. You can do that. So go to 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is standing by ready to go. He'll get you lined up. Relief Factor, love the product. Fell in love with it years ago. Talking even yesterday with somebody else who said, man, this product, it really delivers. Now, there is one side I've noticed. If I ever mess up and forget it, I can sense that too. It's 100% natural, research-based formula, created to help combat the root causes of inflammation and the pains from exercise, overexertion, aging, and just everyday living. Mm-hmm. Hey, living's hard. So Michael, who listens to us, Bubba, out of the free state of Florida, he said, I'm writing to let you know that Relief Factor helped me to almost completely eliminate my elbow pain when I couldn't find any other solution. It's a great product. It has helped me with a lot of other aches and pains that I've had as well. Since I started Relief Factor with a quick start pack, and that's how you get started, 5 weeks ago now, which means he's reordered, I feel like I actually have more energy too, and I feel better all the way around. Me too. So if you'd like to get yours, that's $19.95. It'll get you 3 weeks, 4 botanicals, all natural. You can take it every day. All these botanicals have shown on their own that they help in the area of inflammation. They're kind of like the Avengers in a super package, all four together. And the overwhelming majority of people that order the Quick Start Pack, they order more. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know if it works, and I hope it does for you too. Go to relieffactor.com. Anonymous out of South Alabama.
Anonymous.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning. Y'all were talking about the Band-Aids on hairy skin. My dad was covered in hair like a bear, and he had broken his ribs. This was like 50 years ago. And the doctor put that this mesh around him, and when he went to take it off, he just told the doctor, just grab both hands and pull. Well, y'all can just imagine what happened. So I can feel your pain there.
Oh, me. Ouch. We got to take Band-Aids off Esau. Oh, my goodness. So, thank y'all for getting that. Some people in Bible studies in here. Brian, you could see the ones that are not. What's he talking about? Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, Rick, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
Good. Hey, I had a question that's just been eating me up for a while. You know, every morning before Bubba comes in, you do the introduction, and you say the inventor of pizza in a cup.
Yes.
And I wanted to know where that came from.
Well, Bubba was on the air talking about it. You know, something similar appears in the movie The Jerk with Steve Martin, but that was kind of a different approach. Bubba was saying, we talked about, and I know, shocking on this show, foods that are easy to eat while you're driving and foods that are not.
Right.
And Bubba came up with the invention of taking a piece of pizza and actually putting it in a cup.
I eat all kind of things in a cup
Right.
while I'm driving.
And talking about that you could enjoy pizza out of a cup if you'll just prepare it right.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to eat a taco driving?
It's impossible.
Oh, it can't be done.
I end up with more of it in the floorboard than in my mouth every single time.
Yeah, I think to myself, I guess if I wanted to have a meat lap, this is the way to go.
You better go burrito.
Covered in cheese
Right.
and all. So, I've even done tacos in a cup. I'll do cereal in a cup. A lot of things. It's just the only way to eat driving.
Yeah, and I will say this though,
that's a great time to eat.
You're right. Of course, one time I was trying to eat Taco Bell driving. I got out and my wife said, "How'd you get sand all over you?" So is that meat? But anyway, so we continue. Let's go to Andrew out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I didn't know if I missed it this week, but I was just curious. Did y'all see where Tim Tebow got into the College Football Hall of Fame?
I did see that.
Yes.
Yeah, and
quite an honor.
Deservedly
and
so.
Well so.
Yeah, I don't think there was anybody voted against that induction.
Nice haircut.
Greg, it is a nice haircut, but I mean, and by the way, let's just admit, Greg and Tim Tebow, I mean, if Greg was on Tebow's team, Tebow would have got on his nerves.
Yeah, I mean, nothing against him, but the hollering and carrying on like that
nothing
famous
against
speech.
him, but
yeah, well, the hollering.
Well, that don't motivate me.
Greg and I weren't really rah-rah people. I was never. I walked onto the field with nothing on my face, no paint, no armbands, no gloves.
There, look, it's Helmsy.
Yeah, right. And and I
why
did.
don't you like that haircut?
You like that haircut?
Because he can't pull it off.
Is it a mohawk?
I can't.
Is it a mohawk?
It's turned
it's
into
almost
one.
a mohawk.
It's turned into one.
I may do that next time.
Yeah. But bottom line is, and it's fine if you're a rah-rah person.
No,
Greg and I just weren't really.
When he gave his speech,
By the way,
Greg, we would have said, lighten up, Tim.
Special guest today, 80-year-old Greg.
Yeah. Who was that said a minute ago?
I'm out. I'm trying to.
Somebody said it sounds like a combination of something. I forgot what it was, but it was
I'm sure
funny.
it's something smart
Here it is. Greg's raspy voice sounds like a mix of Biden and Whoopi Goldberg.
That's nice.
But
it's like a half hawk, like a half mohawk.
Who's talking?
Tim Tebow.
Yeah. There.
So it's not cut that close on the other side?
It's not.
No.
Oh, really?
That's weird.
It's just one side.
That is strange.
So it's like he was holding his head out of a train and the train went by the other way?
Just
That's
one side.
something like
That's
that.
hilarious. But I would have liked to have been on the field with Tim, and I'd like to have him as my quarterback. And we're needing to win and get the ball in the end zone. I love him for that. And I'd have had to avoid him in the dressing room a little bit.
So if he could get you down the field and score that, would you put up with the?
Yes,
I would.
rah-rah?
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I
a
can.
deal breaker.
I can excuse myself from that. That's not a big deal.
That wasn't a deal. They said it was a lion.
Come get Papa some sugar.
I can deal with it.
We continue. Let's go to.
Look at you. I wish I was a gator with him.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
That's a good part. I'll tell you.
Happy Friday to all you gentlemen.
Thank you.
And I just got a simple question. Joe Biden's Corvette. Why hasn't he sold that thing? It burns fossil fuels.
I know. Why is he hanging on?
That thing hadn't been changed over to battery, has it?
What is he trying to destroy the world? Creating climate? Let's go to Keith. Keith, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious. Nobody's really talking about Lisa Marie Presley and her heart problems that she had. What I'm curious is, wonder if she had the vaccination, and this is something they're just not talking about.
Well,
y'all have at it.
We actually did talk about it in the first hour today, and that's why you don't miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba show.
Yep.
But in all fairness, I hear what you're saying. I understand there's some concerns out there with younger people than her. But I will say, if you look at the way she lived her life, you look at
her family history,
her genetic family history on heart disease, it's more likely that it has nothing to do with whether she had the vaccine or not. In this particular case,
right?
Other cases, it might be different. We continue. Let's go to Richard in Montgomery, listening to I-92. Richard, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Do you remember that orange juice commercial back years ago? Talking about Greg's voice, and Jimmy's mom wants him to drink his orange juice, and he said he would hear it if it came from Robert Loggia. And he opens the door, and Robert Loggia goes, "Your mother's right, Jimmy."
I don't remember that, but
total blank.
Anybody remember that? Anybody remember that? No, I'm sorry. I think you probably are onto something, but I just didn't. This is it. Now, Cass, I agree with you. Cass, go ahead.
Hey, I've just got to hear Greg say something this morning. That raspy voice, man. I want to hear him say, "Give him the heater, Ricky."
Oh, yeah. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, that is good. That one's spot on. And the other one may be too. We just don't remember.
I like the way he keeps growling.
Give him the heater, Ricky. Let's go to Corey, North Carolina. Corey, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. I had a question. Recently, I played a prank on my wife, and it seemed pretty innocent. She told me she had a phobia about something that it wasn't anything dangerous, like I'm claustrophobic, but it was a phobia that I cannot stand to see anything that has a lot of holes, like a honeycomb or something like that. So I thought it was funny to put that type of image on her phone as her background, and that kind of wound me up in the doghouse. So what is y'all's opinion on playing pranks on your wife?
I'm all about playing pranks on my wife. I love it.
Well, I'm worried about why anybody.
You better be careful.
Have you heard about this?
No.
Bubba's got it.
I've got to touch it.
You've got it?
A little bit, not a honeycomb, because I heard you say a honeycomb.
Bubba. Tell us, buddy.
He told me a minute ago, Greg.
Bring me the hater, Bubba.
I watched him over there. There were certain things that he looked at he didn't like that were similar. He said the honeycomb didn't really bother him.
No,
but there
not
were other
that
things.
as much.
Yeah.
But a lot of flowers that have those
Why?
repeating holes.
Have the big old seed holes in them.
Yeah, and like a seed in it or something.
Greg Bubba was bothered about
it. makes my skin crawl.
Joe, I know what you're talking about. I mean,
there's a name for it. I had it wrote down.
Yes,
it
was
I
similar.
got a name for it.
It was similar. It was the vision version of what that woman said about things she can't hear.
Right, that's
crumpling
the day.
paper.
Yeah, that was the day. Yeah.
Misophonia or whatever.
Watch out.
That was
that's.
Gosh, I didn't know what you were about to say.
That was for sounds.
Yes, that was for common sounds that those people struggle with to have it.
I found a clip of Greg from a movie. If you guys want it, real quick.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Get off my lawn.
When we come back, Bubba, I'm afraid that all of the woke people out there found themselves in a playoff game. They got to pick a team. So and plus, we got to ask some other questions about this story, too, when we get back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But we have a story. This could be very educational. I feel like sometimes that, we have opportunities to try to help people. If you're,
and dog lovers.
Right. Even the Bible takes on that you don't want to be on the bad side of a woman. Even the Bible talks about this.
Yeah.
And of course, you've heard the "Hell hath no fury," like a woman
The old
scorned.
attic quote.
Yeah, you got to know, guys, those of you that have not dealt with women much yet, or maybe you're new to the game, there's certain things you got to look out for out there because they can be very dangerous. And we have a story today.
Now, Rick, and remember, we tried to share with everybody the presentation the guy did on how fine and crazy and how you graph that and how they, can correspond, and the area known as the unicorn, which doesn't exist.
Right.
But Betty claims she is the only one.
Well,
we have.
Sherry does too. all our beautiful wives are certain they're unicorns.
Right.
You know what I mean? Of course, that is the fineness to crazy
matrix.
Yeah. And for women everywhere have to understand you better be better looking than you are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
you gotta keep that relationship in the proper perspective.
And so here's an example of the matrix gone bad.
Rick, this is really, really bad. Understand we have a package on this.
Oh, we do.
Let's just see that and
then comment after.
and then comment. But this is what we call a bad breakup.
Right. This is not good.
Courtesy of Fox 35.
This guy fell for the old leaky pipe.
Accused of setting her ex on fire and then locking him inside a home to burn to death. Tonight, she's behind bars.
Police saying this was all part of a plan to inflict pain and death.
The news station's Holly Bristow is live with the details. Holly. Well, Luann, tonight investigators are saying that this could have been an attempt at a murder-suicide. Investigators arresting 38-year-old Siobhan Perez as she was leaving the hospital after she recovered from smoke inhalation.
He was running down the stairs with flames on him. He was very frantic.
And Easter Sunday, Nicole Fader says she'll never forget.
His skin was literally peeling. His face had blood on it. It was a horrible, horrible situation.
Fader says she looked up again and saw the man's girlfriend.
Screaming to the top of her lungs that she was innocent.
Smoke billowing out of the couple's second-story condo. Altamont Springs police say that man is in the hospital suffering severe burns. His ex-girlfriend... Tell me your name. In jail, charged with attempted first-degree murder, premeditated arson causing permanent disability, and kidnapping with false imprisonment. Officer Evelyn Estevez says Perez lured her ex to the apartment for Easter dinner, asking him to fix a bathroom pipe.
Had actually told him about this leak that was under her sink when he offered to help.
As he lay on the floor fixing that leaky pipe in the bathroom, police say Perez doused him. When he asked Perez what she was pouring on him, she said, quote, "It's gasoline," according to police. And then she took a blowtorch and said, "You're going to pay," setting him on fire. Officer Estevez says Perez tried to keep her ex from getting out.
We saw there were some boards that were set up by every window in the apartment. It looks like she had asked help from neighbors in, switching locks.
So the locks worked from the outside instead of the inside. Investigators say the victim was able to push past Perez and escape, barely.
And he suffered burns on the right side of his body, also on his chest, neck, and face.
I will never get that out of my head. It was crazy.
You think you won't?
Right now, Perez is being held without bond while she's waiting to be extradited to Seminole County, where this crime actually occurred, coming up at 6 o'clock.
That's courtesy of Fox 35.
All right, first of all, there's some things that some really
Rick, there's a lot of flags here. Keep in mind.
First of all, she has a bizarre name. Anytime the woman has a name that could also be a name used for a stripper, be careful.
Yeah, look out.
Look out. Don't make her mad.
Isn't her name Siobhan or something? I mean,
Siobhan, Shivon.
No, Siobhan's the first red flag. Yeah, you got to watch those kind of
and
names.
Rick, after Siobhan's
listening,
no, you got to watch those kind of names. I'm not saying every Siobhan is bad, but I'm telling you, most are.
Check.
Rick, they broke up a week ago. Okay, he broke up with her. But he was still going to have dinner with her and go see a movie.
He was there.
He agreed to come over to fix a pipe. And then when he's on the floor, she douses him. Now, not only is she trying to hem him in so that he suffers and dies, but she could have burned the whole building down. There's no who was next door. She didn't even care. Who else in that building she could have burned up. She was going to get him.
Mm-hmm. So she said, "Let's have dinner," and then, but see that's a little red flag too. We just broke up. It's only been a week. She wants me to come back over for Easter. That's I'd call that a yellow flag. Yeah. Let me tell you where the red flag was. The old leaky pipe.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes.
Ooh, it
brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Did announce earlier a couple of ways you can see Speedy and Greg in the Birmingham market this weekend. Today, Greg, 11 to 1.
Hey, you want to come by and talk to Greg and get him get a heater?
11 to 1, got lunch for you at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. That's today. Tomorrow, 10:30 to 12:30, Mountain Brook Community at Publix Greenwise. Speedy will be there. We also announced, too, that the Man Church Conference coming at the end of February. As of the beginning of the show today, there were 10 tickets that remain for it to be officially sold out. It is practically sold out, but it's not officially sold out until every single seat is taken, and 10 of those seats remain. If you so desire to join us, been putting it off, said, you know what, I think I will go, or if you're waiting on how I'll get some at the door, that's not going to happen. But you can go ahead and grab those few seats if you so desire, and we'll see you at the end of February. Excited about that in Oxford, Alabama. Greg, our hometown, Bubba. What have you done, Greg? Okay, Greg, warm up one time. Okay, Greg.
I actually went to an event at the
Performing Arts Center?
Yes, and there ain't a bad seat in there. So
No, that's
don't worry
true.
about that.
Yeah, that's
but,
true.
It was really good. That place is awesome.
What does it hold, about 1,200?
Yeah.
So
Greg was out front telling everybody to get off his grass.
But it was really nice.
Yeah, I love that room. We went there too, and the way we got it set up, if you're in leadership and men's ministry, we're going to be doing a breakfast together to kind of let you ask some questions and whatever, and that where they're going to put us. It used to be, I think, where they'll put us. I know this room is available. It used to be the jail.
Oh.
And they also have.
Well, Rick's place, we've been there before.
Yeah, been there before.
Our hometown.
So now there's actually pictures on the wall of famous celebrities who've been in jail in Oxford.
How about that?
So it's and they kept one of the sales down there. Isn't that funny?
So who are a few of those?
One of them.
Let me guess, Hank Williams.
Yeah, I think Hank Williams was one of them. I can't remember, but it's the typical ones, the ones that are basically on every jail. So if they came through, one of the funniest things, you remember this, Greg, that Hank Williams Jr. There's a legendary story about him playing the Oxford Civic Center, not this room, but the Civic Center. Years ago,
yeah.
And remember that. And he's late as usual. He's stoned out of his mind at that time as usual. And he walks out and says, "I have no idea where I am, but somebody told me it's somewhere in Alabama, and that's good enough for me." And he just starts playing.
Yeah.
Now,
correct me if I'm wrong. This may be one of them urban legends from home, but wasn't George Jones no show? Did he no show him one time?
He no show, and George Jones also no showed. He sure did.
Yeah.
To live up to his name.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, this year America, this is going to lead, I think, to some questions from us, because even though we're reading it and we see what it says, I didn't know this was an issue. So if you're out there and you're in the woke community, we have a dilemma for you. Michigan's Muslim Majority City Council. Now make a note of that. So something called FADA. There's jihad and then there's FADA. FADA is we just kind of infiltrate our way into society. We take over influential roles and we indoctrinate Sharia law. So the Michigan's, but this is what I didn't know. Muslim Majority City Council, are you ready for this? They have approved animal sacrifice.
Now, Rick, did you get that town?
For
what town
religious
it is?
purposes. I don't know the name. Is it Ham?
Yeah, HAMTRAMCK. I don't know.
Hamtramck. But anyway, I will say this: maybe the Muslims got mad because ham's in the name of the town, and they went in there and said, "We're taking over you pork-loving infidels." So I don't know, but think about I didn't know. Are they devout Muslims in the audience? Since we're doing our show, from Memphis today,
looking around.
are there any in the audience out there? I didn't know that Muslims did animal sacrifices.
Okay, Rick,
we've
I got
a
it
pastor in the audience. Do you know about this? Okay.
Muslims often slaughter animals, especially goats or sheep, during the holiday of
Easy.
Or pay someone else to do it for them. Meat is shared with family, friends, and the poor.
Okay. So there is one of their celebrations that would involve goats or sheep. So now they get themselves in power, and they vote that they now can do it. Now here's a dilemma for the woke, because in woke world, I hate Christians, but I coddle Muslims. It's even though it means I must not know much about Muslim theology, because some of the things that are so dear to me, they hate. But anyways,
and they would put a stop to
and
it.
their response to it is quite severe.
Yes.
But anyway, so I coddle Islam. You're not allowed to be anti-Islamophobe. Now, you can do anything to Christians you want to. That we never stand in for them. But now we have in the woke world, what else do they love? Precious little animals.
Mm-hmm.
Precious little animals. We would be better off if we were more like animals. Of course, again,
sheep and goat.
Again, they find themselves very uninformed if you think that it's more humane to act like animals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen them. Their retirement plan, very severe.
Yeah.
They don't really take care of their elderly, and they're not a big fan of children that are inconvenient. But anyway, so maybe we are more like animals. But anyway, so...
You know what they call their elderly, don't you?
Dead.
Lunch.
Yeah, dead. So now Muslims have taken over the city council, and animal sacrifices in religious practices is okay now. So what does the woke do with that? Do I protect the animals, or do I coddle Islam? Which one do you do?
This town, Rick, that we're talking about has a population of 28,000.
Mm-hmm.
More than half the residents are of Yemen or Bangladesh descent.
How about that?
In Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Well,
you know, if I guess I just think it's kind of strange, and y'all help me out here. If I was from that part of the world, which has a more warm environment, why would I want to settle in Michigan?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Seemed like you'd go something a little warmer.
Well, right. Well, and this
because I mean, not really used to dealing with snow and ice, so
this religious
all new.
This religious sacrifice you mentioned, and you and I mentioned it, we were right. This is to celebrate Abraham sacrificing a sheep instead of having to sacrifice his son. Now, where I'm a little confused there, the son he didn't sacrifice is the one God did the covenant through that y'all disagree that it was him. So why are y'all fired up about Isaac being spared? If you're Ishmael people, you should...
Well, don't they say it was the other?
Do they say that was Ishmael with him?
Yeah, I think
okay,
so.
that would explain that.
I think so, and I don't know. I'm not an expert. But is that right? Anybody want?
Yeah, is that true? They say that was actually Ishmael that was taken there. Okay, so Pastor says yeah. So so they think that Ishmael was spared, not Isaac. So they celebrate this by they themselves sacrificing a sheep or a goat.
Even with this past, Rick, you have to notify the city, pay a fee, and make your property available for inspection.
Okay, because everybody wants to say you're going to sacrifice the animal correctly. Okay, so. I bet Peter didn't know what to do with this.
No, they don't.
Rick and Bubba.
You got to get down on the floor.
No, don't
that.
fall for the ex that wants you to fix something. Could you come back over and help me? No, that's just like that's a lioness trying to lure you into her den, and you going down.
Rick, she doused him with. They said gasoline, but it had to be more like lighter fluid, or it would have exploded, right?
Yeah. You remember on the Matrix, it says right in here when you have the Tiffany's and all that.
Yeah.
She was right in there.
Oh, yeah.
That's that danger zone.
That was that stay clear. Remember, he even marked it out. Do not go in
Stay
here.
out of here.
These are the ones that key your car. Fly rabbits, boil rabbits at your house.
Flatten your tires.
Yeah, key everything.
Stay out of this.
Yeah.
And chiffons are there. They may be
she's
unfair.
right in the middle of that.
Yeah. I said, she looks exactly. There was so much danger involved in this woman. That's one of those kinds. She's not going to break up smoothly.
I thought everyone had seen the Fine versus Crazy Matrix, and I showed it to somebody over the spring break, and I thought they were going to choke trying to watch it.
It's like watching somebody the first time. That anything great's ever happened.
Yeah, there's few things that you go, well, that was dead on, but that's one of them.
Well, we talked about it, but nobody ever laid it out.
Yeah, nobody ever documented it with visual aids.
No,
I mean that was key, and had the great presentation to do it.
Right. Be careful. I'm telling you guys, be very careful.
This is the no-go zone.
Yeah, remember, right in here is where you get your Tiffany's, your chiffons, your key your car, flatten your tire,
boil your rabbit.
That's right. Burn your house down.
Oh yeah,
and set you on fire.
Rick, woo,
right?
That's crazy, right there.
You remember and God bless her.
On Easter of all days,
she's passed on. You remember when Andre Rison tried to break up with that girl from TLC?
Left Eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was burning shoes in the bathtub and burned the whole place down.
Oh, I know. I know.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you got to be careful. Once you break up, guys, you got to move on. Don't let them call you back.
You need to really move on, like by mileage distance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If you just broke up in 1 week, they're inviting you back for Easter dinner, that's a no-go. And once that leaky pipe was brought up, he should have knocked the door down.
Yeah.
Getting
Call
out
the
of there.
plumber.
You wouldn't mind fixing this for me, would you? That's bad news.
We got to learn. We got to learn.
Yeah, you waving the flag, Rick?
Yeah, I hope a lot of people learn. Yeah, let's all learn from this. 7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, big boy statue looking on. The Grade 8, the Elite 8, our golden ticket seat guests are here. We thank them for being here today, again bringing delicious gifts of sausage balls and a 16-layer cake, 15-layer chocolate cake.
Well, how do you get all that in there?
That's a lot of layers. And you know who this is? If you remember the craze that started on this show, not going to say anything about this pound cake that everybody wanted. I know. It's April, who is the wife of Kevin Cobb, who's in the golden ticket seats with some of the other members there at West Mobile Baptist Church, and he said this time April put together a 15-layer chocolate cake.
15-layer.
Do not ask me for that recipe.
So we don't have the recipe.
I don't have it.
We don't know about the recipe. I'm with Bubba. I find myself wanting to ask follow-up questions, but I know.
I don't know what song we played coming out of the break.
No, we don't. We don't know that.
And
we don't know what we said back before we went on vacation.
No. Did she know this was my favorite? I have
Probably
a wait list for this.
Well, he asked me. He said, "If we do this cake, if my wife does this cake, who will eat it?" And I said, "Well, there's some people up here. This is going to be a stumbling block."
I can normally
Rick,
look
I don't
past
see it
a
as
lot.
a stumbling block. I see it as a blessing.
Yes.
Do you want me to cut you a piece, Bubba?
Absolutely.
No, I don't want you to cut me. Please.
Yeah.
Here.
Bubba,
Let me cut you. Let me do that for you.
I'll need hand trucks to get it out.
But you eat it all. You don't have to eat it all.
Well, I don't want to waste it.
Right. See there?
Yeah, I was taught to clean my plate when I was a kid because they were starving kids in China, which I don't know why that really affected me in hominy.
Right.
But,
right. Oh, that's funny. I never liked hominy. Did you?
Rick.
Kids in China wouldn't have liked it either.
They wouldn't either.
That was my moment where I would sit at the table and just sit forever. And we didn't have a dog that I could throw it on the floor. And
I sat in there till late.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
I know. I saw that. I can still see Greg's little self sitting in there with one little light on over the table. Everybody else is gone. I mean, the whole kitchen's been cleaned up and shut down. People are in there watching the Carol Burnett show.
Yeah.
And he's still sitting there.
Yeah, I had that happen to me, too. To this day, I hate hominy.
Well, my sister
hominy.
talks about that because they made her sit with me. They wouldn't let her get up either.
Oh, really?
And she'd be like, please finish.
Right.
And I'd be hiding the little green peas underneath the mashed potatoes, like my mom wasn't going to find them.
I know.
I would dig them up.
Oh, well, no. I tried to spread it out.
Yeah.
I know that I would have been removed from the early parenting, which I'll take the flaws in early parenting for the good that was in early parenting and replace it with current parenting.
Sure.
But I did disagree. I do totally agree that children should try new things, 100%. But I didn't really agree that once I've tried it and I just don't like it, I still have to eat it.
But it's good for you.
And so I never did that with my kids. You had to try it. But if they legitimately, because we all have different tastes, if they legitimately just could not stomach something about this is repulsive, I just don't like it. I'm not going to force you to eat something that we now establish. What I don't like is when you think you don't like. I mean, I now become Sam I am.
Right.
You're going to try green eggs and ham, and you may like green eggs and ham, but if you don't, I actually stop fooling with it at that point. But
what is hominy
not
made
old
out
school.
of?
But not old school.
Corn.
We asked that
See,
one time
I love
on there.
corn,
We've
but
talked
I
about
hate
this.
hominy.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Hominy.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hominy. Hey.
Yeah.
Hominy.
I don't like hominy. Well, I got this thing too. What about when you get into marriage and your wife starts trying to convince you to eat things that you don't like? Our big standoff at my house is my wife loves English peas, and I don't. And I'm just like, baby, I mean, it's not an indictment. I just don't like these things.
Yeah.
I like other kinds of peas, and I love black-eyed peas. I love pinto beans. I love all this, field peas. I just don't like English peas. They don't appeal to me. So I don't know why you keep making me some. If you want them, then you get them, and then I don't like. Do y'all like English peas?
No, Rick, I hate them.
I
do.
But I will admit,
I'm not a big bean and pea guy anyway.
I will admit, I like stuff that I sat
No question.
that I sat and stared at when I
No
was a kid
question.
and didn't want to eat.
Thank you, Coach.
I'll eat it now.
Hey, Coach, I agree with you.
Hey, well, it's
I
that.
hope it stays this way.
It's that, and I think he could do some dramatic reading.
Wait a
too.
minute.
really
Wait
do.
a
I hope
minute.
it's my new
Did you
voice.
quote Michael
I wish
Keaton in
it's my new
Batman?
voice.
Just do dramatic reading,
I gotta
like,
go.
you know what I mean?
Speedy, that you sound like somebody.
I gotta
we're
get
gonna
on
have
the
a
horn
fundraiser
about some
for.
white walls.
Like Mike McKenzie does sometimes. You know, you could do the reading.
Okay. We got a funny story about that. But
I do. I hope
Hey,
it never
everybody,
gets.
this is Greg. Let me have a minute of your time.
listen,
I hope it never gets better. Never.
listen. This is too local.
So far, so good.
I know. Hanging in there like a
this-
rusty fish hook.
This is too local, but there's people who played at Jacksonville State University and played at the University of Alabama. This is it. Joe Kynes.
Oh yeah.
Greg Burgess sounds like Coach Kynes.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean,
He
a
does,
lot.
Rick.
You are absolutely right.
He was even deeper.
Right, but you remember Coach Kynes, his voice was never not
Yeah.
hoarse.
Well,
Never.
a lot of hollering.
A lot of hollering. Yeah.
The way we're blocking is unacceptable.
Speedy,
If you let them game another yard, every one of you sitting on the bench from here on out.
is wrong.
That is fantastic.
That's good, buddy.
It's just a lower pitch.
We
Coach
went
Johnson,
over this
though.
time and
It
time
is.
again.
It
What
is.
did I tell you about number 34? What did I tell you about it? Did I tell you you have no other responsibility?
Joe Carwash there.
Yeah.
Speedy, that
He
you covered
goes
about
through-
4 different impressions. That time.
When he does a long paragraph, he'll
Yeah.
hit 3 or 4 different people.
It varies.
That's the key. If you have to go too long, then
Very
other
underwater
voices
man.
start
I
coming.
mean, what are you thinking? You had one job. If you don't do your job, then what do we got?
All good coaching advice, I might add. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I remember coaches of that era. They would say they were going to do things that you, like Bubba, you've said before, that just wasn't possible. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think anatomically you can do that.
Right.
But
right.
what you've described is going to happen sounds really bad.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Do it, Greg.
Oh, you're doing a great job.
Right. Right.
Greg, say you're loafing. You're
Yeah,
all just
say you're
loafing.
Look, I can't follow that act. He's got it.
Oh, you're tired, Coach.
I think we've drug it out.
It's been a long season.
Long week. I've been driving, sleepy.
Listen, we'll bang one into the ground.
I'm not sick, Speedy. I'm sleepy. Well, do what?
Oh, Greg, if we find something we think's working,
You know, Rick,
It's fun when it's on you on the other side.
It's not bothering me.
We're funny, Greg. We're funny, Greg.
I'm kind of
I
shocked
thought you were being Coach Kynes.
you hadn't made fun of me getting a haircut yesterday.
Hey,
I
Honestly,
honestly,
I got a
honestly
haircut.
didn't
you
know.
didn't go as low.
Did you tell him take as
Honestly,
little as,
didn't know.
as possible?
What was that, Coach?
Take as little as possible. Yeah,
As little as much.
I couldn't even.
Turn around and sit
I couldn't
back.
even tell you got one.
Yeah, it's hard to even tell.
Yeah, you can't really
Oh,
tell.
it was a pretty good cut.
Every now and then
Looked
you-
like they'd killed a squirrel there, around the chair. I was like, what happened in here?
Yeah, for a while, I think a possum got caught in the grinder. That's. Yeah, I see somebody got a little distracted in the back, but it's fine.
Something
No,
startled
I had a real pro cut.
You know what happened in the back, don't you? Siren went off on that bad weather.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
Hey, Bubba kept looking out the door.
Yeah, fun afternoon.
Hold still.
Bubba, when we come back, if you're a UFO fan, my goodness, UFOs are being sighted everywhere.
Oh, I thought you meant the 80s band. UFO.
No, not the 80s band UFO, Coach Kynes, but thank you. Didn't he really recently pass and go on in?
You know, I don't know, Rick.
Rick,
I'm serious.
I don't know about recent.
probably should go to break and find that out.
Somewhat recently.
Rick and Bubba.
You'd like a conflict that seems to be brewing between LeBron James and the University of Alabama.
Rick, I'll put it this way. Two titans of what they do, both could be the best ever in their profession. Nick Saban of the University of Alabama and LeBron James, a professional basketball player, could be squaring off in a legal challenge. You just don't see those two having to go against each other, do you?
Hey, let me tell you something. I'll tell LeBron right here, and I'll tell him loud and clear. You better back off dealing with Saban. They're road tied. They're road tied to you, sir.
Nick Saban is not backing down, neither is LeBron James. James and his multimedia outlet, Uninterrupted, believe that the Crimson Tide's new video series called Shop Talk resembles too closely James' show, The Shop. Both take place in a barbershop and feature casual discussions. And Coach Saban commented on it yesterday.
We're rolling right now. The LeBron James media platform, uninterrupted, 2 episodes here as B-roll, but this is kind of his concept.
Okay, we're looking at what he's doing. It's called what?
It's
called The Shop.
The Shop, and Saban's and them's the Shop Talk, but it's basically surrounding barbershop and just kind of shooting the bull.
Was it LeBron James thinks he's got a corner market on barbershops?
Yeah, yeah. And so the dispute happened when Alabama football on their Twitter account put out an episode where Julio Jones is in the barbershop. Alabama football has a barbershop, and Saban is in there with him. And this is a little bit of that, and this is when LeBron's lawyer sent them a letter.
You can't get caught up in the environment you're at. Like,
that's
we know what hard work is, but you can kind of get lax when you go there. You know what I'm saying? If the workload is not like how it is here, you got to find it. You got to find what works for you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you just got to find what.
But I've gotten soft around here in the last little bit.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. I'm glad you brought it up.
So that's Saban hanging out in the barbershop. Well, in the Tuesday
is the
press
barbershop
conference,
there in the?
It's in the facility. They built it.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Excellent
so
idea.
he was asked about this in his Tuesday press conference about the fact that LeBron is upset and sent a letter to Alabama football. And here's his response.
So I just kind of wanted to get your reaction the other day. Report that LeBron James sent a letter referring to the Shop Talk series. Did you have a reaction to it? And what's your thought on that?
No, I don't have a reaction to it. I think LeBron James is a great player. There's been at least 20 barbershop type things I've seen on TV. I didn't know anybody owned that. I didn't even know he had one. I'm sorry that anybody could be offended by something that we were just having fun with, and I enjoyed it, and we're going to continue to do it.
Gets his papers up and leaves. He's out.
Well, I mean, I ain't got nothing to add to that. Saban said it all. Ain't nobody. LeBron James can stay in his own little world. You don't come down here to Tuscaloosa telling Saban what to do. Roll Tide.
Yeah.
Oh,
we
man,
like
that
it.
is
We'll
funny.
continue it, LeBron. So, how about Saban just said, look.
I like he gathered his paper.
Well, yeah, I think he's saying, too, look,
Yeah.
I've looked on YouTube. It seems to be a lot of folks talking in barbershops doing little YouTube videos and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can
Well,
own that.
Didn't Ice Cube do a movie, kind of the same format? Is he being sued by LeBron for that?
Yeah, there was some
Well,
barbershop.
They've had that. They've had other ones.
Coming
too.
to America's got it in there.
Right,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
So I don't think this is trademark infringement here.
Well,
because that's
LeBron has commented again since that, and he said we'll just let the lawyers work it
Yeah,
out. And I'm
correct.
paraphrasing.
Yeah. He had some language in there.
Well, yeah, I have that.
What is
roll. I have the
exact
B
quote?
roll.
He said he's going to whip Saban.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. If he wants to come after Saban, he come here and he'll find something else waiting on him. Roll Tide.
What do we got?
That's just his response, but I hadn't screened it for language here.
Saban more than I do, so that's exactly what I would think he would say. But I built Uninterrupted for a reason, for us athletes to have a platform to be able to speak about, whatever we want to talk about. And I respect him as a coach, but I'll be damned if I allow someone to use our platform or try to do the same thing we're doing and just think it's okay. So,
wow.
Now, how are them doing theirs stopping his?
I don't understand that.
It's not. So he's for free speech, but only if it's his. Is that what he's saying?
Well, let's say Saban was. They were sitting on the practice field doing it. Would it be okay then?
Let me say this.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba's show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Certain things with the show have been legendary, and some of them we worked on repairing. Others we still have work to do. My apologies to Joe Kynes and anyone associated with the Kynes family for me doing what I have done many times on the program. If I haven't heard from somebody in a while or whatever, I will announce that I think they've gone on in.
Yeah.
Bubba will announce people have gone on in years after they have.
Mm-hmm.
I will announce they've gone on in while they're still alive.
In this
so it's not a good
particular
combination.
case-
It's not a good combination.
In this particular case, I think it's better to be late than early.
I agree.
But you have done it again.
I've done this a lot. done this a lot.
And I know you've apologized to his family and friends, but it's probably a little late because they're getting texts and calls, and people are frantic.
Right.
So probably say it again.
You know what, Rick? Just when you do a show that when you speak into a microphone, God has allowed you to, unfortunately at times, and sometimes I'm sure he questions giving us this responsibility, speaking to hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
And on a week, actually, over 1 million people.
Yeah.
You just don't say things in the mics. You
Yeah,
know, you just,
yeah, but you're
especially
no
when you're talking about
filter
life
now.
and death
Yeah.
and things like that. And so,
but about November, your
yeah.
filter left.
Right.
And,
yeah. But this has been an ongoing problem with me. I've been doing this for years.
Right. But but to your point, we were like seconds from hitting the go to break bed, and you could have held it.
I know. There's a list of people that I have put in the ground, and I'm so sorry.
They have families out there.
I know they do, Greg. I get the problem. I get why I shouldn't do it. I just need to stop doing it. You know, I'm not delusional about why I need to address this. I'm just not quite there yet, but I'm working on it.
People were saying that I needed to pull up the 2006 Joe Kynes interview from the Independence.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
It's a classic. Y'all want that? Real quick?
It'd be great.
Yep.
Coach Kynes, it's been a while since you were the head coach. What do you tell your team at half?
We just got to stop that little inside trap. You know, the option didn't hurt us much. We played pretty hard. We just got to stop that inside thing. Offensively, we kind of sputtered around, got the ball in the end zone. You know, defensively, we got to get out off the field on that 2-minute drive.
With key injuries to your offensive line, what do you do in the second half?
Oh, we're just going to play. We just got to keep playing.
Thank you, Coach.
You gotta love that.
There you are, Greg.
That's great.
That's old school. Right there.
No, the difference. Coach Kynes had energy. Greg sounds like he's going to sleep.
That's true. I can't match his energy.
Greg, really, honestly, of everything we played today, he may be closer to Clint Eastwood than anything.
Yeah. Oh, I think so.
Because it's more. It's not a lot of shouting. You know, it's just kind of a.
Sometimes you gotta ask yourself.
Yeah.
Do you feel lucky?
That's not.
You ever come across somebody you shouldn't have? No.
Oh yeah.
From that Gran Torino.
Boy, there's a lot of truth to that.
Do that line. Do it.
Get the dump ready.
No. Greg, how about that as a true statement?
great way,
You ever
yeah.
come across somebody you shouldn't have, and you mess with the wrong person?
Yeah.
Well, that's
He
true.
kind of explained it a little
true.
different.
He explained it differently, but it was, you know,
Sure. The message
the
was
point is still valid. All right, so I've apologized to the Kynes family and to Coach, and so we've got that reset.
Thank you, Rick.
I'd like to. I dream of a day that I don't have to have these apologies anymore.
Yeah.
I'm working
Good
on
luck.
it. Yeah. Rick, sometimes people just are not as in the public eye as they once were. That doesn't mean what you think it always means.
Maybe we need to work confusions out off air instead of on air. You know,
Greg,
when we're not sure.
Greg,
will you just quit talking?
Yeah, Greg.
we gonna play ball. We gonna get after it.
Greg, that's funny. But Greg, we've been at this a long time, and I've noticed. But you know, like in a lot of things, what makes this show work, what makes this show work, is also what its biggest problem is, and that is if we think it, we just pretty much start talking about it. The show really is whatever's on our mind and whatever we feel like talking about.
That's it.
Yeah, speaking of that,
if something pops in there,
And
we'll
that's
just,
good,
we'll
then
just,
it can be bad.
It can be great, but it also can be really bad.
Speaking of that, you know, sometimes you'll put food by your dog and he'll keep looking at it, like he wants to eat it, and he's just waiting for approval. Bubba, you can eat that cake.
Speedy,
there really are 15
Speedy
layers.
cut me a whole
They really
bunch
are
of it.
counting them.
That is incredible, by the way, when you look at
that's
that.
an ounce.
You could chalk your truck with that.
You could what?
Put your chalk box out.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I knew what
Gotcha.
you meant, but it just
Bubba knows
it
that.
got lost in translation.
Bubba's
there,
a
Coach.
truck man. He knew what I was talking about. Speedy had to have a clue.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what you said.
Chalk box.
I got you kind of maybe a medium piece. I didn't go big.
Oh, you did good
I
thing.
appreciate it. And you threw a few sausage rolls on it first.
What? I just put info on what you guys are talking about up there.
And you are correct.
Okay.
You know what means we're gonna get him on, Rick.
That'll be good.
We already have him on.
Yeah, we got him on his right over there.
Well, that's true.
So,
5 hours a day.
so look.
Catch him at Hendrick.
Come on, Rick. You're correct. You just get it right, buddy. All right. So you know, it's just hard to address. I've got so many things I need to work on. It's hard to address them all at the same time. You know. Yeah. Did Coach kind of spill his coffee?
Coach is having a rough day.
Talk to yourself, Coach.
Hey,
there you go. Oh, there you go. That's big.
Y'all remember who was the guy that was on here that day talking about his flipping houses? And then we went to him, he dumped his whole car.
Bringing somebody else in.
I had to. Diversion.
Yeah.
Diversion. It wasn't full.
I never did see that show, by the way.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
No,
Is it still
wow.
on?
Oh, you
I don't know. Afterwards, yeah, because he told us that's what we promoted.
You didn't do it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What we
I
got?
didn't know you
thank
had
you,
that.
Ad.
I didn't know you had
might
that.
have it.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Adler.
That's enough. Coach is fine.
What a waste.
Don't
What a
waste
waste.
that.
What a waste.
Look, that,
What a
waste.
Wet a few of them so it's not so sticky over there.
Can
Here you
I
go. Just stick here.
Can I tell you what happened just then? Those are those moments when Adler lets out hidden anger.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and you can see it.
Yeah, right.
Well, what happened?
Somebody's dad.
What happened?
Take that. Take
You know,
that.
Speedy cut this giant piece of cake for me and threw some sausage balls on for good taste.
I thought I'd grab some.
I was going to pick it up and move it off my paper, and I couldn't believe how heavy it
Oh,
was.
yeah.
Well, I
which
wanted
means
to
it's
see-
good, by the way.
Oh, it means it's real
And
good.
I told Greg, feel how heavy this is, and he was reaching out to get it, and he
no.
found his
But
coffee
it wasn't
cup.
full.
Right. I know. It didn't cause much of a mess.
How the Tigers going to do today?
We go play ball.
So,
Good night.
What if him and Coach O coach together? That'd be good. wouldn't it?
can you imagine them talking?
We got an argument.
Right, do it.
We ain't doing nothing. Coach can't even understand you.
Go Tigers, show me the door.
That's great.
One day we're going to need napkins. We're going to wish we had those.
I know.
Wow, so you really threw them all away?
What you want me to do? Put them back in the box?
Yeah, I do.
I ain't doing that.
Where did you get that big old box of?
We've had them
That's
forever.
some Terry wipes.
I was just trying to help. I'm
That's
just
some
trying
heavy
to be a
duties.
helpful person.
Thank you, Adler. You're
Got
very
it
helpful.
from his stash.
You're very, very helpful. So I know we didn't get to the story, and I really think everything we've done is probably more interesting than this. But I know a lot of people like UFOs. It says the government has received more than 350 new UFO reports.
You know, since they came out with the, acknowledging that they had some.
Oh yeah.
They changed the name of it. What unidentified aerial
phenomenon.
See, why couldn't we just stay with UFO? You know, I don't know why we had to complicate things. Since phenomenon is so hard to say anyway.
They probably tied the letters UFO back to slavery or something.
Well, they said they went through.
F stands for field.
And
right.
and they looked at all these reports, and they were able to rule out about half of them as weather balloons or other balloons or something that was in the area they could identify. But really, the bottom line to this story, about half of them, they don't know what the heck it was.
That is correct. Yeah. So you take 350, and I don't know if we're right on 50%, but a lot of them they still don't know.
Yeah. I'm with UFOs the way I'm with Bigfoot. I need more footage. I don't a little tic tac that ain't gonna do it. I need footage of an alien.
Yeah, I need.
Well, you got to admit though, the Tic Tac stuff was a big step ahead.
That looked like a video.
Hey,
game.
I see something in the air, or there's flashing lights. When we had military pilots tracking it and couldn't stay with it, that was pretty good.
But
and we had video of it.
I want to see it though. Not a dot. I
Once
want
they had your voice.
Your phone calls next. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Look, he needs to worry about the Warriors, and then he can worry about Nick Saban.
Well, amen to that, Bubba. Kind of strange coming from a Barner.
So good.
Road Tide. But well, let's go back. Let's go back to this. Now let's get in something that is reality. The names and the logos are very similar. I mean, so LeBron. Surely his lawyers wouldn't go into this if they didn't think he had some potential to shut this down.
No, I don't think it's exact enough they'll be able to do anything with it.
Well, especially if Saban's right and there's a bunch of other ones out there too.
Yeah,
so.
And I don't know if the Alabama one, they're not monetizing it, are they? Are they selling it, or are they just kind of doing it to give people a voice or whatever? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like Greg said, would it be okay if they called it the Dock? Yeah. And they shot it on the side of the lake.
And what LeBron would say, he would say, yeah, that it would be okay because that's not a barbershop.
Yeah, I don't know that you can own the rights to barbershops. I don't know. I think that's probably a little broad.
Yeah.
And the lawyers may not necessarily think they have a case. They may just be trying to scare them off of it. Yeah. Scaring them off of it and actually winning a case where you had to get down to the nuts and bolts of our copyright laws would be very difficult.
Well, the first thing you got to, and we know this firsthand, you got to first of all look and see what his copyright says.
Yeah,
if he copyrighted it, and see if he got the federal.
He may have got a state service mark, or he might have got a federal registration.
It's a lot to look into.
Which, the federal registration takes years to get. If they file for it, I mean, it's probably just in paperwork sitting on somebody's desk right now. So
he keeps this up, and Saban may get an NBA team and beat him again. Road Tide. Eddie Van Adler, we have an update from Adler.
Papa teacher.
Rick and Bubba TV producer, Eddie Van Adler.
So bad. I'm Papa teacher.
Yeah, come on, baby.
I can't help but ask one question out of the gate. I noticed we've moved this segment to later in the show when most teachers are teaching, not listening.
Correct.
Is there a reason for that?
Okay, so my wife and I rented an RV,
Yep.
and we drove to the Grand Canyon and back last week.
Yeah, we heard a little bit about that.
And then I came on the air and talked about it.
Yeah.
And
got in trouble.
Sorry, America. Right, Bubba?
Sorry, America.
Sorry, America.
Sorry, America.
No,
Gosh,
you
that's
left
good.
your mark on America.
I did.
Yeah.
6 states worth.
Evidently, when I talked about it on the show, I talked too much about the toilet situation and not enough about like the wonderful, beautiful times we had together.
Well, we can look at your pictures for that.
But
Your
that's
pictures
still
are fantastic.
It's still funny that you emptied the bathroom over 6 states.
Yeah, we didn't know. I didn't know.
I got to tell you, Sorry America should be the name of the next CD.
Sorry, America.
I mean, it really should.
Sorry,
We got to write that down.
Write it down.
I didn't know.
Big old flag, and across it, sorry, America. Sorry, America. Let's go back to this, Adler. Here's the thing, because you have a job to do. If you're going to come here on the show, we talk about this, like, some people have asked, we've talked about this before, like sometimes when our kids have gotten older and they're still involved in things they were involved in when they were younger, but funny things don't happen at every ball game and everything anymore.
Right.
Hey, y'all don't do those updates on the sports. Well, back when they all played Little League, there was practically something funny to talk about every single time.
Sure.
Sometimes we just go to games, and they're just games now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so if you came back and you said, I've got an update on my trip, and you said it was beautiful, wonderful, and everything was great, and also hid away for the audience was the story of you spraying human waste over America, I'm sorry. I mean, that's not doing your job.
Yeah, let's not. All right, so let's stop.
This ain't a
talking
travel show.
Right, yeah.
Well, you actually started the trip in Parrish, Alabama, right?
Oh, that's good.
That's good. That's the way to work it in, Bubba.
That's a way to get there.
Atta boy.
I was going to do it earlier, but I wasn't sure about the name of the town.
I looked just to double check.
Right.
And you're failing again because half the segment in you're still talking about
Aaron
it.
said I didn't talk enough about how we had wonderful, beautiful memories at the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And how we
mentioned that.
It's so cool. The
Even got your
States-
shirt on today.
I got a shirt on today, and
Boom.
I didn't
You
talk.
mentioned the Grand Canyon, how y'all walked. You said it was one of your most moving moments.
It was awesome.
That
you talked
picture
about-
where you set the camera up, put the timer on it, ran for your life to get up there and get in it right as the sun was setting, looked great.
It was fun. It was
did.
awesome.
It's not as funny as crapping across America.
It's
No, it's not.
Not even close.
There it is
Guys,
again.
the state lines. When you cross state lines, it's bizarre. It's like the whole nature of the drive changes. I'm talking about nice things now again. Trying to.
Okay.
Like, seriously, you go into Texas. I cross the state line into Texas. I'm driving, and seriously, a tumbleweed. I see it from like 100 yards away. It's rolling towards the road. Boom, I hit a tumbleweed as soon as I crossed the Texas state line. It was crazy.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Lines are available, and you can fire them up right now. We'll chat with you. We'll make a comment. We'll ask a question. We'll bring information to the table. And interested to hear what you have to say today. Helmsy saddles in. Got his hair just like he likes it. And he's taking your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. While you're dialing in, LearBubba.com. I know I hate to be Debbie Downer here because that's not my nature, but the stock market dropped 24% last year.
Hello.
Hey. And if you wonder why some people are still smiling, it's because they owned gold. That's why they're all right. And even with experts talking about a recession year ahead, gold prices remain, and you need to move on this, shockingly low. And that makes now an opportunistic time to invest in gold. In fact, one CNBC expert predicts that gold could go up by 100%, hitting a $4,000 an ounce mark Kevin Demerit, founder of Lear Capital, agrees with that, adding that during the recession of 2008, gold shot up to over 50% and helped investors secure their savings and retirement accounts against loss. So with over 25 years of experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and their risk-free investors pledge, LearBubba.com is a choice to trust, and they can help you. Get your free wealth protection investor guide, learn what's going on, and get up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. All you got to do is just do this right here. Go to LearBubba.com or 1-800-707-4575. That's LearBubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button that'll help you out. All right, to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. There are lines available. If you're trying to get in right now, you can. Anonymous caller out of Sweet Home, Alabama, gets us started. Anonymous, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds and go.
How many? That's terrible. That's it.
That's all you got. Okay, all right. And I want to caution you for about starting the weekend this early. Yeah. We continue. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Move now. You will get in. Adrian, also out of the state of Alabama. Adrian, go ahead. Adrian.
Oh, I tell you, the phone's going really good.
Adrian. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
guys. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, love the show.
Thank you.
Just calling in. I was going to let you know that Greg sounds an awful lot like Coach Amato from NC State a few years ago, if you want to look that up. But he sounds an awful lot like him.
Coach Amato, NC State. Bubba,
Yeah,
anybody?
I'm out of the loop.
Helms?
I'm out of the loop.
No. Yeah, we're not familiar, but we trust your expertise in this area. Coach Amato, NC State, sounding like Greg. All right, we'll check into that. And if you know, well, great. Basically, I don't know really any coach.
Yeah, they all have that horse sound.
Back when people listened to the best ofs over the break, I had a friend of mine that reached out and said, I knew that you said you had vocal cord trouble. I didn't realize it was to the level it was till you go back and hear some of the old shows when you were struggling with that. And one of the things that they said to me, the doctors, is, hey, coaching is either over or you no longer become the coach yelling. Because if you keep yelling, you're going to lose the way you make it.
Did you have to sign that to someone else?
I did. So I had an official yeller. Is there anything on here with audio?
Yeah, this is Chuck Amato if you guys want it.
Okay.
Hi, this is Chuck Amato. As a former player.
Oh, wrong input. Sorry, let me try that again. YouTube heard it, but not y'all.
Hi, this is Chuck Amato. As a former player and coach at North Carolina State University, I want the four of you to know how proud I am that you will be representing the Wolfpack this Sunday in the Super Bowl.
Anyway,
okay, yeah, a little high, but
Raise it up, Greg. This Sunday in the Super Bowl.
Now wait a minute. Now, you sound.
There you go.
You don't see this every day. Chuck, it appears if Helmsy is hearing him right, he wants to sing a song for us.
What?
I'm always for that.
So Chuck, Bubba,
Our Friday spotlight.
Yeah, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right. Y'all ready?
Yep.
No.
Rick and Bubba in the morning. They're funny, not boring. Rick and Bubba, Speedy, Tony, Swiss, Joanna, Chuck, and Tippy. Chuck's out, baby.
All right. Not bad.
Again, I want to go back to this call show I had a minute ago about the weekend.
Yeah.
And the times of day
It's
and
hour,
day
man.
parts.
It's
the song says 5 o'clock somewhere.
Right. It never says, any AM time.
Right.
It just doesn't. Let's go to Les in Florence, WLAY. Les, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I had a comment and a question. My comment was Aunt Martha's husband. We've discovered her now. It's Greg Burgess.
That's a good one.
Okay.
And my question to you, Greg, is: you remember when you went hunting with your dad, and he brought that flannel shirt? Is that the one you got on today?
Yeah, it is.
Careful.
Yeah.
He had that look about him. Did you see it? You see Greg's face?
Can I tell you something, though? This is your fault. I had a guy call up the other day and get on my shirt. Now that guy's getting.
What's wrong with the flannel
But you
shirt?
created
It's
all
cold
this.
today.
But can I tell you what it is? I think
Trying
sometimes
to get my voice back.
I think sometimes there's a patience, and you know this, Greg, because this is your world. people sometimes desire. We go to this guy often here on 4, but so is
We
he?
know him, by the way.
I know, yeah, I do know. Is there? Do they have something called Saxophone Friday? But anyway, but anyway, local daytime television owns me.
It's the best.
Okay,
It's gold,
It
isn't
is
it?
gold. But anyway, what I'm saying is they want to be able to go after something, and they don't really wait till they have a really good one.
Yeah.
So then they throw it out there on a shirt that not everybody joins in on, or everybody's kind of like, wait a minute, I don't understand. And they want to do it, but if you'll just be patient and wait on the right shoes, the right shirt, the right haircut, it really works. You don't want to jump too early to something that not everybody will immediately agree on.
Yeah, I've noticed something about this staff too. We will jump on something that's kind of nice. Like if somebody brings in something kind of nice, like they've upgraded their wardrobe a little bit and maybe got a nice shirt,
Cost has nothing
they get slaughtered.
Oh no, the reason why our wardrobe doesn't change, Bubba hit on this. We found things that the rest of the staff won't make fun of, and we just keep wearing them.
Yeah,
they're called.
It's the easiest way to get through, the easiest pass.
They're called safe clothing.
I like that look, Rick. I like that look Bubba's got today.
I do too.
I do.
Like anytime he rocks a T-shirt and puts that big old long white sleeve under,
the old puffy sleeve.
Oh yeah, that looks fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm warm outside. I know that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Where do you find a sleeve shirt like that?
Yeah.
I can find them at Walmart right by the little Dickies.
Greg, I'll tell you.
Your laugh is even better.
Yeah, I'll tell you where he found it. Army surplus store.
Okay.
He's probably got some of them white boxer shorts that wore on Gomer Pile too.
No, Rick, Tommy John.
That's right.
Do you have a bunch of white shirts or just one?
A bunch.
Oh yeah, he's got a style. I've seen him do it.
Well, they have a logo on them or just solid white?
Solid white.
What I've noticed is
Where's Wilfred Brimley been?
No,
You had more in.
I think it's over. Can I tell you what
Back
I've
when it was
noticed?
5 degrees, you should have had it out.
What I've come to the conclusion is Bubba
I gave it a break.
That Bubba doesn't have a big selection of what I call warm shirts for cold weather.
So
he takes a summer shirt and just puts one of them white things underneath. And that way he can wear more shirts.
Or as,
And it goes with anything.
as it was described in one of the comedies that we watched, that kid that wears 2 shirts.
That's right. Yeah.
By the way, you're brilliant. You deflected again, Greg. Now we're back over on Bubba.
Look,
it's a gift.
I'm good
isn't
at
it?
this.
Jeff in Enterprise. Jeff, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Get it off me.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know. So I took today off. And my wife usually takes my son to work, but this morning we're driving to work and we're listening to you guys, and he's 10. And he looks over at me and he goes, "Dad, these guys just get you."
That's good.
Have a great Friday.
Thank you, Jeff. And
that's good.
What a good
I
father-son
really like
moment.
Did he say he was peeing?
No.
Speedy.
Where do you
driving?
What are you driving?
But he
Where
said
do
something
you
like
get
sounded
that?
like
Nobody
peeing.
announces
Nobody
a conversation.
heard that.
That's what he said.
It
With my son, and he was peeing.
Nobody heard that.
No, that's not what he said.
Speedy, that ain't,
Oh, he was 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
that
I
ain't
got
even in
it
the
now.
ballpark.
Right.
Yeah, he's 10.
What
Speedy.
happened?
That's the detail we
On
don't
myself.
need.
On myself. I got it.
And you asked.
But I did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Come on.
our little thing.
Yeah,
we
what do you
just
be
did.
peeing in the
Pound.
car?
I thought he said he was peeing. I really did.
Did you really?
That's a good father-son moment.
By the way, I don't use the restroom by myself anymore. I used to all the time, and now there's a little person yelling at me, following me into the bathroom, screaming at me, and it's a whole new world.
TMI.
All right.
You and Speedy need to just hush.
I'm gonna go back and listen to that. I thought he said that.
Yeah.
He said 10.
10.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
he-
did say what I said, but, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Any stories we missed, final phone calls if you're still out there, as we'll try to wrap up another hour in Rick and Bubba history.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you were doing a kind of a joke a minute ago about Parrish, Alabama, talking about Adler's RV adventures, and the kind gesture from his wife who got him that cool shirt he really wanted and tried to surprise him with it. If he hadn't been such a jerk, it would have worked.
All right.
But anyway, the reason why you were bringing that up is, wow.
Well, Parrish, Alabama has a problem, Rick. The mayor has been diligently working on this, but they still have a problem. At one point, there was 252 tractor-trailer loads of poop stockpiled in her town.
Oh, no.
Now, technically, it's bio waste, but to the residents of the small town, it's just somatics. They say that it's been there almost 2 months, and it's making the whole place smell like a rotting animal carcass.
I see the title here. God help us if it gets real hot again.
Yeah. That can't be good. And here's the problem. It was coming from New York and New Jersey.
Oh no, that's even worse. Yankee poop.
To Big Sky Environmental. I'm sorry, Big Sky Environmental, a private landfill in Adamsville, Alabama. But in January, a neighboring town, West Jefferson, filed an injunction against Big Sky to keep the sludge from being stored in the nearby rail yard. It was successful, so they stopped that, but the problem was that the bio waste that was already in transit got to Parish, and they couldn't carry it forward, they couldn't carry it back.
It's just stuck in Parish?
They're hung right now. They need a giant plunger in Parish.
Oh my goodness.
I bet it smells fantastic.
Oh yeah, so you don't want to
doo-doo. Right.
You know when it starts to when you have those days where it's cool enough to open the door and just kind of let the breeze in, and we've had a few of those.
Oh yeah,
they said you can't do that there.
You know why, don't you?
Doo-doo.
Right.
Tons of.
It's do the putrid smell. I think that's one of them.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there's about 3 or 4 of them.
Tell him about that diet plan he's got.
Do what? I thought it'd be right next to it. But
You've got even Pelosi in there saying it somewhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Believe it or not.
Rick, open your folder and look at the top left.
You don't give that folder enough right there, Rick.
Top left, and then you should have a few things there. I just want you to play
Enjoy.
with it.
which one would it be under? Doo-doo, poo-poo, doo-doo.
That's the one that has Pelosi in it. Doo-doo, poo-poo.
Here's the title of the top 3 to the left.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Poo-poo.
All right.
Doo-doo.
Right.
Doo-doo, poo-poo. Hank, ex-wife, Hank Smell.
All right, go Hank Smell. 648 or 640 something. 643. There you go.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell? People that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here, you won't eat for a week.
I know that's Hank, but to me he's old blue. You know, that's who I see.
Yeah. Now, if you want doo-doo and poo-poo, that is him and Nancy put together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about this
The
one?
smell is so bad it'd make a man want to go back to his ex-wife.
That's fresh, isn't it?
Verbal poo-poo.
What?
Huh?
Who was
That was Nancy.
That's Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's Nancy.
Anytime you see poo-poo, it's Nancy, and doo-doo is Hank.
Right, correct.
That's how we know it.
That's just how we know it.
Really?
Yeah.
What? And this is a combo?
Yeah.
Doo-doo. Poo-poo.
Okay. Why are we laughing at this?
That's just funny.
Let me tell you, somebody likes body humor right there. Oh, yeah. And you're not helping. The more you laugh like that, the more we're going to put. That's putrid smell. That may be, I don't give that one enough.
Let's go back to the ex-wife.
Putrid smell, I got to give that more.
That doesn't get enough play.
Okay.
You won't eat for a month.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell? People that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here, you won't eat for a week.
That's good. All right.
You know, shortly after that, we had some neighbors of his come in the golden ticket seats.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this: they were talking about legal action and the states involved now and all that. They're afraid if they file a lawsuit that it could get tied up and put in paperwork on a judge's desk and they not be able to move it at all. So
you know
what do you
my
do?
theory is for this putrid smell?
You got some fun to play with.
Oh, gosh, I'm all in now. I may request for 3 hot buns.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
You may see me kicking out Jordan's national anthem.
Oh, boy.
Is this fired in here, Jordan?
Yeah.
Or Jordan?
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Yeah.
Hey, do that followed by Hank, like he's firing in one.
I can't do that. There's no way.
He can.
That's putrid smell.
You got to be quick, Rick. While it's playing, you can do it.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Doo-doo.
10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us on another edition. And if you want to join us, we got a couple of phone calls standing by, but other stories to cover. But first, golden ticket seats. Golden ticket seats. There they are. the Elite Eight, the Great Eight, and they come from all over. Hello to Grayson Holt. Well, there's Grayson right there. James Marlin. What up, James? We've got Kyle Lane. There's Kyle. Got it just like he likes it. Kevin Cobb. We've got Chloe and Clint Wofford. There they are, first-timers today. Amber Fancher is here. And also, everybody's favorite golden seat grabber, Penny Miller. Here today.
She's got skills.
Yeah, she does. If you want to get tickets to the Sought After event, if the Man Church Conference is sold out, I bet Penny can get you a ticket. Bubba, give us a number here today. Give us a number between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about number 5?
Number 5, Chloe Wofford. Yeah. Chloe picks up a $50. I guess I'm about to give you $100. $50 gift card from American Express, courtesy of Dr. Dudney. Dr. Dudney, he gets those for our audience as a way to say thank you. And he's a friend of the show. And so you can take that American Express $50 gift card. You can go get whatever you want.
Lunch is on Chloe today.
Lunch is on Chloe.
How many times you won, Penny?
What are you going to do about me? So
I asked Penny how many times she won.
How many has she won? None?
9.
0?
I miss hearing things.
You got to go have a hearing test.
Yeah,
it was your husband that won.
You know, I had my hearing test, by the way, and I'll show you how to beat it, but they caught me. But but
it's the Southern accent that got me last segment.
By the way, what was it with me that I was trying to manipulate a hearing test? Am I not there to find out how my hearing really is?
You wanted to win, and you were trying to figure out all your available assets to win, not just hear.
Gosh, when that technician, I guess that'd be the right word, right?
Yeah.
Which means she's an expert in her field. I'm sorry, but anyway, when she hit that talk back, Mr. Burgess, yes, ma'am. Are you pressing the button because you think you should have heard something about it?
Yeah, they can catch you on
Yeah, and because it's exactly how it was. It was just like this, just like top of this pen right here, and you go.
What did the graph look like? She's graphic.
Yeah, the doctor came in with the graphic.
But it gets to a point.
What is it? Real sharp peak. You losing on both ends?
I've lost certain frequency.
What about when it trails off?
No, yeah, that's okay.
That's all right.
That was funny.
I need to have mine checked.
Yeah, he looked over. He almost did it.
It is a. There's certain frequencies that I cannot hear. And
high or low? Where are you losing it?
High. And here's
about a dog whistle.
No, Greg, I've never been able to hear those. But here's what's happening now too, and I've become the grumpy old man that's complaining about something that probably isn't taking place. What's wrong with this dialogue? I mean, why can't they get it where we can understand what these people are saying?
Yeah,
I mean, what did they just say?
It's not as much hearing as I want to really hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I'm watching TV, I want to hear them. I don't want to have to work to hear them. So I like having it up a little bit, but I think I'm probably losing some sensitivity. Not because of you. You've got cannons on your ears.
Good night.
Well,
no wonder.
It's
amazing to me.
It's been much more over things. It's far beyond the headphones.
Those headphones.
Yeah. And you know what I did?
You keep your headphones at the level most people have PA speakers.
Yeah,
that's true.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you feel like, and maybe they answered this, does hearing aids maybe play?
Well, I will say
a factor
this
in your life is that, and are you one of these guys that I ain't doing that? Or,
no, I'll do it
because I've got somebody in my life right now that I really enjoy talking to, but he refuses to get them.
I know,
and so now he's screaming at everybody, and so I feel like, you know, when somebody gets loud, you feel like you have to get loud.
You do,
and so I don't really talk to him much anymore because
it's too hard.
It's too hard. Yeah. Like I'm screaming in front of everybody, and he's the only one that can't hear me.
Well, there are some things.
Get you one of them horns.
Yeah.
Rick.
Well, there's one of those things because a lot of times now everything I do now, if I don't do something, if I don't respond or whatever, now it becomes the flag that gets thrown all over the house. Well, see, that's your hearing again. I'm like, no, that time, baby, I just wasn't paying attention. And that was one of those things that women, y'all do not understand. And finally, my wife saw another woman who had been studying these things with men and women for decades. To be sure, she came in with a lot of information about how God designed men and women equal but not the same. And she said one of the things that men can do that women cannot do is they can think about nothing.
Yeah.
And so when you say
It's one of my favorite things to think about.
I'm gonna do that a lot today.
When you say that to your wife, what are you doing? What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just shutting down. I'm like a computer that shut itself down so it can rest a minute. And she's like, it's impossible to think about nothing. I said, no, not for a man, it's not. I am literally thinking of nothing. Now you're making me think of something. Yeah. But before that, I'm thinking of nothing.
Now you're making me think of
yeah, but the other thing is this. Sometimes I'm thinking, and she says I'm caught in a stare. And I'm like, no, I'm not caught in a stare. I'm pondering.
Yeah.
That's not caught in a stare. I'm pondering.
It's one step.
Well, why'd you look out the window? Because I look out the window to ponder.
Now, we do have the gift of filter. I mean, if we're wanting to watch something, we can filter out. It's almost like noise-canceling headphones.
Correct.
And see, we get caught sometimes, well, you can't hear. No, I was filtered.
You're right about that. Thank you.
And it's just...
It's like a superpower.
I think it's a gift we have going back to the days where we had to hunt for food all the time.
But you have to be careful talking about that gift. You have to be careful, Bubba, talking about that gift because if they really think it through, they're realizing, so you basically have filtered me out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I think
we do have
women,
the ability to do that.
I think the women are better at multitasking, and
No
we're
doubt.
better at focusing.
No doubt.
It's actually opposite gifts, if you think about it.
Well, this is how it was
But
described.
not being able to multitask is not negative.
Right.
Multitasking is good, and also focusing is good, but they're mutually exclusive.
You hit on it. One of the things in the study, and I'm over.
That's a Dr. Bussey speaking.
The doctor is in.
I'm oversimplifying this, but I'm oversimplifying it so we'll all get it quick because we don't have time for me to walk it out. But one of the studies said this, and it was very true. A man, to Bubba's point, of all the tasks that are ahead of him, he hears them one at a time. Women hear all of them at the same time. They hear the laundry screaming at them as the
dishwasher.
As the dishwasher. Everything they need to do screams at them all at the same time.
Take the dogs
and
out,
until they quieten all of those things,
pick up the clothes.
they can't relax. Where a man can say, I'm only hearing one thing I got to do, and I won't hear the other one until I'm done with it. They hear them all at the same time.
Focus.
And I thought, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. I've seen that.
Yeah. Have you guys heard the saying that no one is more surprised than a man hearing about his wife's plans for the second time?
That's right. Yeah, so good.
That is so. I don't know who came up with that.
I just got a text that really brings that home from my wife.
Right. Well, what happens, back to Bubba's point, they told us something when we were not open to that information.
We like have a directional antenna.
Right,
we were somewhere else, and you know, you got dB loss around the side of it.
Right.
You're just
Everybody
focused.
knows that.
Yeah. And I have to really, if I get rushed on something, I always mess it up. Don't rush me. I'm walking through it methodically so I don't mess it up.
Right.
And so there you go. Quick little lesson on men and women there. Equal but not the same. So if you are wrapping up your time with us this week, we hope your weekend goes splendid. If you still got more Rick and Bubba content, however you're getting it live or archived or pre-recorded, have a blast. If you got more coming up, we sure do appreciate you being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and